I do, yes.
Okay,
I
wait,
do.
what the fuck?
Give me 1 second.
There it
Let me
goes.
give you
Yeah, I have
a
the camera
camera. That would
too. Sure.
help.
There you go. Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. How are
How's
you?
things? I'm good. I'm
Turn-
good. I've had a fun night. I've mostly been explaining to Katana Bros why they are wrong about medieval armor. That's been
Katana?
a big part of tonight.
Like
Katana Bros.
is that a group of folks?
They were just like they were convinced. They were convinced that they were like, nah, medieval armor could like a knight could never take a samurai. They'd completely destroy them. It'd be so easy for them. And I was like, guys, what the fuck are you actually talking about? So
Some
that's
knights had
been
guns.
yeah. Well, I mean, they were talking about like Crusader period
Oh.
knights, but at the same time, I'm like, listen, plate mail armor versus a katana is not going to go well for the katana. And also, samurai armor isn't really designed to stand up to heavy bludgeoning weapons, which is essentially what broadswords are.
Wow, you guys are nerds. I like it.
Yeah, no, I do a lot of D&D and stuff
we
as
do
well.
too.
So,
okay,
yeah.
so your name is Beckett, and you described yourself as a liberal. Your fans made jokes about incel and stuff. What's the? Was it about my tweet that I said the other day?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I hear this take a lot. And I think I said yesterday that I watched kind of the growth of the MRA movement and MGTOW back in the day. I've seen the growth of Red Pill. I think fundamentally where I take some umbrage is it's twofold. So I don't think being a good partner is a cure to male loneliness. I actually don't think it has much impact.
Oh no, I agree.
You know.
So I guess I think it's because male loneliness, the way people describe male loneliness, the people that are talking about specifically it being a men's issue are talking about men that are not having partners almost exclusively. And then you get the secondary group who's like, well, it's about making friends, and then that's just loneliness. That's loneliness that everyone experiences. It's not gendered specific.
I think there's a wider thing there with male loneliness and why men have started to latch onto this idea of relationships within the incel movement as a fundamental thing. Because I think that I think the fundamental thing is when we're talking about male loneliness and how men deal with it, there is a wider problem there of basically men feeling like they have no purpose, no community, no space, which is why people like Andrew Tate are able to appeal to them.
Yeah, but that's due to misogyny and toxic masculinity and the patriarchal structure intersecting with how men value themselves. Like we derive as men a lot of value based on our the ability to have women around, the ability to make money, stuff like that. Like it's patriarchy intersecting with capitalism usually, and that's non-gendered because like women face the same exact type of loneliness, but from their side of experience of patriarchy. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I disagree with you on a couple of things. So I talk quite a lot about. I probably have a bit more of a nuanced view on things like patriarchy. I tend to go down to class and kind of like the differences there because I am quite big on history.
Yeah,
sure, but I'm also quite big on things like history and like particularly pre-1800s, for example. Most people don't know that in Britain pre-1800s women could vote. Like is a really like simple example of where women's power actually lay within like the class system. Becomes more complex. But with the question of like how we deal with male loneliness, I don't think it's a thing that like men can just fix or something that we can kind of dismiss as general loneliness, because I think there's a wider thing there of men feeling like they don't belong. I don't think relationships fix those problems. I think that's a red herring, and that's the red herring that's sold by the red pill. But fundamentally, what these people need is an environment where they can feel validated. And those previous validations that you pointed out, like money, status, and everything else, are basically the things of respect that men sort of crave in a different way to kind of the needs women seem to crave emotionally. Men seem to be much more content.
Do you think that those are valid social cravings?
What, for things like respect or
no like you like respect in general is normal, but like You're talking about the type of respect that a man specifically is trying to seek in, like, how he does under capitalism and how he does in relationships and how he's perceived in under masculinity by his peers, stuff like that. Like, do you think
I don't think this is just true under capitalism. I think this is. I think. This
well, I
is
agree.
True,
I'm saying
not constructivist. So I think this was true under feudalism. I think it's true under communism. I think fundamentally, unless you're meeting those needs in men, I think men will be miserable.
The phenomenon of how we measure manhood is not the same under any of those systems, so they're different. Yeah.
No, but generally speaking, like when you're looking at let's take like communism as a thing of like where men ended up within those systems. They still ended up, if we're looking at the USSR or anything else, within like military roles, within factory roles, within like traditional like male roles, right?
Okay, but I would consider that the systems that came out of those societies to be fundamentally within patriarchy. So it wouldn't. That's
okay. Do you think? Okay, let's put it this way. Do you think there is a system where we can basically then teach men to be more like women and feel
not more
validation?
like women or anything like that? No. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, tradition, not. Okay, so what would
you seem to be very. There's a lot of weight put on the gender of a person in this conversation because it comes down to like male expectations and stuff. Reject the fucking expectations. Those expectations that you have of yourself based on the toxic masculine standards by which the world operates. Like, each of us know, whether you'll admit it or not. Well, you might, but I mean, like a tape bro probably wouldn't. That manhood is pretty much subjective to the person experiencing it. Like, I'm a man in a way that other men, definitely more toxic guys, wouldn't agree that is manly. Like, nice to my wife, you know what I mean? like there's not a one size fits all to the answer of like how to fix loneliness in general. But like I said, when we're talking about male loneliness, like when I hear Shoe on Head and other right wing groups and MRAs talk about male loneliness, what they're talking about is always like, oh, it's just a bunch of socially awkward guys that can't get girlfriends. Like, we're not talking about, like, what kind of loneliness do you want to talk about? Because we could prescribe some things.
Okay, so I think the fundamental loneliness is like, I don't think it's just the statistics of people being outside of relationships.
I agree,
because I think
it also includes like platonic stuff.
Yeah, I think people aren't finding those things. So I was talking to somebody else earlier, and I think the term we were using was kind of like third area relationships. So the traditional things you'd get in a vocational job, for example, like you're like friends that you're working with in a trade, or like the friends from the office, where you'll get not building sort of a deep interpersonal relationship, but you've kind of got a different kind of mutual respect relationship. So, and I mean, one of the reasons I'd say this is because I get an awful lot of validation from my work life. I consider my colleagues separate from, like, they're not people I would randomly ring up and be like, hey, do you want to go for a beer? But they're people like day to day I will talk to and will be able to discuss complicated technical stuff. And we both have that mutual level of respect that we're competent in our roles. And I think that that's missing for a lot of people. I don't think it's something like the red pill solves, but I also don't think the prescription of
vocational specific stuff.
I think that's one of them, yeah. So I think like kind of those vocational relationships, I think male spaces are really important and have been eroded. I think that's another reason that a lot of guys feel
What kind of male spaces are you talking about?
I think simple things like male clubs, like pubs. I think sports and leisure kind of environments, kind of social clubs that like hobbies, for example. I think this is one of the reasons that you get so much pushback when people want to like make things like Warhammer 40k more inclusive, because they're viewed as almost safe spaces for men. And
right, but then those same men reject the concept of safe spaces. You know what I'm saying? Because they're toxic about it.
Yeah, but they don't have to. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, this is endemic to the problem. This is why I say in the tweet it's men's internal issue. Because when we do talk about this, and we talk about the intersectionality of men's problems, it almost always lies in patriarchy and toxic masculinity and its intersection with capitalism. Those are the three really big vectors.
But this also happens with women as well, right? Because that's what the basis of the
and they interact with toxic masculinity, patriarchy, and capitalism as well, except they're on the other side of it, where they're not the controlling party of that interaction. They are typically the victims of that.
No, I don't think that's true. I think when you're looking at
you don't think
like,
women
turf
are victims
movement,
of patriarchy?
I think that I think that I want to be careful around that. I think there are certainly things that women are victims of within the patriarchal system. But when I say like things like the turf movement, I don't think the turfdom is a like product of patriarchy. I think turfdom is like a product of toxic femininity, if anything, because it's literally the pushing back against people who want to like enter their spaces.
See, I would disagree
that's the core argument, right?
Well, no, maybe. So the way that those women consider womanhood aligns with the patriarchal understanding of what womanhood is, and that's why it's patriarchal. So it's internalized patriarchy or internalized misogyny, and that's why you hear that term. Because they're literally just repeating what the men in patriarchy want to hear. Men are women who have babies and are wives and are caretakers and homemakers and stuff like that. And within that, you might have a radical feminist or something in the turf side that is also like maybe an MRA would say. Well, I mean, those exist as well, but there's intersection as well.
Yeah, but the turf arguments right now aren't the traditional conservative arguments. The turf arguments now are actually
they just
lifted.
Sort of reskinned.
Well, no, they're lifted. I mean, they're not traditionalist.
No, they're just homophobia repackaged as transphobia.
Yeah, they're essentially the repackaged alt-right argument. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not conservative, but it's not the traditional patriarchal thing. Unless you'd say that the alt-right is traditional conservatism.
Did I say men?
Which I don't think it is.
Did I say men are women who have babies? So women are people who have babies is what I meant. Like that's what their role is under patriarchy. Anyway, I misspoke. So
no, you're fine. Right, you're fine.
So I guess I'm wondering why there's rejection of the patriarchal structure in general as being the problem, because that's like the core of the issue.
See, I disagree that that's the core of the issue. I think if you want to point to things like kind of like neoliberalism and basically the erosion of like what's the best way to put this? The erosion of people's basic freedoms, utility, and everything else. I think those are fine. I think if you want to point to kind of like late stage capitalism and say that there are issues there with people's identities, or if you want to point to the internet and say that like basically the way that social groups have functioned on the internet for a decent amount of time now is pushing people to more extremes.
Yes, this is.
I think those are fine.
General loneliness with explainers, yeah.
But I think the stuff with the inceldom is more complex, because what people are finding in inceldom to combat specifically male loneliness, they're not finding in the wider sort of treatment of loneliness in society. Because, I mean, I'd hope you'd agree we've got a lot better with mental health, right? Over the last sort of 20, 30 years.
Oh, yeah. Like, as the boomers die out, we'll get better and better because more people agree that mental health is a real thing that needs to be addressed. So, yeah.
So, we've got better at dealing with that. And at the same time, it seems like we're not getting better at dealing with
but we're not good at it. Okay, so that
I think certain things we're very good at.
I think you would agree that men are quite toxically told from a young age to not seek mental health.
I don't think that's just true of men. I think that's actually a wider problem of like a lot of people aren't told to seek proper mental health.
But it's definitely a male.
But yeah,
problem.
Sure.
Like you grew up in male spaces, like talking about your feelings is not a thing. Especially you're British as well. I mean, clamming up about your fucking feelings is huge. So. And I realize that maybe we have a little bit of a cultural difference here, a little bit because of I don't know. We have a reputation as Americans, but I really, in my experience and in the experience of pretty much everybody else, men specifically have an issue with mental health care. I mean, just regular health care. It's like, oh, walk it off. I'm tough. You hear these stories about farmers that don't fucking, go to the doctor for 6 months and then have to get limbs cut off because they're dealing in agonizing pain. And, this is a symptom of toxic masculinity. Like, being tough is a big thing, not dealing with it. I just watched a video yesterday about a guy arguing about a former veteran not wanting trans people to be in the military because to get gender affirming care in the military, you need to go through mental health services. And he's like, well, back in my day we went through mental health services. That was a red flag. You can't talk about it. And it's real. That's like a real thing. To dismiss that is like,
Yeah, I think it depends. I mean, again, my experiences might vastly differ. I needed therapy. I got therapy.
Well, we don't have healthcare access here.
Well, not affordable healthcare access anyway.
No, we don't have healthcare access. I mean, not even just not affordable. Like you can't go get a therapist for under like $300 an hour unless you're lucky and happen to be well off. Like I don't know anybody that has regular mental health care access. And I'm talking like I know like doctors and
I don't want to talk. I mean, listen,
like we don't have that here.
I don't want to get too far into like the American healthcare debate because firstly, I think we'll align. It will just be me sitting there going, "I'm sorry about your shit healthcare system," and you going, "I'm sorry about my shit healthcare system."
Yeah.
Like I don't know how to do about that.
I'm just saying that's a wider symptom of it. Like, not only do we have an internal as men, we don't need that shit, but part of the reason that we don't have it is because the men in charge, the oligarchy, say we don't need that shit. Like it's part of it.
I think there is a form of male like mental health care that we don't really acknowledge, and it's the fact that men do actually talk amongst themselves in a way that those spaces have allowed, which have now been eroded. Because like those simple things that because it's not necessarily discussing like emotions and like the feelings. Like I've got a lot of male friends, and we won't necessarily go deep into how we're feeling, but we will talk about our day-to-day experiences, and it provides that vent. And it's not necessarily like for me. I don't need somebody to sit down and like go through the deep emotional stuff with me. I just need to be able to vent for like half an hour to clear my head. And I think even if you want to say that that's sociological.
And do you think women have that in themselves?
I think women express that differently to the way that men do.
And why? Why is
whether
that?
we say that is whether you want to say that that's I would say. I'm less constructivist, so I'd say I wouldn't.
Why?
And again, I think we're going to disagree here. Well, I'd say that
you're an essentialist about like a sex or gender essentialist here.
No. I think that there are certain things that we do. I don't think it's what's a good way to put this because I want to be again.
Sure. I just think the jury's out on.
I think the reason I want to be
versus nurture.
Also,
it's nurture.
Yeah, the reason I want to be careful is because I don't want to do the whole kind of like slip into like fucking make weird fucking turf arguments. But I think there are certain things that yes, like we look at and go, that is a feminine action, like across cultures.
Okay, so give me an example of a feminine action. You know what I mean? Because then all we're gonna do is what we're gonna end up doing is go does a woman need that aspect? Like, right, and then you'll say no, and I'll say no, and you know.
Generally, I'd say like things like running households, leaderships within families seem to be very like predominantly female, like across cultures, and like we lie about.
Okay, so this is I agree with that, but this is a socialized aspect. Like this is part of patriarchy. So this is like when women marry a man, they are expected to take on the load of homemaker. Now this is changing as you and I and people in our age groups start to have different opinions on gender roles. But yeah, you're just describing gender roles to me. Like,
okay, so I don't think it's just a gender role thing. I think women are fundamentally better at running some of those things. They're better at thinking about the wider picture.
Yeah.
Than men are, and I don't think
I really disagree.
But I think that we're going to disagree on.
So if women are better at looking at the wider picture of what, and then why don't we see that? Why don't we see men agree with you on that topic when it comes to hiring women for positions that need to have a broader lens, or the female intuition, or whatever you're appealing to?
Well,
it just sounds sexist to me personally.
Well, no, sure, but there's multiple ways you can look at those kind of breakdowns within business. We generally don't like push people to be gendered in the workforce. If you want to take the argument that the workforce itself is male orientated anyway, capitalistic workforces aren't positioned in a way that they require anyone to do that because of the way they're set up. But again, like I don't think these are like universal things that you can't teach people out of. I just think they're natural ways we behave. Like,
so the system of capitalism is run by people, right?
Sure, but
okay. So do you think that the people, the way that people are socialized, will flavor how capitalism runs?
I think you can socialize people out of their like natural behaviors in the way that I think that people are fundamentally unempathetic and selfish. Like we see this in children. You have to teach children empathy, right? Like children go through a period where they learn these things. You can teach people that, but naturally we act in a different way.
I actually think people don't teach empathy to their children usually.
Okay, but I think that, even if you don't think people, when you say that, do you mean that children naturally know empathy? Or do you mean that... Like,
no, I think people tend to... I think it depends on the upbringing. But, like, so there's a big difference between empathy and, like, say, religious fundamentalist upbringing, which doesn't really teach the concept of empathy. And you can erode it in somebody, but typically it's naturally there because people won't alienate one another in a natural space. You see kids that, like, two racist parent groups could just send their kids off, and then those kids wouldn't know racism unless they were taught it, right? Like, same thing with.
Yeah, but I'm also talking about, like, generally you have to teach kids to share, and also teach kids that, like, for instance,
there's some socialization that goes into it. You talk about socialization,
like, that element of teaching a kid of, like, how they might feel if that happened to them.
Yeah. So I'm saying like
kind of like empathic.
It's a nurture thing, not a nature thing.
Sure, but the nature of a person is to be, like, far more selfish and not worry about other people, is my point.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. It's because we... this is through the lens of capitalism, because we are forced by the inherent nature of the system that we live under to compete with each other for all resources. So it's really hard to say, like, how can... The way we even conceive of ownership is so strange under this system. Like... When I talk to capitalists, they just straight up don't get what I'm talking about. When I
would you agree with this?
Because you're so socialized into it.
So sure, like, and don't get me wrong, like I view myself as a Smith-style capitalist. I fucking hate the current system we're under, but, like, obviously I have an ideological bent towards capitalism because I like the theory. But when we've got something, would you agree, if you're constructivist, that there is still, even if you can socialize things out of people, there is still a baseline under which people act. Like, we still have to teach people not to follow their natural instincts. If you want, like the ancient Chinese philosophy of the natural order is chaos, that's why the natural way of things is chaos, that's why order is so valuable.
I mean,
you have to learn to do it.
People will learn to survive in their environment because our biological drive is to survive. So if we are taught to compete with one another from the jump, we're going to be competing with one another from the jump. So yeah, you would have to socialize certain aspects. In general, like, it's hard to describe because, like, every aspect of our life is a social construct because we are social creatures, and so it's hard to break down these minutiae and say what is nature or nurture, but it seems to be in all cases that if you are raised by good people, you will tend to be a good person in the way that you would think whatever your values are for that, right? So it is a nurture thing.
Okay, but again, like, firstly, people will push against those things because if you're raised by bad people, like, even if you're raised society, let's say you existed during a period of slavery, there were still plenty of people who were anti-slavery during that period, despite the nurture and everything else. People could, like, read in and take the critical, rational response to go, that's fundamentally wrong. And also with many,
but they
like,
weren't the majority. They had to change that.
Sure, I'm not saying they were, but at the same time, like, the idea that you're just nurtured to, like, believe certain things. Plenty of people push against this societally, and often, like,
I just don't think
get, like,
slavery is natural in humans. Is like,
I'm not saying slavery is natural. I'd argue actually fundamentally that, like, the natural, I like, things like that kind of warfare seems to be more complex than we'd find in, like, the natural world, right? Like, generally, like, when we're talking about animals that
these things are so poisoned. These things are so poisoned at its root by, like, religion and shit. It's, like, hard to even know. But again, like
sure, okay.
I
feel like we're going to clash on these points, and they're interesting. They weren't, like, I'm happy to have, like, a longer form debate on, like, nature versus nurture with you, but I don't feel like it was the point of the tweet as much as I like engaging with you on it because it is interesting.
Sure, yeah.
But I think, like, wheeling back to the incel stuff, I think my umbrage is I don't see how your prescription helps.
What's the prescription?
Well, the prescription of just do better. I don't see how that helps men.
Well,
like, what do
there's more to that, but yeah. So absolutely. I mean,
Sure.
there's a good way to be better is to, if you are a man and you want to be a better person, it's to like ask the people around you, like, about like their experiences and trying to understand other people's lives. Like, a lot of the reason that incel culture is a thing, in incel culture, I hope you would agree, is rife with toxicity and like misogyny, right? It's pretty core to the movement. And part of that is the lashing out. Like, they're taught that women are not fully human. They might say, oh yeah, women are human, but like, they don't act like it. They really don't act like it. Do you think the language used from people who were attacking the incel movement and attacking incels is also dehumanizing? Attacking incels? So here's the thing: when you are being a bag of shit to people, like, it's hard for other people to be like you're not being attacked for being called a misogynist when you're being a misogynist. Like, that's just, you're being a pussy, in my opinion. It's not a big, like, if you're doing an action, you're committing misogyny, and people are like, hey, buddy, that's antisocial behavior. People don't want to be with you because of that. People don't want to be around you because of that.
See, this is where I disagree with you. I don't think that has much of an impact.
You don't think
Plenty of people who are abusive pieces of shit have no problem getting into relationships.
So there's a difference between being like just abusive and then being an incel and being abusive. Like, yeah, I agree that people are more like, if you're abusive, you're not necessarily an incel. True. Yeah,
but I think the problem at base of inceldom is different. I don't think it's just you're a bad person. I think
I don't think so either.
I'm just saying, be good people. But I think the problem isn't just, hey, if you were a better partner, you'd get dated.
Well, do you want to talk about like the conceptual incel that isn't a misogynist and what his problem is?
No, even if you are a misogynist, I don't think that actually
problem.
hurts you very much with getting partners.
It is more and more, absolutely. So there's some people that will date, and it's because the women that they're dating are also they are internalizing misogyny. They think that this is the way things work. Like, there are women who buy into the incel narrative of men of high value. Like, that's a thing. I think this is very online brained. I think at a very basic level, like, people who aren't, like, again, I was a fucking asshole when I was a bartender. And this isn't that fucking long ago. Like, this was post, like, during the Me Too period, I was a fucking dick. I had no problems getting partners, getting laid at all. Oh, so part of it is also like I don't think incels understand sexuality very much. Like,
sure, yeah, I mean,
and interpersonal sexuality, so there's a big problem there. But like,
I think fundamentally,
so the prescription would be to understand women's sexuality better.
No, I think the prescription is that if we want to, like, when I look at sort of the further left's response to incels, what concerns me, and it is a concern, because, like, is it sets up incels as just a fucking enemy that can be dismissed.
No, but they are their own problem. They're their own problem.
Sure, but I just don't. Okay, let's look at it this way.
Sure.
If you've got an incel community right now, like, and I've spoken to incels, I've never been one, so I'm taking this from them. Those environments, especially from the people who've left them, were incredibly fucking toxic. They didn't want people didn't want to see anyone else heal. Like, if somebody in an incel community actually gets a partner, they get fucking kicked out.
Yeah.
Sure. But I think that that's fundamentally, like, unhelpful. It's becoming self-reinforcing. And we wouldn't do this with anything else. If we've got someone who's an alcoholic, we don't say, you need to sort your own shit out and it's no one else's problem. You hold an intervention with people and you get them into treatment. Often that treatment is a supportive group of other people suffering the same shit.
Right, and so I said my prescription in the tweet was men need to solve this internally as a group.
But at the same time,
it's not women's job to deal with it.
I'm not saying it is women.
Right,
I don't think women can help. But I do think that, like, I suppose why I suppose out of all the tweets I've seen about this, all the women tweeting like, "Oh, care about men's fifis," I don't really give a shit about. I think
men's
like
feelings
you,
are valid,
who's
but
in a
usually,
position. Yeah, well, again, like
so
this
usually
is
women,
why your tweet caught my eye.
Right. So
because if anyone's going to be able to help, maybe it's someone like you.
So women say fuck men's feelings on this particular issue because the prescription a lot of men are telling those women is, I want a girlfriend. And that's what they're hearing a lot. And it really is, the majority of the men feel like they can be saved by having a girl pick them and be their boyfriend and treat them like a little boy. And it really is the case. Like, a lot of men want to be cared for in a way. Some of this is socialized. A lot of this is reinforced through patriarchy because men are expected to expect women to be subservient to them in a lot of ways, depending on the severity of your conservatism. Like, and these men, when you tell them about this, like, you reject outright the idea of patriarchy, misogyny, and interacting with this. And when incels hear you say that, then they go, oh, okay, there's another man that's agreeing with me. I also don't have to agree with the conceptual problem that is at the core of my inceldom, which is
even if you
the patriarchy and misogyny.
But I think you're missing steps. But I think you're missing steps. If you're just turning, sure, even if you want to agree with all those things, let's say hypothetically, I agree with you. I don't.
My dick is actually so moist it's dripping.
Play that fucking thought experiment out. But like, let's play that thought experiment out. If you've got a problem, and let's say it's something that is destroying your fucking life. Let's say it's gang stalking, for example.
Okay.
Like, gang stalking destroys people's life.
This is a different thing than being an incel.
What is it? Because it's a self-reinforcing thing on the internet.
Yeah,
Largely, it's driven by conspiracy theories. You're like constantly convinced that people around you aren't really fucking people and they're out to get you.
Yeah,
it's a hugely dehumanizing thing and it destroys people.
Right. But that's like got some different mental health issues going on than just inceldom. Like you're talking about I think paranoia and anxiety and stuff. That's different. But
incels are paranoid. Incels are paranoid and have high amounts of anxiety. I have met incels who were Adonises. They look fucking incredible and they are convinced. Mm-hmm. They are convinced that they are ugly, low-value males. Like, there is clear mental health things going on here. And I think part of the problem is we wouldn't deal with any other situation like this. We wouldn't be like, oh, men need to just get over their fifis. Because that's
I'm not telling men to get over their fifis.
Okay, so how do you get men?
Okay, yeah, so I'm saying that men that have those feelings are not actually having real, genuine conversations about their feelings. And when you do push them on that, they all freak the fuck out instead of actually... Like, it's because they've never had positive male interactions that they can't even talk about. They can't even broach these subjects without getting incredibly insecure about that. So it's got to be them. It's got to be, I am okay with having this conversation and wanting to be a better person. Because if you're an incel, it's not anybody else's fault than your own. You just said Adonises that just talk themselves out of being social people. They talk themselves out of it because they listen to other men in these misogynist, patriarchal spaces, toxic spaces, and they believe it. It's perpetuated by men. Women are not telling them this. It is the men in these spaces, Andrew Tate's, whatever, on the way down. The pickup artists, the Sigma male guys, all of that.
I don't know if that's entirely true. Firstly,
Why?
like the media that's being put out. Okay, no, because the media that's being put out, like largely on social media, is like hugely through ads, through women selling things like OnlyFans, talking about things like what men need to be. We're still at a point where like
they prescribe men malehood, like manhood advice.
Oh god, yeah, like fucking Fresh and Fit does this all the time and talking
Fresh
about
and
how
Fit's
men
not
should be.
OnlyFans. Fresh and Fit is also patriarchal, misogynist, toxic male spaces.
Look, you can put these down as this, but this is still.
I don't have to put these down as this. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly the problem. You keep saying, "Well, what about this thing?" And it's the thing I already described. It's patriarchy and misogyny.
I don't see how you bring
interacting with
over.
capitalism. Fresh and Fit is often very classist.
Sure. But at the same time, you can have a complex understanding of why these things are occurring, but it doesn't help.
Yeah, it does.
Like, again, if you've got an incel, if you've got an incel and all they have been told, let's say they've come up through the MRA, MGTOW, let's say they've been around for fucking ages, and all they have been told...
I saved a lot of these guys, by the way.
But all they have been told for ages is that leftists hate them, women hate men, and that's been massively reinforced over time through social media and everything else.
So women hate unsafe men. Are you a safe man to be around? Are you someone that a woman is not stressed out about to be around? Or are you someone that has, like... Are you someone that makes people feel unsafe? Like, it's real. It just is. Are you a comfortable person? And usually it's because they're not even comfortable with themselves. And if you can't be comfortable with yourself, how are you going to be comfortable with another person?
See, I'd agree with that for a prescription for how to be like a healthy man and in a healthy relationship.
Healthy anybody.
But I just, well, yeah, sure. But I just don't know I don't know whether that's true. Women tend to date very unsafe men all the time. I think that like and again, this is why the prescription of like be a better, safer man to be around.
Right, because those women don't know how to identify safe. It sounds like a nice guy. No, it sounds like a nice guy prescription. And one of the things that I've watched over years from things like one of the things I've watched over years from male feminists is this kind of conversation of I'm a male feminist because I need to protect women. I'm a nice guy. I'm safe to be around. Protecting
and
women?
I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm saying that this is a narrative I have heard a lot from guys who are deeply fucking misogynistic.
So, right. So, I mean, I tend to agree that there are some male feminists that are misogynistic. Usually they're liberals. Yeah. Because they don't understand actually what feminism is. They think that feminism is like I don't know, prostrating yourself to a woman, which is just fucking not the case. Like it.
Yeah, but the vast majority of people are not going to listen. The vast majority of people are corporate feminists, right? They are feminists because it gets them. They can talk about it in an interview. They can give a fucking talk on it, and it gives them a career boost. That is the vast majority of people.
Okay, so you're describing misogyny to me, and I agree.
Sure, but at the same time.
Yeah,
sure, you can say that like I'm describing this and that's an issue, and I agree with you. But like when you are talking about an issue that is clearly systemic and clearly has
systemic issue is misogyny and patriarchy. Men are reinforcing this to other men that you are not masculine if you do not have a 6-figure salary or higher. Are successful with hot ladies. Wear a business suit, have a big square jaw, have fucking like a 5 o'clock like these are things that men do to each other. This is male enforced. Women under that system who are definitely subservient to the male population that rules the world, which is just true and factual, right? Patriarchy is at the root of all the leadership on the planet, and this is the problem. Like, they reinforce that systemically all the way through the culture. Like, what are the pillars of like power in the West? Like, it's obviously money, religion, politics. Like, and those are all dominated by men who are mostly conservative, at least in my opinion. Definitely don't have the opinions that I have on this subject, and are all slaves to capitalism. So yeah, I mean, like, of course this is going to happen. Like, you're surprised.
We have been pushing like. Well, it's not that I'm surprised. It's that, I mean, you clearly understand the issues enough to like, and again, some of them I'll agree with you on. I'd certainly agree with you on a lot of the oligarchy points, I think. It's one of the things that I spend an awful lot of time, even from a capitalist perspective, radically.
Men are disenfranchised by capitalism from the jump.
Everyone.
I know, but because I agree, everyone is, but men.
You know what, at some point.
Because
I could go into like a huge fucking thing about capitalist ideology, but like the current system we're under is a fucking abomination of what it should be. And like there are ideals that, in the same way that USSR was an abomination of what communism fucking should have been.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think we should commodify survival necessities. And once you're after that, then you're good.
Yeah, sure. And actually, that's there are base capitalist theories of that, of basically you lift the whole of society so no one's having to. That's one of the reasons.
And then I think naturally we decommodify things over time, and you would just slip into socialism naturally.
Or anarchism.
Well, that same shit.
Get rid of hierarchy entirely. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't need hierarchy at a certain point when you have enough stuff. But whatever, go ahead.
Except, obviously, speaking as a Britishman, the monarchy. We can't get rid of that.
You should get rid of it. You should help Ireland help you get rid of it.
Listen, I meme on the British thing a lot, but I'm very pro for a united Ireland. My family are all Irish, so despite the accent. Fortunately, the gingerness isn't died. Okay, so at base, we have been pushing this kind of like getting people to understand consent better, getting people to understand women's issues better. Like a great example, actually, despite how the rape that likes to fucking misuse it, is the fact that rape statistics have grown over time in police reporting. That's actually a win. We've been trying to get people to actually come forward about the horrific things that have happened to them for fucking ages. That's also true of male rape. Like, with those statistics are growing. These are all good things.
Yeah, there's a toxic system in charge that doesn't allow men to talk about their experiences with sexual abuse. There's been many cases where men have been sexually abused by both men and women and don't realize it because they were preyed upon as young men, 12 and younger, and sexualized. All of us were probably a little sexualized growing up, and you didn't even realize it. Oh, he's gonna be a little. Oh, ladies, man. Oh, look what her. She's gonna be a little heartbreaker. Oh, is that your little girlfriend? Like really reinforcing heteronormative sexuality on us all the time. Happens all the time.
Sure, but I don't think that accounts for the fact that things like the incel movement, things like the current statistics coming out about more people turning to conservatism, despite the fact that we have lived currently under the last 20 years of some of the worst conservative governments in human history, some of the most incompetent, some that haven't even upheld conservative fucking values, we're still seeing that growth. So I think from my perspective,
I don't think we're seeing that growth. I think we're seeing the last gasp of I don't think the next generation coming up is more conservative than the one before it.
Wait, you don't think the next generation coming up through
a lot of the more conservative now?
I think our previous generation, I think the millennial generation, was incredibly left wing. Even I think that there is going to be a natural. I don't think they're going to be full on fucking. I don't know.
I think most of our peers, at least here, were quite capitalist, quite classist, overall misogynist. Yeah, and that the awareness of these things is only growing. Like the conversation about consent was never a thing when we were growing up. We didn't know about this stuff. We knew some stuff, but
we're seeing the pendulum swing back, right?
The patriarchy.
You're seeing the pendulum. You're seeing the pendulum swing back. Things like Roe vs. Wade, things like the current anti-trans laws in Florida, the stuff that's happening
but that's
in
not
the UK
young people doing that.
No, it's not.
That's
but
not
at the same
generated by
time,
young people. That's generated by the boomers that are dying out, and they have the most institutional power they've ever had in their entire lives. And this is the peak of conservative power right now, where we're at least in the U.S. And you have a lot of people that have accrued massive amounts of wealth and power within their system. It's only getting worse and worse. The disparity is worse between the top 1% and the bottom every day.
How do you account for the current stats that have come out recently that showing 12th graders are turning more conservative than their parents?
12th graders are. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Yeah, I just don't think.
It
just doesn't seem that's the case, especially with the voting numbers that came out. So yeah.
Well, I think people can vote against. We're at a point now where people are voting against traditional conservative parties, even with conservative brackets. We're seeing that in the UK. People who voted Tory their entire lives, are not planning to in the next election. They'll vote Labour because the Tories are so far. In the same way that we saw a swing in the last British election of people who voted Labour their whole lives.
So that seems to suggest that people don't want conservative politics.
They don't, but at the same time, it's wider than just the ideological stuff. It comes down to a lot of the economic failures. People are iffy on Republicans in America because of the stuff that's happening around Trump, not because of Republican theory. DeSantis is massively popular, or was massively popular, for a lot of the stuff that he was doing. No, that comes in the moderate vote. The moderate vote liked DeSantis. They liked his policies.
There's not a lot of moderate people in Florida.
No, but his national poll approval ratings.
He doesn't have good national approval ratings. DeSantis
he doesn't now, but he did. But no, he doesn't now. But he did
for a second. He did for a second.
When those laws came in and the stuff that happened around Disney, his approval ratings were really good. There is a sizable moderate thing.
And then the effects of those actions ruined his reputation. I agree.
Sure, and
you're telling me that Furbies were popular for a minute. Furbies are the new, I don't know, man. It's for a minute. Ron DeSantis had some political power. I agree, and it's going to wane, and he'll be out of office eventually. It'll be Chris Christie, It's the cycle for these guys.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So getting away from like fucking whatever's happening with the depressing US shit until Trump's arrested, obviously, which would be fantastic. What do you like? Do you think the red pill movement will just die naturally, or do you think it will be replaced by something then? Because I think the red pill movement's dying. But
I mean, I guess the red pill movement will go like Gamergate, and it will morph into the next thing. Like you'll see some of that transfer over. I mean, a lot of the red pill movement, again, like think of any red pillar. Who's the furthest left-wing red pillar? You know, the furthest left-wing red pillar does not believe in the systemic understanding of patriarchy, misogyny, and its intersection with capitalism. Like they're just not talking about this, even though it is the answer to the problem of these men.
How do you sell? Okay, sell to me as somebody who doesn't believe that's the answer. How that would help in some way.
How it would help you to, well, I guess you're not an incel though.
So I don't know, like become like okay. Assume for fuck, I hate doing these kind of thought experiments without getting clipped out of fucking context. Assume I'm an incel for a second, and sell to me how fucking like how this would help, right?
Okay, so it would help. I mean, it would just help if we had like an actual incel, but like, so, man, so. What do you... So you don't believe patriarchy at all is a thing?
I think that our society is like... I think class is the major indicator.
Class
but
is
I think that
a major indicator.
I think it depends what you call patriarchy. Because I think when I look back, historically speaking, women had a lot more power than people want to fucking think. And
for like
often
a second,
ran,
not
like,
really. Women were property.
No, they fucking weren't. This is such a fucking myth. Like in the 1700s... In the 1700s, women basically... No, 1700s...
Do you know there was time before and after the 1700s?
And before that period, women of the upper classes ran the fucking courts behind all the background stuff of political maneuvering. Women had loads of... Yeah, like fucking like all the political maneuvering that men weren't doing.
There were some Roman female business owners. That was pretty cool. This
happens all the way through history. This is what's frustrating about this conversation.
That's not frustrating. Like, that's just like that there are caveats to this doesn't mean that there wasn't male control of these spaces.
Okay, but the difference is like when we're talking about patriarchy, it's like men just set the standard. I don't think that's fucking true. I think
that's
the
changing.
Upper classes set
great.
it.
The upper class absolutely sets the standard, and who are the people in the upper class?
I think women within the upper class set the standard just as much. Like when you look at the 1800s,
they set the standards?
On behalf of themselves.
Do they?
Because they look at the Victorian period. The Victorian period social standards literally come from Queen Victoria. She changed everything. She stopped women being able to vote, and she stopped women being able to own their own businesses without their husband's permission. These are things that she put in place, not the men of the time.
What is that? Wait, so if a woman does a thing that serves patriarchy, it's not patriarchy?
Well, this is the problem with calling it patriarchy, because it's not just...
Why was she a queen?
It's not... What do you mean, why was she a queen?
That's a good question. Why was she a queen? So, like...
Well, she was queen. She didn't need a king next to her. She ruled the country. She was queen.
So...
with our previous queen, who is just our previous late queen, her husband wasn't the king. He was the prince. She was queen. He was prince. Because she is the one in charge.
So, if a woman does it and it serves patriarchy, it's just not patriarchy. That's not how things work. I think that comes.
Okay, but this is the problem with patriarchy. Would your argument be then, like, how do you account for that? Do you just say that if women do things in service to patriarchy, it's internalized patriarchy?
It doesn't always have to be. But yeah, oftentimes
So why is it okay?
So why would? So what was her? Do you know what her arguments were to take away the vote from women?
Yeah, like after the death of her husband, they were largely to do with the fact that women should know their place within, like, what she saw as highly traditional values.
Yeah, traditional values based on the patriarchal structure that she was grown up in. Yeah, I agree. She was. Yeah, that's internalized misogyny, my dude. Easy.
Okay. if you want to say that, like, again, because those family relationships.
How do you disagree with that? You just told me based upon her traditional understanding of roles, which you know is based upon the English church, which you know is patriarchal. Easy.
Yeah, but it's based upon both the. Okay, well, if you want to say the church is patriarchal, like
the church is patriarchal.
Church, I don't disagree with you.
Okay,
but at the same time,
British politics is based on the British church because they had to get their power vested in them through the British church. With fucking, they needed that for a period of time, and then eventually you had an independent monarchy, independent from the church later on. Yeah.
No. Wait, what? No, that timeline's completely fucking wrong.
You had so much.
Listen, the Magna Carta happened long before
1488,
the fucking...
right?
Yeah, like that happened.
Yep.
Fuck me.
So that's the
church's
that's
power
like 200 years
within Britain.
Yep.
The church's power being eroded within Britain is like largely basically forced onto the monarchy post the dissolution of the monasteries, when we got rid of fucking conservatism, and then we entered a period of basically internalized.
You got rid of like.
Got rid of Catholicism. Like then we entered a period of basically internal religious civil war.
Got rid of is very strong, but yeah, from the.
Okay, well that was the intention, but like Catholicism was outlawed, and then you end up with a period where. Basically, Parliament takes its power from the king, which is what ends up with us having a civil war.
And these are all men doing these things.
Well, yes, they are, but at the same time, that's because a lot of women get overlooked. Like, the idea that women have no
Women get overlooked for the reason of what?
Oh, well, it depends.
Misogyny and patriarchy. My dude! If it was a matriarchy, if the system was matriarchal, they would not overlook their famous women.
We don't overlook all of our famous women, though.
No, we have caveats for some of them, like Joan of Arc.
Joan of Arc, our queens, female, like, archaeologists.
Yeah.
We've got, like, I don't know, man. Like,
yeah, I agree.
Again,
some women accomplish stuff under patriarchy, and you also agree that even more women accomplish stuff under patriarchy, but are thrown under the bus because a man can benefit from, having the credit for her things, which happened all the time.
But these are things that benefit the upper classes. They're not things that benefit all fucking men. If you are a feudal serf, it doesn't matter whether the system is patriarchal enough. You and your wife both fucking till the soil, because if you don't, you starve or the Lord kills you. Women fucking worked in the working classes, and the difference between men and women, yes, they existed, but this idea that it was sort of like this huge patriarchal system that benefited all men over all women, and like all women were just fucking property. No, you said women were property. Those are your words.
Yes,
and my argument
women
is
have been property in the past, absolutely.
Women have been property, but so have men. Like, if you've got a prince
under slavery,
who's a
but
son,
not under like a patriarchal.
No. If you've got a prince who is like some king's son, that king will like marry off his son. Richard the Lionheart, Britain's hero, got married off to basically protect Agincourt, which is what he actually cared about. He never gave a shit about Britain, but he had no fucking choice. He had no agency because he was used as a political tool. Like, people, generally speaking, have like
men are also victims of patriarchy. I agree.
Okay, but again, I think the word patriarchy is really fucking unhelpful then.
Why?
Because again, if you want to have like this nuanced conversation about what patriarchy is, and like again, it's like the conversation about fucking political blackness, because the things you point to as patriarchy, I just use a different fucking word for. I'd say that this is like a large amount of like class dynamics impacting people, because women still make decisions within those systems that inform what patriarchy is going to end up looking like. So that doesn't seem like a purely patriarchal system. It sounds like there are fucking gynocentric elements to it.
So women are in the world, and so it won't be 100% patriarchal, but the system that is dominant is patriarchy. There isn't like a lot of as you call it, gynocentrism. There are pockets of the like female spaces that champion these things as a pushback to the patriarchal system. Like Barbie did a really good job talking about this stuff.
I mean, there are. Barbie's a different one. Barbie's a fucking Rorschach test. I swear to fucking God.
Barbie's a really good one for you.
I mean, look, no, Barbie's a really interesting movie. It's basically a Rorschach test for how people see cultural issues. It's fascinating to watch the reactions to it. But like, when we're talking about like gynocentrism, even within chivalry, they're a gynocentric. Yeah, like the old chivalric.
I know. It's like you're a big fan of it, big fan of the stuff. But I mean, I haven't talked about D&D once. Come on, why are we doing this?
I just like talking about history. I just like history. I just like
chivalry,
history,
man. In the patriarchal structure, the women didn't have the ability to like be the men that you're talking about here. Like,
no, they didn't. But at the same time, the idea that women had no agency within those systems is
why do you wait? How come? Wait, patriarchy doesn't mean that women have zero agency.
Sure, it means the system benefits. Like, it's designed around to benefit men.
Yeah.
And male progression and power structures. Sure,
and that's what it is.
Women, and this is
you're seeing a slight erosion of that, and like men can't handle it.
Okay, we'll come back to that point because I think there is something there. I don't think it's just erosion of patriarchy, though I think that is part of it, and it's certainly like a massive part of like males' roles. Yeah. Sure, but this is my point with like when we're talking about historical patriarchy. I disagree with you because it's not just there to benefit and propagate the continued power of men. It's there to benefit and propagate the continued power of the upper classes and lords and nobility, largely within a feudal system. Like when we're talking about really ancient stuff.
We're talking about
and this is why when we get
systems, billionaires are modern kings.
Sure, like listen, yeah, I've used Hobbes's Leviathan to make those fucking arguments about the oligarchy. I completely fucking agree with you. But at the same time, like when we're looking at this, like let's say what happened during the like French Revolution. Like you can see the erosion of those norms and everything else, but certain people wanted to protect themselves, even women within those systems and courtly systems. Women weren't just spared within like the French, admittedly very progressive revolution, because well, women didn't get any agency or choice. It was understood like that women and the clergy were like fucking responsible for the situation France was put into, largely because of the stuff that was happening in Versailles just like 100 years ago. I feel like we're down a fucking rabbit hole because I know we're not going to agree on this, because I don't disagree with you that those problems exist. I disagree with like how some of them are framed. And this comes back to the point I said earlier of how you're going to sell this to me. Because I'm not even here defending red pill and incels. I want to see Andrew Tate in fucking prison. But it sounds to me like I don't see an offering from yourself as to why if I was an incel, how you'd save me, how you would help me, because fundamentally being
inceldom is mostly about it's a self-perpetuated problem. That's why. Like, so if you're an incel, it's like you said before, like it's a self-generated self-hate loop, and they're like literally taught to devalue themselves inherently. Like it's not women aren't doing this to them. It's misogyny and patriarchy, because it's these men in these conservative roles telling other men, usually young men that are like not very socialized, how to live, and it's just wrong. Like people do not respond to the advice given by those men, and then the incels go out and they're like, well, this is how it works now, and they literally stop, they give up on themselves. So what I would say is
how do you pull those people over?
Yeah. So men need to help foster positive spaces for other men to express themselves and to talk. Men don't talk about their ability or lack thereof to get. I remember I had a friend. His name was Sean. He had problems getting girlfriends, and it was really bothering him. And he's a good-looking guy. He just got nervous around girls, and this is like a big thing, right? The fact that they dehumanize women and or put them on a pedestal, like they just do not treat women like normal human beings that also like sex and sexuality and also want to have partners and like to have friends. And they also don't understand that sometimes that can be platonic. Like there's so many things that is just, it's not just one thing to save the incels. There's so many layers of this. That's why I say it intersects with patriarchy, misogyny, and capitalism, because those three things come up most. You have to be a high value earner or something. Not true. Poor people have fucking people all the time. You were a bartender. Not crazy well off. You probably did fine, but like, you don't need to be a super square jawed guy. You don't have to have an 8-pack. I'm a big guy. I've never had a problem ever. Like it's sold to them by grifters, and they believe it. The problem is not anything other than addressing the lie told to them by the people that sell them incel culture.
Sure, and I think that lines up really well with what I've heard of people who've escaped the environment. Often it's like things like hypocrisy. I mean, I pointed to Jack Murphy and the liminal order earlier. Like, he's pushing traditional conservative family values while pimping out his girlfriend and making gay pornography. Like,
well, you can make
pushed a lot of people out of. Sure, like I'm not fucking judging, but it pushed a lot of people out of the liminal order because the person who was doing it was selling them a fucking lie that he wasn't living by. And this is also true of like things like religion, right? Like often like people will lose their religious beliefs when they see like the people who are in authority not following them. This is one of the problems the Catholic Church has had. Like a load of priests fucking molested a load of kids and then nothing happened about it. It massively eroded people's trust in the church. Like,
and that was all.
But those
are two examples of patriarchal structures harming everybody, including the men within them. So we keep going back to that because it's real. It's true and it's real. And I know you want to deny it. As a man, we benefit directly from patriarchy, and so it's hard for us to see it because it's just fucking ubiquitous.
Just to be clear, I have no problem addressing my own fucking privilege. I talk regularly about the fact that I'm up.
Not just about our privilege.
No. There are innate things that we have that people like don't want to address because it's uncomfortable to address those things. I get that. That's fine. My issue is largely around the fact that I think it captures a little bit of the issue, but not the wider fucking issue. And I think when you focus in on those things, and this is why
what do you think the wider issue is then?
I think the wider issue is the fact that like all of these things, when we talk about gendered stuff and the word patriarchy is gendered, is a way that sets people against each other when we shouldn't be fucking doing that because the people who want us to set each other against each other are the people in power structures.
So
that's why companies have no fucking issue promoting things like feminism because it's no fucking threat to them.
So incels and patriarchy is already doing what you're saying they shouldn't do against women and other men that don't abide, right? So we're already pushing back against the thing. So it has to be addressed. You're saying to just like, well, no, let's all just be copacetic and stuff. But no, I mean, incels are doing a stupid fucking thing. It's their fault. And if you want to take ownership of your problems, well, that's the way. You have to address your problems.
I think the problem
and to just say like, oh, well, patriarchy is gendered, I don't want to talk about it. Like, but that's why we're talking about it is because it's a problem.
But at the moment, like, if you've got like a choir of people, and this happens a lot where you're going, and this red pillars do this. They've got a choir of people they can basically use their language for that understand that language and then can make that point and then reinforce it. But at the same time, if you come to the average person and say, well, the problem's patriarchy and you need to sort it out, I don't think it's going to fucking solve anything. And I think there are wider ways that we can go, actually, do you know what the problem is? Right now, massive corporations don't give a shit about you and want you to live in a box and don't really care because they view you as replaceable.
I already talk about that. I do that every day.
I agree. And good. I don't think we're disagreeing on any of like the
male
issues
loneliness.
With an oligarchical system.
That's not specific to inceldom. That's specific to everybody. Everybody is subject to capitalism.
But yes, it comes back to my earlier point.
And then when patriarchy interacts with capitalism, then that's what you see, and then we're back to where I'm talking.
But this comes back to my earlier point. When we've got like third sector friendships and third sector values, things like trades, vocations, traditional jobs that basically may not have paid much, but gave men a huge amount of value, and those things have been eroded because like essentially the artisan class doesn't fucking exist anymore. Those things have vanished.
Right, but you're kind of...
We need to address...
Okay, so I agree that not having certain markets be viable because corporations have dwarfed the little guy from being able to participate in stuff like, you know, being a carpenter or a baker or whatever. Like, I agree that that's a problem, but men... When incels are told, like, to get hobbies, that's not what people are talking about. Like, you can bake bread at home and also be interested in stuff and, like, share your hobbies with people. Like, what we're talking about with inceldom is not necessarily just the interaction with capitalism. Capitalism causes everyone to be loneliness. Incels take it another step further, and they say, not only am I doing this, like, I'm doing the capitalism thing, but I'm not attractive enough to women. I'm not affluent enough under capitalism to attract women. I'm not square-jawed enough to attract women. Like, and this is what they just do. They just circle that. They're not going to be satisfied by going and have, like, if they were like, oh, I am lucky enough to live in a community where I can be a carpenter. If they go do carpentry, like, and they're an incel, that's not what's going to solve their problem, because a lot of these guys already have jobs they go to, and some people do stuff that they like to do. Like,
yeah, but a lot of them are in positions where those jobs are not validating their basic needs of feeling valued. Like an awful lot of incels, and yes, of course, there's going to be outliers who are in very good careers, but a lot of these incels are people who are in low-wage, disposable professions where they have actually no value. Their intelligence isn't recognized. And this is an additional step, because we've spent
but you
years
realize
telling
that women
you
do the same exact thing, and they don't have they don't get any of this either, right? Like women will homemake, for instance. Women homemake, for instance, and don't get any support or help from a husband. Like this is a totally normal thing. Women do not have the type of like support structure you're saying that they have. Like men do not support women. Yeah,
but we're also seeing like female loneliness grow in those areas where women
female
aren't getting those support structures, and like female loneliness growing. Like women in like executive positions seem to be like far more lonely. They're like dissatisfied in their relationships.
Well, yeah, capitalism's not great. I agree. What do you like? You keep talking about this, but it's not.
Okay, but the prescription of like how you solve inceldom, of just be better, don't be like misogynistic, which seems to be the message I'm hearing from the left. Of well,
but
it's not our problem.
I've said more than that to you tonight.
Yeah, you have, but at the same time, I still don't see how like you're going to win people over by explaining the patriarchy to them, because you're explaining like the complicated
well, I mean,
stuff.
I don't have. Okay, so if you're an incel and what I say isn't compelling, I mean that's fine, but I'm like the thing that is making them think that's not compelling, I mean, is what I'm talking about. So I'm addressing the problem, and them not like lead a horse to water. You know, it's I can't make them drink. So like, if I'm telling you your problem, it really is the problem. If it's not compelling to you, I mean it's compelling to some people. Like I have many people that were used to be incels that like to watch the content and stuff, and throughout my career. It's like normal.
Sure. Like, do you think bringing incels into a better, more stable community, and
the kind of support that they see in communities like mine and others around the internet, that like where you can actually just like, you know, the incels and men in general, but usually men that are incels, have a big problem with understanding validity and understanding that internal validation is real and needs to happen for you to be like a person that will have like true happiness. Like external validation is absolutely a thing that we all need over time. This is definitely true. But if you don't generate your own internal validation, it's just not going to happen for you. And it's hard to teach people, because a lot of men are not socialized to get validation from themselves, unless usually in my experience they grow up in like jock cultures or some kind of like martial arts or something like that. Like those tend to have some kind of like self-esteem building, but even then sometimes that's very toxic in those spaces. So it's really a crapshoot. It's to get lucky and be a positive masculine man is rare, and so the answer is to spread positive masculinity. It's to teach men that we don't have to be in competition with each other all the time. Like that is such a weird thing. Like to be able to be vulnerable and honest and genuine, and not be someone that is projecting the kind of person they want to be, but is actually the person they are. This is a thing that men have to learn, and it's just not true. You seem like a guy that's personally comfortable with yourself, and I think that is really true, close to the key. To be comfortable with yourself. You don't have to be 100% out of patriarchy. I mean, I think that your denial of it is not good, but nonetheless, I think you are capable of being a quality partner, and certainly I think you would be a better partner over time, and we all would be, if we could understand the problems that patriarchy gives to the people we want to be partners with, which is usually women, if we're talking about, we're heteronormative right now, but that's what incels usually are having problems dating. So
I think the issue there with let's go way to put this. I don't think I was a good partner until I was comfortable with myself. Sure, but right. I don't think that comfortability, and this is again, it comes down to, I think that the dichotomy here of what makes people valuable, both to themselves, society, and actually good in relationships, is being good with themselves. I think the problem is that when we're talking about incels, there needs to be more, because we're dealing with some people, like a demographic with like quite a severe mental health problem there. When I brought up gang stalking, you were like, it's a different thing. But I think the comparisons there are similar. Like, I think there are
but the catalyst for them are so different. But I mean, like, go ahead.
Sure, like when it's like conversations of, well, we need to be more considerate of men's feelings. It's not all men, like, that we need to be more considerate of. But yeah, if someone's a fucking incel, like, I think there's a point where just to try and bring them in and have more difficult conversations if it's needed. Sometimes it fucking won't be. Sometimes through the natural exposure of like how fucked up some of the red pill people are, will do the trick.
Okay, but also sometimes these incel guys are just shitty to people and don't deserve that community's like interaction, and that's what they alienate themselves kind of up front a lot of the time. And so they do that as a fucking cope. By the way, a lot of these guys alienate themselves up front so that they don't have to like fail at
it's the same as people who come into my chat and like try and post a load of Trump memes like it's gonna
bullshit.
Like fucking trigger me or some shit.
Right, exactly.
Like,
happens all the time.
I love those people. They're my favorite. Like, it's not even funny shit. It's very depressing. But
so not addressing that and just being like, well, we got to be nice to them about it. And like, no, you have to know your problems, man. If we're incels, right? If we're gonna talk to a group of incels, they're typically going to be like a little bit more to the conservative side. Then they need to understand personal responsibility. Okay, you have one, like, personal responsibility is not a fucking bootstraps thing. Under capitalism, it's very hard to adhere to that personal responsibility thing because the game's fucking rigged against you. It's not fair. But yourself socializing, you can be given a bad hand. You can have bad upbringing, and maybe you're not going to know. You're going to have various traumas. You could have all sorts of shit happens to people. They're very complex. Not all of us are lucky, and it can be hard. It's not easy to say you just got to be better. I agree, but it's broad because it does it. There's not an answer for every incel is not going to be solved by one problem, because for everybody it's their own bullshit, and then they're latching on to this ideology secondarily, and they're applying it to it.
Can I test a theory? Because
sure.
Let's go to put this. I want to know whether this is something you'd apply to everyone equally. Yeah. So let's say you've got femcells.
Sure.
Is the approach similar for you?
I would say so. Like, femcells, I believe, would be just an incel who is a girl who just doesn't. She wants more attention from men. Is that what the complaint is?
It's a little bit more complicated. It's essentially femcells generally seem to think that they are like undateable, unattractive, that there's a really high standard for women. They need to be like, it's like you can basically just flip pretty much all of it.
I agree. Yeah. So typically, okay. So I actually have done a poll. Not scientific, but I think pretty good, especially for a lefty space like my own. The expectations of people are very low for physical standards. I had like, about 1,000 people or something vote on this. About 9% said they had high physical standards. I consider those people probably need to work on themselves. I mean, that's like, it's usually pretty shallow. I find most people's standards are, most people just need to be hygienic. Like, you just need to take care of yourself, and really, I mean, take care of yourself. Like, you need to value yourself. Like I said before, you need to really, like, not love yourself, but you need to get self-internalized, like, validation. It needs to come from you. And a lot of these femcells, any cell, is going to have a problem with that. They're going to have a problem with internal validation. They need a lot of external juice to keep confidence, to keep their motivation to do stuff. And this is not healthy. It's not healthy to need that. It's definitely okay to want that. It's normal to want other people to validate you, and it's fine. And I agree that you, should be the type of person that achieves that. But there's a reason that people are not validating you typically. And it's not just like, it's not a physical appearance stuff. It's just how you interact with people and stuff. And again, it could be for a myriad of reasons. We're describing at this point just like you said, femcells. Like, it's the same. Genderless. It's just, this is loneliness, and it's not easy, and it's got a myriad of reasons. Like I said, trauma could be a big part of it. Usually is. Mental health.
Yeah,
usually
I don't
because of that
think
trauma.
Those things
stuff like
are.
That. Yeah.
I don't think those things are stuff that individuals can do to themselves. And I think getting people out of toxic situations, like we don't leave people in a crack house, right, is like a key component of this. And like I know one string, I like not so heard
but telling them
a little bit about this, like
not
with like
them there.
her having her husband help with things and be supportive is like one of the things she really values.
Oh yeah.
That's because huge. Again, it like pushbacks the it pushes back on those things. I don't think it's something that an individual, I don't think it's something that an individual can just do. I suffered like very, very, very severe PTSD. Yeah. I couldn't have dealt with that myself. I needed quite serious.
Well, that's what I mean. Like some people, it's just not. My advice isn't going to do it for you. It'll have to be you that goes and seeks help. And not only that, has the opportunity to seek help. You might just be, it might be a fucked up situation. Like you might be in America and you cannot get therapy. It's tough. You might not have a fucking car to get there. You might not have public transit. Like there's lots of things that could lead to a whole bunch of stuff. I'm sure that poverty plays a major role in this. But it's going to intersect with the ideology because not every poor person is an incel. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Do you think when you sent that tweet out, you had like some pushback comments and things? Do you think mostly most of those comments were just from mostly support? But again, like we normally like tweet. Sure. People normally tweet to their like core audiences unless they're in a fight with somebody, right? Do you think it reached many people or changed many minds, or do you think it just like got in with the dunk?
No, it did. It did change a few people's minds because then we talked about it and they were like, "Oh, I agree." Because I'm talking about that is male loneliness, not inceldom, but like male loneliness is a misogynistic like incel psyop. It's not a real thing. Like males are lonely, but it's just they're experiencing loneliness. It's not male loneliness. Now, what you're talking about in general, what we've been talking about, is closer to inceldom, and that's what we've just been calling it, because that when we start talking about it, we just start describing inceldom. So, yeah, and again, inceldom is...
Okay, would you say that the loneliness of males is less acknowledged or dealt with than the loneliness of other groups?
No, I think it's the most acknowledged type of loneliness. I think we talk about it more than any other kind of loneliness, for sure. Absolutely. We don't talk about... Have you ever seen drama circles about, the women are so lonely, we should talk about this? Never. I've only ever seen...
Okay, but we end up calling it different things. But we talk about, like, when we're talking about, like, people feeling out of place or displaced or unwelcome...
Like marginalized?
We talk about that... Yeah, marginalized.
So marginalized... That's usually when talking about systemic issues. Yeah. I would say
that the loneliness currently felt by males is a systemic issue.
I would say loneliness is, and then some males experience the same loneliness as everybody else, and then the incel version of that is a social issue, not a systemic one. Like, it plays systemics play a role. Obviously, it's impossible to divorce it, but like, I think this specific thing is like, incel culture is perpetuated by itself. Like, these guys do it to themselves. And to each other.
But people,
for the record,
people are getting drawn into it, right?
Oh yeah.
Like there's not just like somebody wakes up one morning and goes, "Fuck, I'm an incel." Like,
yeah, but they're drawn into it because they find the misogyny and patriarchy and toxic masculinity to be compelling because it's like comfortable language that they are aware of, and it makes them feel like they can. If Andrew Tate, a man's man UFC guy, is telling you and validating you that you're right, and they seek no validation elsewhere, like they get it nowhere else, and the only validation they ever get is out of these incel spaces. Like, the same thing happens with MAGA guys. Like, these MAGA guys are, like, divorced, and they have, MAGA hats on. And they go out, it's like going to a concert again. I feel like a young guy. Wow, we're all cheering. And they have this, like, religious experience almost. Because they find tribalism within their little group together. And it feels good to be least accepted.
And I think tribalism is very important. It's not just MAGA people who experience tribalism, right? Like, the left has a lot of tribalism in it, in the same way the right.
I would agree, but I don't think tribalism is good.
I didn't think you would, but again, like there is a lot of it, right?
Do you think it's good?
I think it's a natural process. I think we don't really cope very well outside.
Okay, yeah. I think it's a natural process because humans are animals.
I think it. Yeah, sure. Like
something we need to address.
I think it depends. I think tribalism can be good. I think it can be bad. It depends. Like, I think there's a difference between tribalism to a football team to tribalism to, like, a fucking ideology or an racial. I don't know. Again, like, I don't know. I think there is an awful lot of tribalism with things like football teams.
I agree, but I think it's less I think it's
just about where you're from.
I think, like, typically, unless they're, I don't know, but in Britain it's a little weird. But, like, your football hooligans go hard. But we have some sports guys. We have East Coast sports guys go pretty, Boston Celtics. But
I think politics are tribalistic. I think if you've got,
but I say as you get closer to someone's like core beliefs, then it gets more tribalistic, or their core, usually their
sure. I mean, it depends.
biases.
It depends how you treat it. I know we're going down another fucking rabbit hole, but like, it depends how we treat it, right? Like, there are things that you and I are going to like have different tribes on, but we can still have a convivial, fairly nice conversation without like planning each other's violent overthrow. Like, as opposed to some people who would meet me and be like, actually, this person needs to stand in front of a wall for a very short period of time. There is like a difference there with like how it can be. But I think tribalism, like, humans don't have a huge capacity for comfort with huge amounts of information. I think we form tribes naturally because it is comfortable to know an in and out group, and I think it's very difficult to not have that. The basic experiment is how far can we expand our out groups.
Right. So, like, I guess that's what I mean. So, like, conservatives would say, and therefore I have to make sure everyone acts in accordance with my specific tribe.
Sure.
And so,
sure.
and that's the rub, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I'm not a fucking Tory, but okay, let me put it this way. How into environmental stuff are you?
I mean, I like the earth.
I like the earth. I like the earth too. I work in the environmental sector, so that's why I asked. Yeah. So let's take. I don't want to. I fucking hate bringing data resources things, but let's just take the Rome report from like the 70s, which was like one of the big first reports on like dealing with the climate and all the like social and economic problems. Like, one of the things they found from their studies was that people have like spheres of caring, and generally, like, we can scale this as a scatter graph of how much people will care, and it's generally proximity. We're basically, it's really hard for somebody who's just like an individual to give a shit about like an African starving in Africa. Like, it's too far outside our spheres. Yeah. And I'd argue the same thing happens with like smaller communities as well. Like, it's
interesting
really
because
easy.
Africa's as close to you as Florida is to me, pretty much. So, you know,
sure, but even. Like culturally, it's very distant, right? Culturally, like media exposure, I don't even have that much media exposure on social media. And I'll admit, like, I lived with a Madagascan for like a year and a half, and it was the most I'd ever sort of had to integrate with kind of like an African culture, despite being born in South Africa. Mm-hmm. Like, so you get those little points which are difficult for most people to comprehend and think about, especially when so much is going on. This is the problem with politics as well. Most people don't have the time, energy, or space to think about political stuff day to day.
Yeah, and I agree.
And I think that's why the language
about why their problems are the way they are. They've only scapegoated women, essentially.
Sure, but the question is how do you get them to that point? And I would
talk to them about their actual fucking problem, which is they're probably not.
But I think the approach is like, it should be different, surely. Like, okay, if you had a problem with me,
so it's tone.
Let's say. I think tone's part of it, but I also think it's. I think it's like language and example.
Sure.
So let's say you had a problem with me, and you came to me and said, Beckett, you're a fucking asshole, and I hate you, and
well,
you're
I wouldn't
terrible.
say that. I would be very direct. I would just tell you what my problem was.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And let's say
I think you're pussyfooting around by not buying in to the obvious problem. That's my problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're taking a half measure, and you're not willing to go another step because it makes you uncomfortable about your own role in the system, and maybe the beliefs that you've had in the past, and things that you've said out loud, and you don't want to to examine it further would be to upset that, and that is a hard thing to do. So it's easier to dig in it first.
I disagree. I think I can look at the systemic issues and accept. I don't think I've disagreed with you on many of the systemic issues you pointed out. I've just disagreed on like
the reality of their impact.
How have I disagreed with the reality of their impact?
Well, when it comes back to patriarchy and stuff, it tends to be.
Yeah, sure. No. Just give me an example.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know any specific example. Just the conversation so far has been a lot of pushback when we get back to the root cause of the issue. But yeah, anyway, we were talking about tone. I don't want to get bogged down. That'd be how I would deal with it.
Let me address that one, because I think that's a mischaracterization.
Okay.
Because I'm not pushing back on like a lot of the stuff you're saying about capitalism and oligarchy, which I would argue is, well, I like capitalism as an ideology. I would agree with you that like oligarchy and fundamental hierarchical systems are hugely fucking damaging. I just think it's much more productive to like look and focus on those things than it is to look at like the differences and like controversies between like race and gender. And I know when we can deal with those things down the line when the rest of society isn't.
Because you're white and I'm a white man and I am too, and we don't have like it's not stressing us out every day, you and I, because we don't deal with the daily grind of being one of these groups that has to deal with us essentially. And I agree, because I don't feel the daily anxiety of not being a white man, but everybody else does. And so for me to say, well, I mean, we got to do capitalism before we can talk about men's problems. No, we can fucking do more than one thing at a time, and this is one of the things.
I don't think you get people on board to deal with the other problems. I think people just the response is instantly okay. Then that's fine, and we can disagree.
I think it's happening already. My experience. Which is why this is a topic right now. We're talking about this. And we wouldn't have talked about it 10 years ago, because like we're now to the point where we
what? No, that's not true. Come on, like we've been discussing the MRA MGTOW.
No, but not how we're talking about this right now. No. We talk about like. This is a much more sophisticated conversation than 2016 or whatever.
Yeah. True. Yeah. But at the same time, that's because like I can sit down and talk to you about this stuff, whereas most people fucking wouldn't, from my perspective. Well, yeah, most people who've had a very negative experience with feminism and everything else, and like
2012, I'm not going to doing this. So.
Yeah, sure, but okay. So you remember the fucking skeptic community, right?
I was part
You remember the fucking alt-right.
I was DBR,
and people were. Oh, nice. Fair enough. Would you have sat down and had this conversation as somebody who was outside that community?
I would, but I'm a freak. I'm a little freak, apparently. I've always been YouTube Switzerland. I had
the closest we got as a big content creator doing it was fucking Andy Warski talking to Frankie.
Who?
Oh, Frankie, MTV. Decoded.
Oh. No. Don't watch MTV. Sorry. I'm a loser.
It's no loss. But like, okay,
Andy Warski had me on. He talked about me on his. He has a little tiny YouTube channel now, and I was highlighted on there recently. Wow.
What? Is that on Kino Casino or is that on?
That's the one. Yeah.
What did you get highlighted for?
Arguing with War Corpse about polyamory. So they called me a cuck. And they called him an incel.
Well, they're going to, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's fine. Listen, I mean, no, look. I watched the growth about that. I literally wrote about the growth of the alt-right for my master's dissertation. Like, I'm not in the camp of...
I agree.
Oh, fucking lib cucks.
Well, I've done research. You might be a lib cuck. But...
Listen.
You're not a very annoying lib cuck, and that's okay. You have some problems with this, but that's okay. We'll get you there.
That's fine.
So here's the thing.
I'd rather be honest with my because
I appreciate that.
It's really easy.
I genuinely do. That's why I'm not being an asshole.
Listen, I could have lied to you and been like, I fucking hate capitalism. Capitalism's the worst. But like,
it is.
I have criticisms of it. But I straight up will always be honest and be like,
so
yeah.
And
I can tell people's reaction's going to be
but like
that's fine.
Yeah, you need to really reprioritize patriarchy in your model, because it is really at the core of a lot of this shit, and we could solve it if we just simply addressed it properly. But instead, we have like a denial of this. Are you on a tobacco thing, or is it because I got weed?
Oh, I'm on tobacco. I don't smoke weed. Yeah. I don't smoke weed anymore. My entire fucking my only vices are tobacco and energy drinks. That's it. Basically,
weed and energy drinks.
Fucking.
It's legal here in Michigan, though. It's beautiful.
Okay, so let me explain to you what it feels like from my perspective, because I don't know. Maybe it'll help. I had a conversation with Endless Cemetery, a while ago, and that's fine. He's very black supremacist. I actually I get on with Endless. He's all right, but he was talking about political blackness and political whiteness as abstracts from race.
Okay.
And it's basically just talking about class systems. And once we got past that point, once I was like,
Mac, thanks, Paul.
It's class systems, then fine, I can have that conversation. And when we're talking about like patriarchy and things, I think the problem is when we've got a situation where I'd push back on things like courtly power of women, for example, or political power of women in the Middle Ages. And when we talk about where modern feminism now, it's like it doesn't fully line up for me because of things like let's just take little examples
you're taking that as like a I don't know, like a straight line or something, and that's like the graph, and we've always been getting better, but that's like one example of like some women had power, and then like, but we have a systemic patriarchal system, and that some women have more institutional power under patriarchy doesn't make it not patriarchy.
Okay, so the way I'd put it is this. Like, firstly, it hasn't been like a straight line up.
Right,
but generally speaking, the aristocracy, and obviously I come from a European perspective, and America's much more condensed in how it talks about these things. I'm not trying to dismiss, I'm just saying.
Probably do.
When I look at that line, it seems like women were able to maintain power within family relationships, and would structure those
in family relationships relative to if they're married to a man or not. So if a woman is not married to a man in that time, she doesn't have access to institutional power almost ever.
That's the issue. That's not true. When we look at women's voting records, women were able to vote. Women were able to vote as matriarchal heads of the family.
Wait, is voting the only measure of someone's like?
No, but it's an indicative. Sure. It's indicative of the way.
So women in the United States didn't have that right till the 20s.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
Okay. And many other places
and it was removed from women within Europe around the 1800s. But
right.
again, because voting was based on land ownership, women could vote if they were the head of the family.
Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's.
But okay, let's look at Let's look at
white landowning men in America is where that started as well, and then we had.
Would you agree that prohibition then is a non-patriarchal system because it was largely led, reinforced, and pushed by women until Wheeler got involved?
A non-patriarchal system.
Yeah, because the massive driver for like prohibition was women's movement groups. I don't know if it was largely to do with like husbands staying out and drinking all the time because like
and then beating their wives under the patriarchy and not having any other systemic control. They couldn't seek divorces, they couldn't have private wealth, they couldn't have private land unless they had enough of these opportunities. Like it was very rare. So some religious conservative women saw outside of the we should address the man problem. No. Let's do one of their vices instead. Which I agree. I mean, I think alcohol is. I mean, not with prohibition. I mean, I agree that alcohol leads to problems in people, but like, that's just because they were living under patriarchy and the men in there. Now that said, this is like, drink is also sold to the people as like a self-medication thing. So yeah, it intersects with class as well. But you're seeing these patriarchal structures all inform the decision making of the people involved.
But again, it seems to remove the agency from the women who were then pushing that thing. And this is why I have an issue.
So women can do it with their own self-interest, right? And it can also serve patriarchy at the same time. But I wouldn't say that like prohibition specifically was about patriarchy. It just existed and was caused by patriarchy. Like that problem, the topic of prohibition was caused by patriarchy, not like the action in itself necessarily, but nonetheless, they operated within those systems. They were religious. They had husbands that they were specifically dealing with, right? Like this is instead of addressing the issue of like why are these men drinking so much?
Why doesn't this work in the reverse? Why isn't men's response to women a driving factor?
What do you mean?
I mean, if the response is, well, women did these things because men were doing stuff, and then that's what makes it a patriarchal system. Men set the standards, women may live and exist within patriarchy and then reinforce patriarchy, but men are often making the decisions. Why is that the case that women, like, this idea that women have never done things. Like, again, you talk about religion.
I never have said that women have never done things. I think that's a really bad characterization of the stance here.
But then
like
why,
women not having broad institutional power is just real. Like, they have pockets of institutional power sometimes. And that's the problem with patriarchy, right? Because it limits the I guess the equity of that throughout society. And so we have inequitable power leading to patriarchy.
I mean, again, like, people can serve different roles and still have, like, positions of power. I think this is what it comes down to. Like, again, like, you've got people who are going to be, like, incredibly powerful, incredibly influential women. They still are within a power system and making decisions. Why does that necessarily... Again, this is why it feels like the word for what you're describing is wrong, like, isn't patriarchy. It just sounds like fucking, like... It just sounds like aristocratic class systems. Like, I don't get why...
Yeah, but the aristocracy is a patriarchy. Like, it's just a... Because it is one. The aristocracy is mostly men, correct? By a long shot, not even close to... being
well, the aristocracy is like a mixture of men and women. Like, it's lords and ladies.
It is a mixture, but like, the vast majority of them, like 90%, are men, maybe more. Of the aristocracy.
Well, they have wives, and their wives are ladies. They're still aristocrats.
Their wives?
Their wives are their daughters. Like, you inherit titles through those lines. They are still aristocrats.
Do you see how that's controlled by the patriarchy then? That they have to be married to or the progeny of to have access to that institutional power. You understand how that's different, right?
That's how hereditary...
Do you understand that's different? That's different, though.
Okay,
the men have direct access to the power. The women have secondary or third-party access to the power in that model that you described to me. You understand
in the majority because of how marriage worked, but at the same time, if you inherited the lands and titles, if you inherited the lands and titles, you would like if there is like the princess and the king dies and there's no fucking princess,
but
she becomes queen.
Not dying. There's just men. There's 90% of men, maybe even more. I could look it up. Are the top 1% and more. And they own all the wealth, and you're appealing to the secondary access to that wealth, which isn't 100% control of the wealth, and like it's just not their wealth.
But now we're switching from aristocracy to oligarchy, and those two different things. Like if we're talking about,
they intersect a lot by the nature of the two things.
Well, largely, I mean, again, it depends what country you're looking at. I mean, Russia's like oligarchical system isn't. Like is hugely male based, but it's not like aristocracy based. Yeah, sure. Like if you want to say that that's like highly patriarchal.
So I don't mean to say an aristocrat to say that it's necessarily an aristocracy. Aristocrat within a bureaucracy, probably.
Okay, and this is where we're getting lost on the language stuff.
Sure, yeah.
That's fine. If you want to
you can call them the wealthy if you want.
Okay, if we want to call them the wealthy, and again, I'm talking like partly from historical perspective.
But I mean, like there are
because I think this matters.
Oligarchy and aristocracy are real though because of the nature of how billionaires operate, and so like they do exist, but it's just not it's just not a pure form of them because it's much more complex than that now. So I mean,
but a lot of what we're dealing with comes out of a period of women's oppression because like while I'd argue that historically women had a lot more power than we give them credit for, like during the 1800s and early 1900s period, like women went through a fucking terrible time having their power removed from them. That's part of my core point. The historic narrative we give that women had no agency or power during the like pre-1800s
and then the patriarchy took it from them and they had to get it back. Like that women have to fight for rights is like a crazy point to make to me that they had. Well, see, it's not really patriarchal. Like they're fighting for their rights. We don't see men's liberation movements.
Yes, we do.
Like looking for human rights, we see like we're talking about like incel
yes, we absolutely
MRA.
Fucking no. We absolutely fucking do. All the way through the 1900s.
What are they looking for?
All the way through, they're looking for fucking like basic human rights.
So human rights.
This was like
human rights that are non-gendered, that don't have anything to do with being a male, that only have to do with like, oh, I shouldn't be imprisoned or enslaved. I agree. Like,
no, the idea of the average working man trying to listen.
That's labor rights. That's a laborer's right. That's not a man's right.
Yeah, but they were fucking men. Like,
yes, because the patriarchy forced them to be the only laborers in the system.
Okay, but the problem
what
is...
What do you mean, okay? I'm
like,
right!
You asked...
Why are the workers men, then?
Well, the workers are... Well, okay, firstly, actually, within the working class, they generally weren't just men. That's
until World War II, when the women had to be pushed into those spaces.
No, that's not fucking true at all. Like, workers, like, women tilled the fields. Yeah, it might be true there, but
you mean like agrarian? Okay, agrarian communities tended
during
to
the early industrial period. Like, women fucking worked during the industrial period.
So did children.
Women... Yes, so did children. Everyone fucking did. And this
but they didn't work with any sort of rights, and then you're appealing to the workforce that fought for those rights, and they kicked women out of the workforce, and then we had to fight for a fucking 40-hour work week and minimum wage and OSHA, like. Yeah, but you're pointing to these like. But those are labor rights, not men's rights.
Men never had to fight.
No, men have to fight for human rights. Absolutely. Men don't fight for... Men
still had to fight for, like, the basic right to vote. Men still had to write...
But that's for human rights. You're listening. Okay, so... Men don't have male-specific rights that we are being denied.
Sure.
And we haven't had to fight for male-specific rights. Pretty much... I can't think of one. I really can't, but we have several instances where women have to fight for female-specific rights over the course of history. This is an example of patriarchy. Like, that men fight for everyone's rights. Like, the concept of voting is a non-gendered issue. It is also, if you're just saying, I only want men to vote, you could, you're on semantics, it's a men's issue, but it's not, like, inherent to maleness, right? Like, this is what I'm talking about. We have a patriarchy. We have always had the power here. Okay, and it's still the case.
If men had to fight for human rights, then how is the patriarchy something that is just benefiting men? It seems like it's benefiting the people at the top, rather than being a patriarchy that's like, this benefits all men. It benefits a certain percentage of men.
Patriarchy isn't an egalitarian system. I agree. I never claimed that patriarchy would be egalitarian for men under the yoke of the system, but this is its intersection with capitalism. If we didn't have capitalism and we just had, say, like the feudalism before, that's the same situation where it doesn't benefit everyone equally. It only benefits the specific kind of social circles that you're allowing based on how the patriarchal structure views and values the people in the community. So it just depends. Like, if it was incel culture, Andrew Tate would be king and all his little guys would be little serfs and some of them would be lieutenants.
But I don't get how this is any different from class theory.
Why? Because it intersects with class?
Because
it's interesting.
It seems to me what you're describing.
Okay, so imagine the same structure outside of capitalism, and then you're good.
So, but here's the thing:
that could still happen
to me and said,
Barbie Land's a great example.
You said like, fucking the oligarchy oppresses people, massive corporations like rip away people's rights, like voting blocks are like staged against workers. Generally, people suffer. Men suffer under this system.
Absolutely.
Women suffer under the system. You get different problems. Yes. If you said all that to me and said it is a class problem with a very tiny percentage of the population fucking over everyone else, I'd be like, yeah.
So the biggest problem in the world is capitalism.
Okay. It's fine.
Okay.
Why then
you're saying that
back to patriarchy?
So patriarchy within capitalism is also a problem.
But why does if you are an average worker man, let's say mid-1900s, and you're like the average fucking worker. Okay, fuck it.
That'd be great because we're alive right now. I love history too.
Because there are
rich women still don't
because I love.
Hold on. Hold on. If you want to talk it a little bit, we can. Go ahead.
Sorry. No. Okay. So let's take right now. Right now's fine. How does, if I am a fucking low-wage McDonald's working man, how do I benefit from patriarchy?
What do you mean? How you benefit from patriarchy? Just being poor?
If I'm just a normal average worker, let's say not even just fucking impoverished. How is patriarchy my primary problem?
Okay, so you have... Well, it's not your primary problem. What?
Okay, but
that's not what I've claimed.
But you say it keeps coming back to this. This is something I have to solve. How is that just lay out for me how.
So your number one problem
when
when you're in poverty, because we commodify survival necessities, is of course poverty and capitalism. But within that, you do have patriarchy. So you are more likely as a man to be considered for management positions. You're more likely to get a raise. You're more likely to, have a lot more opportunities. It just
so all that is changing,
and that's changing. That's great. That's the point, because we're addressing the issue. Yes.
But again, like, these seem like class issues, and yes, you can have like the gendered in-group things.
We are all affected by class issues, and I understand that you think that sounds like a class issue.
I just think if you address the class issues, if you address people's basic needs to like have a job that's meaningful or not work at all, if that's what if we want to be artists and things.
Yeah, but what about a woman in the same position? Do you even understand? So the same exact low wage McDonald's worker, a woman in the same position has many more things that she has to do to get to the point where she can have a comparable like experience to the man there. Like, there's so many things. Are you aware of any of them?
I mean, I can think of a few. Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
so women's bodies.
I mean, I can give you some examples. If like sure. Okay, sure. So like, there's physical strength. There's endurance. Physical strength. No, basic, No, like the expectations of physical strength. Like, let's say you're in a low paid job and you're expected to move a lot of stuff. Generally, men are going to be trusted more with that. There's the like safety and security issues. So you're more likely to be trusted with keys to a building if you're a man, because like there's the impression that there's less risk to you. Like, sure.
So women are subject. So this is what I'm saying. So like, inherently as a woman, they are already subjected to this inherent patriarchal structure, this sexist structure, this misogynistic structure. As they operate in these spaces, often those spaces are dominated by men. Even especially if you get to the ownership level, it's more likely to be male dominated because they have the more systemic wealth. Because generationally, men are just allowed to have more money. Like, all of this it all comes back to that, and how it intersects with capitalism is the problem. So you hear a class problem because patriarchy dominates capitalism by its nature. They grew together. They grew out of one another. Patriarchy happened, capitalism followed, and then men got powerful and centralized power in that. And it's falling. It's not falling apart, but it's some of it's falling away. And
but there are other sides to this as well. Like, so for instance, when I was in hospitality, I saw a lot of women get promoted over men because they were viewed as drinking less, more responsible, more serious.
Like a bar setting or something. Like, I don't think.
Well, bars, hotels, resorts, cruises. Like, this seemed to happen.
So that you're profiling. Now you're saying that because
I'm saying there's advantage on both sides. I'm not saying like it's clear. I'm not denying that there are.
Are you compelled by the men are expected to buy drinks for women argument or something?
No, but I'm still. But I think that there are ways that people are going to view people within their genders. Sure,
because
like we can have this conversation on. Yeah, like I'm not disagreeing that it is, but I don't. But I think that can be also to the benefit of women outside of patriarchy.
Sexism is a function of patriarchy.
The word. Okay, let me put it this way: if we're going to say, if we got away from the word fucking patriarchy, I feel like we agree on more shit. If I'm completely honest.
Yeah, because you don't understand.
No, I disagree. I think it's so fucking loaded with a load of other shit that I don't feel like. I feel like the way you talk about patriarchy is so much wider than how most people are going to fucking talk about and interpret
because you have a narrow view of it.
Well, this is, again, the fucking problem with having conversations where we're talking about general shit, isn't it? Because I can grasp largely what you're talking about with some of the stuff, but it feels like it comes back to a buzzword. Why come back to the buzzword?
It's not a buzzword, it's just it's a system we live under. It's like why the buzzword of capitalism when we bring it up? Because you agree that capitalism is a core problem, and I do too, and so it's not a buzzword to you because it's real. But like, yeah, patriarchy is a real thing that women are subjected to constantly. It is
I just think if you can have a system, where women are benefiting and have basically built that system alongside men, it's not fucking patriarchy.
Women have not built the system alongside men. Women have been allowed occasionally into spaces of leadership after much pushback by the men that had systemic power. I mean, this is a struggle that spans like 1,000, 2,000 years, and we're like finally able to get close to a little bit of egalitarian. And like when the split becomes 90-10, now, wow, we don't have to talk about patriarchy. Like, okay, it seems like cope. Like I don't understand what the particular umbrage is. Like we just keep circling back. I have no idea how you think women have been allowed equally into the space of constructing society.
I think because I view society largely, at least culturally, structured from the top down. That seems to be like the prevailing thing.
So who's at the top?
And generally well, depends on the system. If we're talking about a feudal system, then the royal family.
Talk about now.
Right? Right now? Depends where, but generally speaking, business leaders.
Mm-hmm. And those business leaders are probably going to be a man. More likely than not even close to 50%.
Sure. Like if we're looking at
really, truly, real. That's real.
Yeah, no, sure. Like I'm agreeing with you. Like
lightly,
sure.
light
like,
agreement. Okay.
Yeah,
so
when you're looking at Jeff Bezos, when you're looking at like all the way back to Rockefeller,
and further, even further back.
Sure.
Men,
yeah.
the occasional queen, men, and that's how it is.
But I also disagree when we're talking about like.
But that's not women having an equal share in this construction of society, because if they did, they wouldn't have to fight for their rights at any point in society. They'd have always had them, because we would have had an egalitarian outlook on this. Because they would have had exactly the same amount of institutional power as men, and we wouldn't have had disagreements over should women be voting?
Okay.
Because they would just all agree that everyone is egalitarian. But we don't, right? We have sexism. It's super bad.
Okay, but the general question of like, and this is why I brought up women being able to vote before the 1800s, because like the question wasn't should women be voting, it's should anyone who doesn't have land be voting, right? So like that's not a patriarchal
but not just
system.
that. No, that is though, because it's not just who should have, but it is patriarchal because the men in charge weren't like, well, the women just need to make more money to have the land. They just simply weren't allowed to have the land.
No, that's where you're wrong.
That's
women
where you're
wrong.
Women were not allowed to own land for a very long time in many societies.
Not in America, but within European societies, women own land.
Not all European societies.
Not all of them, but it's not like it.
Not even a lot of them. Like,
okay.
And they weren't allowed access to the resources to have those things in the first place, unless they were married to a wealthy man in the first place and he died or something, or they inherited their wealth from a father or something like that. It was very. Do you have any example? Do you have any example of a woman that had generational wealth from women? All like how many years do you have to go back before it was just men dominated? You know what I mean? Like.
My corn is so moist that it's actually dripping.
Again,
that's because of what?
Head of the household tends to be male, but at the same time, the idea that women just sat fucking quietly.
So, do you agree that head of the household is ought to be men?
Okay, not at the moment. I think that's changed over time. I think it was a view of the period,
right?
But I also think it betrays the
view of the period was
no. Because there's this weird fucking, and this is where I take issue, because there's this weird but fuck, it sounds like when the alt writers like back in the day, or the dissident writers now in AF talk about, say, the 1950s, they talk about this idealized view of like America, where women sat quietly in the household and did fucking nothing and made no decisions, and it's never been fucking true. It was true for a tiny selection of people within the 1950s.
Right.
And what pisses me off about this conversation is when I look back through history, I see so many examples of women owning businesses, holding land.
Okay, but not in majority,
countries.
And certainly not in equity. Certainly not in an equitable fashion. You just see it happening. You don't see it happening everywhere in equitable fashion. You are giving me anecdotes and saying, look, this small percentage of people that were allowed to do this under this system are an example of it being equitable. When no, that's not the case. It was patriarchal and it still is. How can you deny that? It's just math.
Because because women were still within those relationships making those
They were forced. They had to be in a relationship with a man to have secondary access to any of that society building power. They had to. Or they had to be lucky and be some of the only few women that were allowed to have those access to those resources.
But we're talking about a tiny percentage of the population. The vast majority of people throughout history have suffered under the boot heel of oppression.
Yes, and more of them were women than were men that suffered under the boot heel of oppression. Because more men had power than women over the course of that time. And that's what it is. I agree that men have faced plenty of horrors, obviously. Inflicted mostly by other men. Almost exclusively by other men. Men are the number one problem on Earth when we could fix it, because we don't have to be that way. We've always been the most dangerous people on Earth, right? Of course we have. By the nature of
I don't know, like...
you don't know if men have always been the most...
Women seem to have... Listen, women seem to have... I think people are... No, I think people are just as aggressive. I think leadership positions generally tend towards people being aggressive, whether it's a man or a woman. Like when you've got female leaders of countries... When you've got female leaders of countries, they are just as fucking aggressive as the male counterparts.
This is because aggression is how the male-dominated society operates. So it is respected by the other men in the patriarchal system. Yes. Because it's not an equitable distribution of power. So women have to be aggressive.
I think it's bigotry of low expectations.
It's not bigotry of low expectations. What?
Women are fully capable.
If women are fully capable, then stop stopping them from having institutional power, men. Easy! If women are capable of it, then let them try. Let minority groups also have the same access to resources as you. Oh, but when we do that, then it's some kind of fucking bigotry of low expectations. Ooh, it's wealth redistribution. Ooh, no. How about give them a fair fucking crack at it, and you'll see. It'll happen. I agree that that's the case.
No.
But men fucking gate these communities out.
When I said bigotry of low expectations, it was because you said that women in the past being aggressive when they are leaders of countries is because they're existing within a male system.
You are talking about a slim minority of people that are controlling actual nations, and of them, the percentage that are women are a minority, a deep minority. That is not. That is a. You are arguing on my behalf when you say, "Well, there was Cleopatra. There's one." Aren't you happy that there was one? I mean, what was her story? It was male-dominated. But, like, how do you not understand that? How do you not understand that every time you say, oh, well, here's an example of a woman that had something, it was the minority situation. That is a minority group.
But I'm not just talking about, like, sole leadership positions. I'm not disagreeing that a nuclear family was a fucking thing. I'm saying that women within those systems pushed just as fucking hard as the men did for how they wanted society to be. And this idea that men just said things and women had to go along with it doesn't seem to be fucking true.
Why? Men had the monopoly of resources. Women didn't have the ability to have independent resources. They couldn't divorce their husbands, for instance, for a long period of time.
Men couldn't divorce their wives!
Yes. Because men didn't want to be able to do that. They didn't want the power to do that because they wanted control over women. Men didn't want other men to be able to divorce their wives because then the wives are going to be like, well, why can't I divorce my husband? This is a real thing. There's talks about this. Divorce is marriage is a form of control, and it always has been, and it's because the men have controlled the resources that we need for survival, and once they built capitalism, that became money, and then they own all the money. Only a few women have access to these resources, and so you control them that way. Why do you think so many of these incel people are talking about, well, men have to be rich so that they can attract women because women need men with money? I mean, this concept comes from something. Do you think it's so weird that you think that this is maybe a normal biological function of humanity or some shit?
I think generally, couples tend to, push things together. And again, if you want, another historical example, Christianity is a great example of this. Conversion came through women in the families. It didn't come through men. Like, families
Christianity's
converted
not
women
good,
want
though.
to.
Christianity is a
Yeah,
bad
but
thing.
it doesn't have to be fucking good. It's just an example of the fact that these women have power and effect.
Wait, women can have power and effect in society. It will be, and what I'm saying is that under patriarchy they have less than they ought to, and that's obviously evident. It's evident that women have had less cultural impact than they ought to have had. You even marked that out. You said that there have been women who have been literally they're erased from history by the like. This is a real thing.
Yeah, and like again, not disagreeing with you, though I will. And have reinforced that this is like a huge product of like the 1800s period, at least within like European history, and it seemed to have like had a huge knock-on effect in the same way that fucking the Nazis had an effect on archaeology and like started a load of the fucking ancient aliens theories. Like, we have weird effects from modern history that have impacted other things. That doesn't make it true all the time. And like, when we're talking
doesn't
about
make patriarchy true that men still consolidate the most power among all groups. Like, that's real.
The idea
it's
is
not
like,
even fucking debatable. It's just true.
Okay, but I don't understand how this fucking helps anybody. Because even if you're going, it's the patriarchy. It's like, actually, do you know what? It's like when people talk about you need to recycle to fight climate change. You need to do all these little things to fight climate change personally, and it's fucking useless because what you're staring up against is a monolith destroying the fucking planet. And when you talk about these things and why, because
but that's a diversion from the problem, because the corporations say, well, if we just have them do this, they can take on the burden of recycling, feel like they're actually accomplishing something, it's a panacea, and then we don't actually have to deal with it. This is a thing that happens,
I completely agree with you. And this is my problem with the patriarchy talk. I don't see how my day-to-day actions can have enough of an impact versus everything else that we could do or deal with. And this is where like things like systemic racism are different, because like our day-to-day interactions, like with how we're like combating like racism.
So you don't think women face day-to-day misogyny by men just thinking they're being normal guys? Because that's fucking wrong. Men are misogynistic.
Sure. Yeah, no,
every day.
I do agree with you, and that's why we like. I think that like valuable conversations on things like consent and viewing like women more as people were really important and have done good work. I'm not fucking disagreeing with you. But when you come and say things like it's patriarchy.
Okay, you agree, you just agreed with the concept of systemic misogyny, right?
I'd agree with I don't know if I'd say it's systemic.
You just agreed with that.
No, because I don't think it's like ingrained in the system. I want to separate those two things out. I'd say it's the cultural misogyny. I think there is like a cultural trend of misogyny, like because I think there's a difference between the wider systemic thing that like when we're talking about like how our society like oppresses people versus just how people interact culturally.
It's systemic, and I don't know. It is. I agree that systemic racism is also cultural. Would you have the same? Would you just throw systemic racism out, or is it because systemic racism interacts more? I think often with capitalism. In your opinion,
I think there's a difference between cultural racism and systemic racism. So when we're talking about systemic racism, we're talking about like, say for instance, if you're a black person, your experiences with the police are going to be far fucking worse day to day, and you're going to be at far higher risk because you're going to be viewed in line with those statistics and the general prejudices, as opposed to general cultural racism, which is people who've never run into a fucking black person before or have weird stereotypes built up. I don't think those things.
Okay, and you don't think
effect.
And you don't think the same thing you described happens to women at all? Just take a women's issue and say the same sentence you did say, but replace it with any women's thing you can think of instead of racism. Like, because it's every day.
I think there are some systemic issues that still affect women. I think it depends on your country. I think it's better in Europe than it is in America. So for instance, like maternity payments, like
so a lot of interaction with like capital holidays. There. I'm talking about social stuff, like just misogyny.
Do you know, I would have disagreed with you before I started dating an American girl, but honestly, American guys are awful. Yeah, I think there is a general cultural misogynist point. Yeah, look, I would say I think American guys are terrible. I don't know what the fuck happened to you all.
Yeah, I would say that definitely British guys are fucking sexist for sure. It's definitely a thing. It's toxic masculinity. Yeah, it's just real.
Do you think we're more sexist than American guys?
I don't know how to quantify that. I think we're all very sexist to women.
We can do a scatter graph. It'll be fun.
I don't know how to.
I'll bang out Excel. It'll be fun.
I don't know how to quantify that, but yeah, I think. I mean, I've
do interaction. I think okay. So let me give the other side of why I'm disagreeing with you, because again, I'll agree with you on these points.
You agree with me until you agree that the systemic thing is called patriarchy, and then you're just like, well, I can't call it that.
Because there are also things that individually affect men that women
individuals make up the bulk of all the other things. Like
okay, but there are unique things that will affect men that won't affect women, right? So there are things of like acceptance, peer pressure, the way men are meant to be, like all those kind of things.
Yeah, toxic masculinity.
There's the expectation of earnings, like family stuff, all those things.
Yeah,
I'd say those are pressures. But I don't see how they benefit the continued power of men. I think they benefit the continued power of people in positions of power, but they don't benefit the average man.
Yeah, so that's part of the psyop. That's part of it. Some of it will definitely fucking benefit the systems of power because it's a conservative, viewpoint in general, and conservatism will always appeal to whoever the power structure is serving, right?
I don't think that's just true of conservatism, but like I think that's generally true.
Well, yeah,
of, like,
but I mean, like of conservatism,
yeah.
like they're going to conserve how their power is consolidated because conservatism is built by men.
Sure, liberals do the same thing.
Liberals do a little bit of that too. Yeah. But they have more.
Look, liberals are pulling up the ladder just as fucking fast as the conservatives are. Let's not fucking lie about this shit. Liberalism won and then like pulled the fucking rope ladder back up into the helicopter as they shot off to a fucking island. Let's be realistic about this, okay?
Only slightly better than Republicans and other conservatives. Yes, I agree. Liberals are not. I am so patient. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like I've demonstrated patriarchy like a million times to you, and you just like once we get to that point, you're just like, well, it's not really real.
It's not that I don't think it's. I feel like the word for it's wrong. I just don't. I think
it just offends you a little bit because like you resemble it. I don't. Like you're a man. I'm a man. Like it's just weird.
Listen, I've sat here and talked about class stuff all night. I'm upper middle class. I'm not offended by any of that shit. That's still a condition I can do nothing about. Like, if you want to talk to me about like potentially white privilege, I'm not going to give you the same fucking pushback. I think it's disingenuous to the power structures. I think it is an easy way.
It's interesting that you see white privilege, but you don't see male privilege.
I think because like, I think it lets women who have reinforced those structures.
My corn is so moist that it's
they've got internalized patriarchy and things. I think the word's fucking wrong. I think that they are just as fucking guilty of like the systemic oppression of general people as everyone else. I think it
women
puts far
can
too much
absolutely
emphasis.
Women are not as equally involved in the power structures as you have agreed, and therefore they cannot be equally at fault for willing upon people aspects of society they do not want.
My dick is actually so moist.
You mentioned religion earlier. Like, a lot of like the practices within religion that have massively oppressed people, like especially like around the stuff of like how religion's treated poor people, for example, was largely like women left, right?
What? So
like that stuff. So was, like,
who had all the power in the religious structure?
Well, the priests had the power, but like when we're talking about like community,
the women within the patriarchal structure are in service to the men, and the men then told the women to go do this thing. Yes.
No.
What the fuck
when we're talking about like parish
religious indoctrination by the parishes to the women underneath their power structure, they were not compelled in any way to take orders from the patriarchal structure of the church. Are you serious?
Women generally ran the like community groups as they saw fit, not as the priests saw fit.
Did the women have to listen to the priests in terms of how they observe their religious belief and practice? Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the religious belief and practice. I'm talking about the community side of it.
The community wasn't affected by their religious beliefs or practices? Oh, or it was obviously centered around their religious beliefs and practices, and then it's just in charge of the fucking men.
I'd argue absolutely fucking not. Like,
You're
look,
nuts.
listen.
You're nuts.
No. The actions of like particularly the Anglican Church in like Ireland, for example, was clearly non-fucking Christian and clearly based in huge amounts of prejudice towards the Irish.
So they're Christians that are prejudiced. Is that strange? Is that a strange experience? Prejudicial Christians?
No, it's not strange.
Okay,
but
so we agree that Christians have the capacity to be prejudicial towards groups that their Christian group has decided to be prejudicial against for no fucking reason. Like, it's normal.
Yeah,
like,
but it went against the fucking
You're doing so much apologia just to get away from the fact that patriarchy is real, man.
It went against the fucking... Oh my god, it went against the, like, teachings of... The basic teachings of the fucking church. They, like, co-opted that.
Hold on, I'll ask you another question. A hypocritical Christian is surprising to you?
Not that it's surprising.
Oh,
it's
me either. They're rampant hypocrites and rampant bigots. The Christians are disgusting. I agree.
Okay, but at the same time, the point is, women had the agency to make those decisions.
They didn't have the agency. They were under the control of the men of the church.
Okay, I feel like we're just not going to get anywhere. We're just going to disagree. That's fine. I disagree.
How is that a
with you.
disagreement? That is
because
you keep appealing to structures in which women are relegated to to be underneath men in the structure, and you're like, that's not patriarchy. Every single time. You mentioned families, you mentioned religious structures, you mentioned business, you mentioned fucking nation building, you mentioned fucking monarchies. All of them have men almost solely consolidated at the top of all of those power structures. They had most of them, and they had most of the power in those structures. Each of them individually.
Because what I disagree with
patriarchy.
Is this idea that, no, I disagree with this idea that just because something appears male-led, males made all the fucking decisions and were the driving.
It doesn't appear male-led. It was male-led.
Oh, this is the same fucking arguments I have to have with, like, people who talk about the Catholic Church. It's like, just because the Pope fucking exists doesn't mean the Pope actually has any fucking power.
Are there any female cardinals?
No.
Okay.
But I'm not arguing this. I'm not arguing the Catholic Church from the...
They don't even have a second tier of fucking Catholic power in that. What is the highest power level that you can get to in the Catholic Church as a fucking woman? Like, do you hear yourself?
Significantly higher. Yeah, but my point there wasn't patriarchy.
The point that you made poorly was that wasn't patriarchy, but it's simply patriarchy, my friend.
That's not what I fucking said. I said, like, when I argue with people on the Catholic Church, people keep pointing to the Catholic Church and go, the Catholic Church did bad things, that's why Europe was in a mess for like 1,000 years. And it's not fucking true. The Catholic Church basically...
Are you just talking about your special interest to me now?
No, but it's the same fucking thing. Like, you've got this view of, like, this person's the king, so the king obviously makes decisions. But that's not how fucking power structures have ever worked.
But this person's the king, and that person's the king, and that person's a 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 king, and that guy was a king, but he died, so there's a queen now, and now we have one queen amid dozens of kings, and that's your example of non-patriarchal structures, and it's just nuts.
Oh my god. But that's why you're not hearing me, because it's not just that guy's the king, that guy's the king, that guy's the king. It's that guy's the king, he's got a fucking wife, he's got a huge amount of courtly people, many of whom are fucking women, because they are the wives of people or advisors.
The majority of which are women?
Power. Well, when we look at, like, courtly stuff, it's not the majority, but huge amounts.
Of course it's not. So the majority of the people that are in the power structure that the men are in charge of are men, and then the people under that are mostly men, and then eventually you get down to the women who have the service positions for the most part. Like, do you hear yourself? Yeah, they'll be like, taking care of the kids, it'll be fucking maids and shit.
What the fuck are you talking about? Women in the aristocracy didn't take care of the kids. What the fuck? They had people for that. They had nannies,
No, it's below that level. They had, like, nannies and nursemaids that were women.
Below that.
Those are the people I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not
those
talking
are the people
about
I'm talking
those
about,
people. I'm talking about the people who are
those
like,
were women.
Are in court systems who are doing a load of the political maneuvering behind the scenes, and
not
they
all
just
of it. Not even the majority of it. Just they did some of it. I agree.
Actually,
there were women that did some of it. Yeah, I agree.
They did huge amounts.
Huge amounts. The majority of the political maneuvering. No,
actually,
he says?
probably
not at all.
Probably a division closer to 50-50.
A close division of 50-50 in political maneuvering.
The only person you could trust was your wife.
The only person you could trust is your wife. Now we're just going off like a bumper sticker idea of how people lived. You can only trust your wife, kid.
This was known in fucking like pop culture at the time.
Pop culture appeals are very flimsy in relative to the how many men have power versus women in society argument, in my opinion. If you are compelled by, well, they used to say that I could only trust my wife, then I can't fucking help you, buddy. You were appealing to statistics and stuff, and you sounded reasonable, and now you just fucking don't, because you're trying so hard to disagree with me on things you have agreed with me on.
I cited statistics on things. Well, part of the problem is that when I have this conversation with you, like, we'll agree on particular things. And if I'm like, okay, cool, so it's got class issues here, and then all the other stuff, and oligarchy, and power structures, it's like, but you, like, focus in on men. And this is actually my core problem with the conversation around
because they're in charge of it all. Can I do a stat? Just on, since the Norman conquest of 1066, England, including Great Britain and the United Kingdom, has had more than 40 monarchs, but only 6 queen regents? What?
But that's not been my argument. This is the point. It feels like you're purposefully missing the argument I've made to you over and over again.
The argument you made to me is not being like hand waved. It's not a good argument because you don't understand. Like, you keep saying, look, women had secondary or tertiary power in a system dominated by men, and even the secondary and tertiary systems that they were involved in, they were outnumbered by men, and you are giving me that as an example of an egalitarian, non-patriarchal society, which is just fucking bananas to me. That's just a numbers game, dude. The majority of people with power, the vast majority, 90% of all time, probably more than that, have been men. That's patriarchy. That's what the word means.
But it's not just in the fucking service of men in general. It's service of the upper classes. And when we're looking at this, when we're talking about the conversation of... Because again, from a historical perspective, if you want to point to things and go, well, that's where the power lay...
They observe patriarchy at the lower classes as well. Men are in charge of the household. This is like part of the nationalist problem. Like, they install patriarchy at the micro level inside their individual households, and also women face, again, you said, systemic sexism every day on a cultural level, which is obviously baked in, and this is totally normal. Like, you're not thinking about enough stuff at one time. You're so like, well, this one particular instance, and then you're not like, you're making little dots instead of just like, look at the fucking, back up a little bit. Like, you're trying to go to, like, specific historical points where women had, like, a little micro point of power, but that's not power. That's a taste of power. That's time spent in power. That isn't institutional, long-standing, generational power within the female social structure.
But I think you just... Okay, but you phrase it as this tiny microcosm of power.
It is.
And it's not.
It is.
We're going to end up fucking disagreeing with this for hours. My point is, if you're, like, trying to sell this to the like main people, like, because it feels like you don't disagree with me that the like primary power structure issue, even if you want to call it patriarchy, is in the upper classes and the people who have all the money, wealth, power, and land.
Yeah, capitalism's like the chief problem. Yeah.
Well,
capitalism serves to exacerbate issues
seems to be
patriarchy.
a human. Yeah, this seems to be a human issue. Okay.
A human issue?
So,
yeah, I guess.
It exists in non-capital systems, right?
Yeah, to different degrees. So it'll exist to varying degrees. Yeah, I would guarantee you that, like.
Can you think of a system where, like, that we have experienced for a long period of time, where the majority of power has not sat with the people who are controlling the land, money, wealth, and everything else, and that hasn't caused a massive
can you think of a time when those same people weren't mostly men?
Okay, well let's get away from that for a second.
We don't have to because that's all patriarchy is. That's what it is. It's just like, okay, so you agree with part A of the definition of patriarchy is the most people with all the resources, power, blah 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 blah, are men. Just are men. You tack that on, And that's what patriarchy is. It's not necessarily just classism, though, because it doesn't have to live in capitalism, because, like you said, it can live in communism if you only let people have institutional power as if they're men. And that's what happens. Okay. It's right there.
Yeah, but the thing is, you said earlier that this, like, the reason I'm pushing back is because this might make me feel uncomfortable in some way. But I don't have an issue with any of the other things that I can, like, feel like a genuine benefit about. But, like, generally speaking, the women around me, my own social class, have the same powers and abilities and everything else to do whatever they want.
Because you're just like a normal guy. You're specific. Like, this is why people can't get it, because you're not thinking big enough. I just told you, you're thinking about your own personal experience, and you're like, well, I guess the ladies around me have the say and stuff. They have, our generation's a little more egalitarian than before, but they don't have these. We're talking about the institutional broad power. We're not talking about your fucking suburb.
I think you might be missing my point here.
It's a big system. You can't zoom in that close and actually look at it, which is why the normal person, misses the fucking point. Like, you just cannot. Every time I try to get you to zoom out, you want to be like, no, let's get away from that and go back deeper into something. And it's like, no. You don't have to. But the problem, you already have the answers you need.
But the problem is, when we're looking at these systems and how we deal with, let's say how we deal with patriarchy, you said it's a man's issue that we need to solve, right?
It is.
Like, in Salon. This is why it feels like the climate argument. It feels like anything I do is minor towards those major fucking issues. It's recycling.
So if we all en masse do these things, it becomes major. That's why it's internalized within the individual and our community broadly. Because to re-understand what it means to be men, how we validate ourselves, how we act, it needs to be divorced from that. And then, like, to understand that, we're fucking sexist as a group, we're misogynist, and we operate in a patriarchy. To understand that is the step we need to take, because all we have to do is go like, that's why it's fucked up. We could just fix that. We can fix that with just consciously understanding that. But every time I walk you to that point, you're like, well, I don't want it to be that because it sounds bad. You literally say to me, I
don't see how it fucking helps.
You don't see how it helps. Because it's like indecent or something, like it's against your sensibility.
Because it doesn't. Again, it's the fucking like recycling.
Because you've never been marginalized before, and it makes you uncomfortable, and I get it.
Hold on, fuck off. I got beaten up for being like bisexual at Pride multiple fucking times. Don't give me shit of.
No, I mean like systemically. I'm sorry that you faced individual.
Like, I've lost fucking jobs over that shit.
You've lost jobs over being gay.
I have had people come.
Well, that's systemic oppression then. So you do get it. So here's.
I'm fucking aware of.
But this is like.
Hold on.
Right. So that's great.
This is where it feels like you're misreading me, and this is why, because I can like.
No. So then you have, but this is what I'm saying. So then you have no understand. You have no like reason to not get this. Then that's what I mean. Then you should get it.
But the difference is, I want something that actually solves the fucking problem. And when I look at how things have like played out,
can you imagine?
From like, of actual people dealing with their problems and being able to. Yeah. Like
okay.
Here's a good example.
So
one of the guys, hold on. Let me give you a fucking example.
I want to sit on that. I want to sit on that for a second,
though.
Okay. Can you imagine a situation where your bisexuality was used against you daily?
Yes.
Daily, because and always, every day, based on on site with people.
I went to boarding school at 7. Everyone knew I was bisexual.
Okay, so this is what it's like. This is what it's like then.
Sure. But the prescription is, like, again...
The prescription is people don't be anti-fucking gay folks, obviously.
Yeah, but the point is, if we just turn around to people and go, maybe bigotry bad, maybe you need to deal with your internalized homophobia, you didn't do shit. The reason Pride was important, and the reason coming out and facing all that shit was important, and the people who much older than me did that shit, was because it was the normalization of going, this is just something we are.
Yeah.
And it didn't need, like, a deep fucking political conversation to do that for the
That's
majority
such a privileged
of
take.
people.
It absolutely did need it did need.
No.
You were someone as simple as a man.
You
were a man that can opt into.
Let me finish my point. I let you finish your points. Let me finish my point.
It
didn't need that for the majority of people. What it needed was those complicated political conversations to happen and people to fight for their rights, so we could get to the point where we could comfortably have pride, and then people could like see us out every fucking day, having normal relationships, and then like break down those things.
Half measures. So Boogie2988 came on my stream once and said basically the same thing to me about 4 years ago. Like gay people just need to be a little bit quiet because it if you're fighting for your rights all the time, it's going to lead to violence.
It's not about being quiet.
Yeah,
but it is about the fact
we got to be normalized slowly.
There's a fucking difference between turning around and going, this is a normal thing that's every day, and like tagging on a load more complicated political stuff or like theory stuff.
Thanks for following.
Most people are never going to get never going to get fucking close.
Gay and trans people in their struggle shouldn't shriek too much about it. They need to wait for people to catch up to them.
They should absolutely fucking shriek about it. Don't take that. I just told you I got beaten up for being like bisexual.
Okay.
Like it's not about not shrieking about it. It's about the fact that this doesn't need to be tied up in more complicated language.
What do you mean complicated language? What's complicated about patriarchy? Men control most of the resources on planet Earth and use that as a power base, and they control society from that. That's not a hard concept. This is easy stuff. This is like, hey, Sauron is more complicated than the concept of patriarchy. What's his motivations? It's just that we have power and greed. You said it yourself. You think men have greed. It's true. It's baked into the society that they've tried to build. And we are saying that's wrong.
I don't know. I think everyone had... this comes back to my women's agency with aggression point. I think women are exactly the same. I think women want to cultivate just as much power as men do, because I think that's what humans want to do.
That's not what people want. People want to be left alone and to live their lives free of structures of power. You said it yourself earlier.
No,
do you want the government in your day-to-day?
I think the minority of people actually want that. Most people want the safe, cuddling security of the state. That's why the state looks the way it does. People are very, very.
I don't think most people are inherently happy when they're interacting with the government. Yeah, most
people don't think about it, but people.
You're such a liberal man.
No, people.
How do you feel about the Patriot Act? Do you know about it?
Fuck.
Maybe I asked you the wrong question.
I'm actually yeah, that's probably not good.
What about
go on.
How do you feel about drones?
Fuck, that's a complicated question. I think they're incredibly dangerous, and I think that obviously bombing children with them is fucked up. I think the fact that we've made the skies terrifying is awful, frankly.
More female drone pilots, though. Yeah. So I guess look, you can only be walked to the fucking water so much before you just got to try to drink it, man. I mean,
I think if you're gonna have this much trouble with somebody, I think if you're gonna have this much trouble with somebody like me, and again, look, if you're winning over the odd incel, that's great. I have
this much trouble with someone like you. I mean, I think. Some people are not ready to have the conversation they need to have. I mean, if you want me to use different language to describe this thing... I mean, classism is a great place to start, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the socialization of men and the sexism that we operate in and exacerbate, and you, for some reason, think that that's not something we should talk about because it's...
The reason... Okay, so normally when I have conversations like this... No. Normally when I have conversations like this, I am far more conciliatory. This is what I did when, I've had conversations with so many leftists where I'm just yeah, I can concede on this point and we can carry on the conversation. The reason that I'm pushing back on you so hard, when fundamentally I agree on quite a lot of the things you're saying, is because I'm trying to show you that using language that already has an internet political charge and saying things like
it's tone policing, man.
You need to work on your
I think if you're upset about the language being used about the topics, then you're just not a serious person.
I'm upset. It's not that I'm upset. I think what I want you to see, or at least
radical centrism. Yeah, I agree.
I don't like. I'm not sat here like trying to twist you in circles and say,
I know you're not.
You need to come over to my side.
Yeah, absolutely not. I actually think it's like I think this is based in what I would call in America pussy shit. That's what I would say. I don't like this. I'm not a big fan of that. So these people need human rights, and they need them to be observed, and they need their ability.
I think if you want to win, I think if you win them over, I think you need to spend time actually winning them over. And I don't think this approach works. I think ultimately it just reinforces and pushes people back into the little bubble they exist in, where everyone hates them.
I think you have an incredibly privileged approach.
Why? Go on, just define why.
Okay, so you can opt into people understanding whether or not you're a bisexual man, for instance. Like you choose when and who can even like interact with that part of you. It's not the same for like a woman who is faced with sexism every day, or a trans person who is changing their name right now and it has to go through societal changes. So like you are opting into those instances sometimes, and then obviously as a child and stuff, I mean, we all go through our oppression. It's not like you don't have any oppressive moments in your life. That's obviously not what I'm saying. But like you can, and also you're white, and also you're a man, and so you and I just don't face the same day-to-day grinding examples of this thing. Like, do you want to talk to a woman on the topic instead of me?
No, because I think the thing is, I think that I've said this before. I don't think women are in a position to solve the issue. I think I actually agree with you. I think men are. Like, I think it's one of those things that, and I had to have a conversation with somebody else to like win me over to that position that men generally are more like capable of that. Because I don't think like anyone's owed relationships, and I certainly actually don't think that if incels get into relationships, it actually solves anything, because the problems that are underlying still exist. And
so,
I think that,
on the topic of patriarchy, I
don't think patriarchy is a good place to start. Like you said before, like you think classism is good, but like it's because I think that
that's the problem, though. I don't know. Like you're telling me that I don't know. I don't think we should start with the tumor on this cancer diagnosis. I think we should talk about, I don't know, how's everything else in the body first. Like, we could take stock of that as well, but I think the tumor deserves some
cause thing. I think it's a wider problem of like how men are feeling within society, and unless we're addressing that, if you're just going to the man and being
men
like,
are feeling the way they're feeling in society because of the way that patriarchy tells us we ought to feel. And I am telling you that unless you understand that, you'll feel the way. You will begin to feel the way if you buy into what these people are saying. Like they just tell you it. I think women have a good perspective on this issue as the people who this is perpetrated against. Like, I think it would behoove you. I don't think it would be. I mean, again, like, fuck. Like when I came to talk to you over this and picked your tweet because I think it was relevant. But at the same time, like, again, you don't know me, and that's fine. But I have more trans women on my fucking stream talking to me than I think anyone else. Yeah.
Like I generally, because like when I talk about that stuff, I tend to talk to trans women about it. Like I think that's really fucking valuable. Okay. Like obviously over my own experiences and takes. That's not like a hard position to be in.
So do you think it might
I didn't come to you because I wanted a woman's perspective. I came to you because I wanted your perspective. Because I think agreeing with your fucking position that it's something men can solve. If your position is, well, go talk to a woman about it, it's like, well, fuck, I don't think women are going to... Oh, what about patriarchy? Like
about the topic of patriarchy so that you can even talk about the thing you want to talk to me about. Because if you don't get that, then you haven't talked to enough women on the topic, and that's part of the problem on why you don't understand the incel thing, and definitely why incels don't, because they don't actually like talk about it.
So how do you get incels into having that conversation?
How do I get incels to talk to girls? Great question. Like,
see, then it comes back to the core issue. How do we achieve this thing you said of men need to work on themselves? Because
men having the confidence to talk to women about subjects that they don't know a lot about and listening. That is the prescription I give. I'm telling you.
I don't think that's gonna fucking solve anything. I don't think just being like, because again, like the break that incels are experiencing is already at the point where you can't just get an alcoholic and be like, stare at the fucking bottle of alcohol.
Okay, how do you solve alcoholism? Because what the answer is the person has to choose to address the issue.
Sure, but I think that we do that like through things other than just like sitting them down in a bar and seeing if they can get past having get away with having a fucking orange juice. I think the point where we have male spaces and like reinforcing actual or rebuilding, let's say rebuilding like better environments for men to exist in and start exploring who they are, because like one of the things that we've seen happen is things have progressed. And it seems like men are feeling much more lost than they were before, which seems to have contributed to an awful lot of the problems we're facing now.
They're lost because the system that patriarchy tells them that they will find them happiness, which is like having a wife and a successful career and, being a fucking, right-wing Republican nationalist. These are not actually making them happy, and they're like, why isn't this working? Why is this working? And then women don't want that shit. Because they don't have a lot of the incels. What? Yeah, I know. A lot of the incels can't even get them.
Don't make them happy. Yeah, they don't. So yeah,
again, they can't even get them.
Things that like promised on the fucking horizon.
And also, even when they're in them, there are incels that are divorced and Republican and have lots of money and all this stuff. They all exist. They live in the manosphere. Coach Red Pill exists. Well, sort of. Maybe not anymore. And he,
listen. Coach Red Pill lied an awful lot about his own experiences and how he was doing. Let's be fair about that.
All of them do.
Yeah, of course they do, because they're fucking grifters and they're selling things. But I'm not talking about saving the grifters. I'm talking about saving the fucking poor saps they're selling shit to.
Right, the incels that think that like, oh well, part of the light at the end of my tunnel is obtaining a woman. Do you see how much they would stake on that?
Yeah, loads, and they're wrong.
This is what I'm saying, and that's sold to them by patriarchy and misogyny. Women are sexual objects to be obtained, and you get street cred for that shit.
What are you selling to men to bring them over to you? What are you selling to incels?
Freedom from that shit.
Yeah, but okay,
buddy, you're a king. You don't need this. You don't need to be slave to this.
Yeah, but the ideas within. See, that's a better soundbite. There you go. There's a better fucking soundbite.
But I've already said that. I said that partly in the thread as well.
The idea of like you don't need to be a slave to like things like patriarchy just seems like, again, it's
you don't need to be. You're enough.
But it's already the language that these people are suspicious of, as opposed to just going, you can turn around. Right, they're suspicious of it. Get a decent job, get your life together.
You're suspicious of it too.
Feel valued, and yeah, no, listen. Don't get me wrong. I'm massively suspicious of all that stuff. And
so, like, yeah, you're telling me that they're doing a stupid thing, and I need to coddle the boys because they're having bad times being told that they did wrong things.
I think you can get a man to a point where he is a decent human being and a decent partner for a woman, or just decent on his fucking own, without ever having to have that fucking conversation. I mean, again, like, we'll sit and like
I don't think
like
so.
You can call me a lib cuck. And
I think you are a lib. Wait, like, what do you identify as?
I guess like socialist. Broadly speaking, like I'm looking for far higher welfare. Outcomes.
Yeah, that sounds like a lib sock.
Sure. Like, look. I'm not on the revolutionary. Let's like fucking like burn society to the ground side.
Sure.
But I'm not a leftist. That's fine. But
yeah, but I think so. I would consider people in your space like you have the right answer, but you don't know how to show your math. Is that a term they use in that may be an Americanized thing? So like showing the equation on how you got the answer.
Showing you're working. Showing you're working. Yeah.
Okay, showing you're working.
See, okay, so on the other side,
so I don't think you're actually being able to, because when we get to that point, you're like, well, that's not. I don't like that, and it's like, well, that's the answer.
Okay, I think the problem is that the answer you provide, even with the math, doesn't make sense to most people, or like basically is so. what's the way to put it? I mean, I fundamentally disagree. I think that the answer you're providing looks really good and solves a part of the problem. It doesn't solve the wider shit that's happening.
But I'm talking intersectionality. Like, I'm not talking about just one thing will solve the problems of everything. Capitalism is chiefly. I talk about capitalism more than I talk about this issue. So, I mean, it intersects. It's all intersecting. But in the meantime, like, societally, like, we can't do one without the other. We need men aboard the fucking ship to even undo capitalism, and part of the reason they aren't is because patriarchy and misogyny tells them that they have to be really successful under capitalism to be a big fucking testosterone man. Or not, they have a really tiny dick. You know what I mean? Like, so this is part of it. It intersects and it feeds into itself. Yeah, it's pretty. It sucks.
Do you think like, what do you think is, because maybe our experiences differ. Because, like, strength, manliness, all that shit has never been something, like, majorly sold to me.
Sure.
It could be a fucking class thing. I don't know.
Like
it's generally, like,
thing.
sort of...
I think America has a little bit more of that rah, rah, rah. I think you guys have your boys, but I feel like in England, you have a little bit of a, like... I could be wrong. Well, I'm saying England, Great Britain. You have a little bit of a more nationalist viewpoint on account of a lot of those people that grew up out of the war times. And so there's a lot of this, like, you have better community areas. Your cities are structured a little bit differently. Like, yeah, your society.
I mean, generally, well, our society is incredibly classist.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a big part. So like I guess what I'm trying to get,
fundamentally, like,
I work hard, guys, is a lot of the guys you have around. I'm a hard working guy. We have a lot of that too.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamental thing is, like, career and status, and money can come outside that. Like so, for instance, like working, like being within, like, certain sectors that will pay very badly, but it gives you a decent amount of status is, like, useful. Again, like, environmental sector,
right?
I do
and so
stuff,
that is,
and like, I do that because I find it really beneficial to, like, do things that protect and help the environment.
That's great.
That satisfies me. I earn far less money doing that than if I, just fucking went into, like, management or something. Yeah. Like, I prefer to earn less money and try and do something beneficial.
That's good.
But, like, when we're looking at, like, value men seem to get, my experience is that seems to be, men seem to derive value from that status far more, and men seem to be losing that status. So
and that's not a natural thing. That's enforced by capitalism and its intersection with patriarchy. Well, specifically toxic masculinity in this case. But
I don't know if it's just capitalism. This seems to be... I can't think of a historic period where men didn't care about status in this way.
Right, sure, but we're in capitalism now, so that's the system. We're not under chivalry or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like it would manifest in other systems similarly, but yeah, like capitalism is particularly pernicious. But yeah, patriarchy is exacerbated by capitalism, and the wealth gap is part of the problem, and so it continues to disenfranchise marginalized groups like women and other non-white. But it's still. But this is. If it is why can't we just say it's disenfranchising, like, poor working class and middle class people? We say that all the time. I talk about that constantly.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
But then you're talking about a subgroup. Well, then you're talking about I agree. It's non-gendered loneliness or non-gendered in this case poverty, and then you're talking about just the incels, and then they have a specific problem with the intersection of patriarchy, misogyny, and capitalism that we're talking about. But everybody is subject to capitalism.
Would you agree that Would you agree that inceldom is dangerous?
Oh yeah, to women and to the men that observe it, but mostly to the women that they lash out at.
So maybe this will help where my concern's coming from. Because, like, so for example, I said before, like last night, like, master's degree in counterterrorism. So when I look at those groups, and, like, let's take Islamic extremism for example. We're talking about a very, 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 very tiny minority of the Muslim population. Like fucking nothing. Like, the stats back this up.
A big-time patriarchal system.
Sure.
Fundamental Islam is hugely patriarchal. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. Yep. Denigrate
for women systemically.
There are exceptions within Islam, which are actually from patriarchal.
Okay, but yeah, it's patriarchal.
Like, fundamental Islam, sure. So that's the only reason that I was just trying to explain why I hesitated. But yeah, fundamental Islam, highly patriarchal, sure. Well, look, I want to be careful. I don't want to just I
don't think you're going to get accused of Islamophobia on me. I'm anti-theist, so.
That's fine. I'm.
You're fine. It's whatever, man.
Just like correcting things on Islam. It's a religion I happen to like. It's fine.
None of the religions are good.
What? No religion?
That's correct.
What about Sikhism?
None.
What about Taoism?
None.
Do you like Taoism? Taoism's got good poetry.
You can have good. So that's a secular thing. Poetry is secular.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So, within Islamic extremism, we're talking about a tiny group within a tiny group. But rather than just saying, it's all Muslims' problem, like Muslims need to figure this out, we didn't. We spent time
definitely
separating. No. There was a huge amount of emphasis trying to stop people doing that and being like, Islamic extremism is the problem of just Muslims. We said that's a problem of a minority within a minority. And then we've tried to find ways to work on that issue and solve Islamic extremism.
You mean like bomb them and stuff? I mean, if we want to talk about the problems with
de-radicalization projects, but sure. But listen, if you want to,
de-radicalization
wars
projects
within the Middle East, we can.
Well, that's what. But
I'm not going to sit here and defend Obama if that's what you think I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I've already told you that I'm not a fan of fucking drone strikes.
Good.
Again.
So yeah, Islam. Well, Islamic community is would be better served by addressing their internal issues. Yeah, but I mean, let's talk about Islamic Reformation and stuff. We're talking about trying to reform fucking manhood right now. These are big problems. Yeah.
What we're talking about here is, and why I think the incel problem matters and should be treated separately as a minority issue, is because you've got a load of men, increasingly large amounts of men, who are being radicalized by things like Red Pill and the insane movements within that. Yeah. And rather than just going, this is all men who need to accept patriarchy, and even if you want to have the argument that more men like me, who aren't fucking incels, need to have that conversation about patriarchy, even if I'm being a lib
Absolutely, yeah.
My argument towards inceldom is the same as when we're looking at fundamental Islamic extremists who are being radicalized into terrorism. Mm-hmm. The approach needs to be softer and more careful and thought out than the broad brush approach of just saying it's all men. Because if we'd had the broad brush approach of it's all Muslims, that's exactly the thing that
all people the Islamic faith is false and the teachings of it are false, and therefore it leads a lot of people to believe false things and act in ways that they would not if they had, lived in reality. And so, in a similar way, if you're not aware of patriarchy and your role in it, or your role in misogyny or whatever, then you're not going to be able to address it because you don't know you're doing it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But that just creates more Islamic extremism. And what my
what causes more Islamic extremism? Not being religious causes more Islamic extremism? I don't think it does.
Targeting Islam in that way and being listen,
talking to Muslims and de-radicalizing them is definitely a thing you can do. I've done it.
Yeah, but we target that within the most extreme parts of the community. We don't target all Muslims like that. When we tried that, and this is why we had to make modifications in Britain to things like the Prevent Project, or when you dealing with the post 9/11 period and the fucking incredibly shitty time a lot of Muslims within America felt because of that, or when we're looking at previous cases of kind of groups that have been oppressed because of things that have happened to from minority groups, like the Irish during the Troubles. Generally speaking, we understand.
I love how fucking talk about soft. Let's talk about calling that the Troubles. Jesus Christ!
It was a troubling time. Listen.
Yeah, it sounds like some soft messaging. I think we need to.
I can't say too much because I'll get banned from Twitch.
You have a similar take to how Republicans feel about whether or not we should educate children on the realities of the harshness of slavery and stuff like that. Once we get to a group of people that you find to be particularly volatile, men and being incels, we can't just give it to them fucking straight. We got to give them softball shit. When in fact they're they're being pieces of shit to people. I don't understand.
Well, because the actions you're taking directly reinforce the position they're already in or the position they will be in.
Right. So the position an incel has is that they are particularly unattractive and, they have weak chins and they need to be like an alpha or a sigma or something. And they need to, open your fucking hips when you talk to a woman and make sure you have eye contact and smile, but not too much, that kind of shit. Like, those things are wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Those are just wrong things. They're not leading you to the right way. And looking like this, fuck all the time. I'm a guy who fucks. So, like, I could lead you to the light, my boys. I can lead you to the light. You want to fuck? Come talk to me, buddy. Because you're not fucking because you're antisocial. That's what it is. And you're antisocial, and usually it's misogyny and patriarchy that are keeping you there. And, well, it's intersection with capitalism because you value your masculinity a lot in regards to your economic success.
Okay, but I feel like when you say stuff like that, it's like when you're antisocial. It's not like just an issue towards women, is it? That's an issue with how they are, and it's specifically towards how fucking incels are. Like, would you agree that the vast majority of Muslims are fine, or are you like full anti-theist and like anyone who's religious is bad?
Well, I don't
just
know
so I
bad.
know where you are. Like,
I don't know about bad or anything. Yeah,
like,
I would say most people are like, most people aren't going to be fucking psychos at you in general. But if you ask any religious person of any persuasion, including Islam, but all of them, the more questions you ask about reality, the less and less hinged they're going to get. Like the closer you get to fucking wherever their religious belief intersects with reality, and they choose the religion, they'll be more unhinged. And some of them are absolutely just not attached to reality. Some of them can cope and have pretty normal lives. The closer to secular they are, the better they are as people. Almost always, yeah. Almost always.
Okay.
Obviously, there's...
Okay, that's fine. So, would you accept that the approach to dealing with Islamic extremism would be unhelpful if we tailored it to all Muslims?
What do you mean? It depends on what the approach is. What's the approach? The approach would be increasing the secular education that all people receive in those spaces, and that would be broad. So, no.
Okay. So, when we're targeting particular people and saying, listen, you're going down a route right now, which is going to becoming increasingly fucking radical. You're, distancing yourself from your family. Mm-hmm. You're plotting a fucking terror attack. Obviously, that's a different fucking action than we take to the average Muslim. In the same way, right. I would argue that people who are on the incel spectrum are different to the approach we take to general men. I think that's going to have the same
it's
outcome.
funny that you consider yourself kind to the incels and you're calling them terrorists a little bit here. But I a little agree. I think this is when they.
I think it's an extreme position. Sure.
It is
an extreme and potentially dangerous position. Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
With that.
I think they're a little different, but yeah, the incels are doing harmful things to themselves and to others, and to tell them of this plainly is not impolite, and it will not harm them, and they need to hear it, and it will help them in the future, and it does help. They're feeling socially isolated in a lot of spaces by choice, and it takes an incel trying to have their mind changed before they can have their mind changed. But
you've got people saying we're lonely, unhappy, and lost,
and I can help.
And great, but that doesn't seem to be the feeling of the response.
I disagree.
From not just
because the problem, if you are an incel, your problems are antisocial ones. And if you're an incel specifically on the internet, I mean, likely your antisocial problems are misogynistic.
Well, yes, there's an antisocial problem there. There's also a deep psychological problem, right? And there's
sure, but
self-worth problems. There's insecurity problems.
Those
there's
are all social,
there's general community loss problems. Yeah,
right. All of which is just a social problem. Yeah, all that is socializing. Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't know if the message of "don't be an asshole," which is why this.
Well, I'm telling you that it's really the fucking answer. Be someone that other people are comfortable around. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Is it? Because I don't feel like assholes are particularly lonely people.
So okay, there's a big difference between being an asshole, and being antisocial. You can have multiple antisocial things that you go on in that, and it leads up to an antisocial person. But like you can have not everyone's perfect. It's not like we have perfect social interactions constantly. You're appealing to like fuckboys. Yeah, fuckboys are social, but they have antisocial aspects of them that eventually rear their heads. But they're just not enough to prevent them from having sex. But incels have more, and that's what it's part of what they resent is because they're probably. Like, well, I'm not just, fucking and leaving people behind, but like the way they talk about women, they absolutely fucking would if they had the ability to be that discordant about, their sexual conquest or whatever, because they view it as flesh, just not people.
Do you think men who behave in that manner, or who are these assholes, let's just take them as a broad brush and say pickup artists, abusive people who are, let's say, slightly sociopathic. Do you think they're unsuccessful in their relationships? Do you think?
That's definitely not success. So fucking a lot is, if you're only looking at it from a hedonistic perspective, is totally fine. I mean, I have no problem with that. But that's not like what pickup artists are selling, right? Pickup artists are selling like a manipulation tactic. And which is different than just being promiscuous. Like I have what they call the Riz. There's a difference between
maintain
what?
But these people do maintain their like friendships, relationships, and everything else.
I wouldn't say. I don't know if pickup artists are famous for having really stable family lives, but I mean, I'm sure you could conceive of a person who might be like that. Why?
Well, I think because
I don't think Puas are successful guys. No.
But I think that those people who are assholes are successful because they are it's successful generally if they're content in themselves. And I think that maybe not so much.
I don't think they are content in themselves.
Full.
Andrew Tate isn't content in himself, for instance. He's a deeply insecure.
No, but I'm not talking. But I'm not talking about
But that's who all of them are. Who are you talking about specifically? Because I don't think there's a secure pickup artist on planet Earth.
So when I say so when I'm saying assholes, I'm talking about people not internet-brained people. Who are just going out, having a couple of weak relationships, moving on.
Is that an asshole or is that just casual sex? Is that an asshole? Do they consent to that? Is the woman also very casual? That's fine. Or whoever the partners are. It doesn't have to be limited to heterosexuals.
I think there is a wealth of fucking evidence there of men who lead women on, thinking that there's going to be a longer relationship there when they're interested in short-term stuff. Do you not say that's assholery?
If the two people don't, if I'm like casual openly with another person and they're casual too, I have no problem with that. That's fine. You can be casual. But if one person is like seeking a monogamous relationship and you're not into that and you're like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna do that, and then you swerve them, like, yeah, you're an asshole. Like, I don't know. What are you trying to talk about?
It feels
casual sex havers are not just inherently assholes.
No, it feels like, because I think there's a difference between casual sex havers who are like, hey, let's meet up and hook up, to the people who are like, I'm going to take you on a nice date, I'm going to do all the boyfriendy things, but I'm only really interested for a couple of weeks, and then you bring people into the idea that there's going to be a longer term thing. I think there's a difference.
Okay,
there, right?
Well, I don't think incels are dealing with that, but yeah, sure.
No,
I'm sure I could conceive of this person existing. Is this a problem?
But I think the point of the comment of you need to be a better partner and safe to be around, for example, I don't think that necessarily is a predictor for success in relationships. I think it makes you a better partner. I think it will make your relationship better, but I don't think it's a good predictor for being in a relationship. I think plenty of people who are fucking terrible partners are in relationships all the time. And generally speaking, I don't think assholes have a problem getting in relationships. I think
are we talking about dating? So that's so much different than being in a relationship. Lots of people are in relationships and they both parties aren't good.
Yeah. Sure, but I don't think I don't think being safe and secure as a person is the predictor in the same way that because incels
No, I'm telling them that will help them.
Help them in what way?
It'll help being a secure person and a safe person to be around. It will help them foster relationships, both platonic and otherwise.
See, I think that people are absolutely fine fostering those shitty relationships.
Incels are not safe people to be around almost always. They're fucking weirdos.
I don't think... I'm not talking about incels. I think the people who aren't incels, but are still assholes, have no problem fostering those relationships.
Okay, but I don't think...
I think... You said this earlier.
Some people are assholes that are social.
I am an outlier. I am an outlier because I really care about what my wife thinks, and I'm very attentive and caring, right? You said this earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So would you accept that a lot of people are bad partners to be with, or like have like what you'd consider like a lot of stuff to work on, whether they're women or men?
Yeah.
And
yes.
and those things don't seem to be predictors of not being in a relationship or not getting what incels want. So it seems to me that the like problem with inceldom is deeper than just being a good, safe person to be around.
It's the degree to which they have these problems. Like, it's usually a combination. They have more combinations of them. Incels' particular problem is a self-confidence issue and antisocial like interactions when they talk to the opposite sex. Those are usually the two things that they do more than the normal population. They have problems with those two things.
So again, going back, I would argue that like those self-confidence issues are solved by building people up and getting them out of those communities and helping them find value in themselves. And I don't think you necessarily need to tackle everything about yourself, or about the underlying systems, systemic problems we live in.
You can't even get to the point where you're having positive interactions with people until you're a person that can have positive interactions with people. Like, if you're not fostering that in your interpersonal actions, it's just not going to happen. Like, that's how socializing works.
Yeah, but generally speaking,
you're talking about a savior. You're talking about someone to come in and save these guys, and we just gotta be like, okay, incels, come on, I'm gonna be nice to you, and like extend an olive branch to them. But that's not their problem. Their problem is not. This is what they expect to happen: is that they hope that they find a waifu who saves them and pulls them out of inceldom eventually someday, and because otherwise they're just gonna just be saddened about this. Like, this is They need to solve their problem, and their problem is their self, their personality that they're choosing to have. It isn't inherent about them. They're eating up lies about like how fucking women are and the value of their body and the value of their fucking labor and the value of a woman's time and her body. Like they just have the wrong information.
But then shouldn't the goal be to like create a space where they get better information and like make them welcome?
We already do that. That's already a thing.
Because like
no,
because it feels like every time this conversation comes up, the like main thing is men are fucking children. Like, this sounds like a man issue. Sounds like not my problem. Oh, so sad that men are upset. Fuck men. It doesn't sound like a particularly warm, inviting environment. It sounds like fuck men. That's the prevailing message that.
Here's the thing: if you are an incel and you have been harming people with your fucking rhetoric,
is it on an oppressed class to put up with their oppressor? Is it on a black person to fix a racist? Is it on a woman to fix a sexist? Do we have to face violence to advocate for ourselves?
That's why I came and had a conversation with a man about it. Because I agree that putting women in that position and making them less safe is like counterproductive. So I've said this like multiple times. That's why I picked your tweet and talked to you about it. I think I've been pretty stable in the fact that I don't expect feminists and like women who've been through oppression to have this conversation with fucking incels. But there are plenty of leftist men who can foster that environment, and it feels like to me from that tweet But it feels like, okay, fine. If you agree with me that we need to be better at fostering those environments, that like actually creating spaces for those people when we have the capability as men to do so, and like it's not just a case of, because again, I fucking disagree with like some of the stuff saying at the higher end or whatever. I don't think it's just about men fixing themselves when they accept patriarchy's there, but fundamentally, I think that unless you can get men to a point where they feel like they have better figures, not just from a political side, but just better figures to deal with. Like, because the problem is, you see so many people like talking about Jordan Peterson.
Patriarchal. Like,
you can pull people out of the patriarchy later on. Like let's deal, because I don't think that you're just going to get off the bat pulling people out of the patriarchy.
So
with this shit.
Like,
I just don't buy it. You said, actually, do you know what? I've got a question for you. You said that you used to belong to the skeptic community, and like from the anti-theist stuff, I'm guessing you came up through like the atheist community, right?
I'm an atheist, oh yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I'm guessing, like, so what pulled you over from that side? Because that side got very right very fast.
Nothing. I never left the skeptic community. They politically moved.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So what was the point where you broke from? Yeah, that's
no,
fine.
they broke from me. I didn't never. I've not moved much politically. I've moved away from like my like capitalism, but like.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
So what
I've
was
only
the
gotten
point
more
where you were like? Okay, so sure. What was the point where you looked at the community
content,
around you and were like?
I don't know. I didn't really.
Okay.
But I didn't. Yeah. I don't know.
So
I'm
like how did you react to things like? Yeah. So how did you react to things like Gamergate?
We didn't. I didn't do content on Gamergate.
No. Personally, I'm not talking about your content. I'm just talking personally. Talking about you.
I mean, again, I didn't really.
What did you think about Gamergate?
Misogyny and patriarchy rearing its ugly head all throughout this whole fucking thing. Yeah.
Sure. And you saw that movement away, right? And you saw people get pulled from it. And like we know because people have done the research that a lot of this was planned between Pol, like affecting V, right?
Sure.
So there were clear like plans there, and people got pulled in directions with that through memes, through everything else, and
to serve patriarchal
weaponized.
Structures.
That's like serve fucking right-wing structures. If you want to keep
right-wing structures
fine,
are patriarchal, correct?
Okay, sure, fine.
Not sure.
If
true.
we can, I'm okay. Sure, I'm gonna fucking concede this point because I actually want to have this conversation with you.
It's not even
fine.
From
here on out, like I'm just gonna fucking agree. Fine. Because I want to have this conversation because I'm interested. Like I'm interested in your opinions. I'm literally trying to hear you out here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm not trying to debate bro you. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to listen to you.
Gamergate started on a misogynistic thing, right?
Sure. Yeah. The Zoe Quinn stuff was highly misogynistic.
Okay, and it pervaded throughout the whole thing. It was all about misogyny the whole time. Like that was what it was about.
So when you're looking at like what was happening with the skeptic community there and how people were pulled over, like what was your response to it? Like how did you feel? How do you interact with that?
Yeah, they
were
ignorant
why
did
you understand it?
Yeah, they were ignorant.
Why did you understand it when other people didn't? People like Thunderfoot, for example, who like I mean, would you agree that Thunderfoot's intelligent?
Man. I think there is such a difference between like doing science and being able to understand like social stuff. So yeah, he's an intelligent guy, but I wouldn't consider him like a socially savvy guy. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And so there's a social intelligence that these people don't have, and what they saw was they had been brought up in a patriarchal structure their whole lives. These guys are all, they're all conservatives politically, and they all agreed about God not being real. But they all grew up in these societies that center men as the center of power, and they saw, they just have rampant misogyny, and it just feeds into itself. Dawkins is a smart guy, but he's a fucking moron about like trans issues, for instance. Yeah, great example.
Yeah, I mean he's actually really terrible on theology. Yeah. Ironically,
Ricky Gervais is an atheist. He's right, and he's a dumb motherfucker. But he used to be funny. So,
well, so did Russell Brand.
Russell Brand too. Yeah, he's a little wacko. That's what I'm saying. So like there are some examples of where you can be intelligent in a field, but like I've talked to Sargon of Akkad. You would think would be a smart guy. He's not a smart guy. Like
he's self-taught. Listen. Listen. I live in a country where I had to listen to Sargon of Akkad in a news interview defend making a rape joke. Mm-hmm. Okay,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, which is also misogyny. So it keeps happening every time this comes up. It's like, oh, there's misogyny. There's misogyny. There's misogyny. That's what patriarchy is. It's so pervasive, and it keeps happening. And you keep denying it, but like every time we talk about this, misogynistic thing just keeps fucking happening. All of this is generated by the practice of misogyny, almost exclusively. And then you'll have some, intersections where, your anti-capitalist brain, which is correct, takes over. But like,
thanks. No, I appreciate that. At least we got fucking somewhere.
I tell you, also, this is exacerbated by capitalism. So a lot of dudes are on the grift as well. So, yeah. If they didn't have if they didn't have to survive under capitalism, people would be less incentivized to do this. Kind of bullshit, but they still do it. Clout is the thing.
Can I give another environmental example of like how this is potentially damaging? So like if we talk about
like the
I think it's this pushing pressure on people who don't have huge amounts of capacity to change it, because we can agree like, and this is why I separated
to change. You said
no capacity to change it.
Oh, like the system.
So yeah. So this is why I separated.
I disagree. We are the system. We're the system, guys, and they can't live forever. We change us, and all we got to do is work on each other, kings. We don't have to be fucking incels. You could be happy guys. The boomers have their ways, and they're telling you you got to be a certain way about life, man. But I'm telling you, this is it. It's changing, and you're seeing it change. They don't have traditional understandings of gender roles or gender or sex or sexuality. We have to, between men, deal with this, yeah. And I think just have a straight fucking talk. You're men. I'm going to respect men, and I know that masculinity is a thing that is toxic, and that we try not to. I'm telling you, you don't have to, but we do have this thing. As a toxic man myself, sometimes, like let's just talk straight to each other. We don't have to talk bullshit. We have a problem. We are the #1 threat to women. Go ahead and talk to women in your life and ask them about their worst experience with men, and tell them to be as honest as they can. And you're not going to want to hear what they have to say. You're not going to want to. And then tell them, ask the second worst and third worst and fourth, and it'll be worse than most stuff you've experienced. Unless you're unlucky, because we inflict it on ourselves as well. But it happens less to men than it does. And even then, when it happens to men, we don't talk about it. So it's even worse, right? So like, it's all inflicted. It's all patriarchy, man. It's inflicted on ourselves.
Fantastic day.
So yeah, when I say it's a thing we have to address, we do, because it's us. We're doing it to ourselves, and we're letting other men think that they can fucking control us. And you're right about capitalism. You're 100% right. They're doing it through that, but they're instilling their worldview through that economic system and telling you only through their worldview can you succeed in capitalism, and that's the fucking pernicious part, and you bought into it.
Okay, but the difference here
Thank you,
is that, like, I agree with some stuff you're saying, and I feel like you're really close to where, like...
I think you're really close to me.
I feel like I'm... Yeah, I know we're both gonna fucking think that. It's fine. I feel like you're really close to some of the points I'm trying to get to with, like, talking about masculinity and things and creating those spaces. I fucking agree with you. I think the ability to, like, create a space where guys can come talk, not in the way that, like, they have to talk in the way that's occasionally pushed through some feminist narratives of men need to express their emotions like this. Like, express your emotions however the fuck you want, and be able to, like, get stuff across and vent and feel like a fucking human being without having to reevaluate how you're addressing everything all the time. Because it seems like when we...
So it's not a big deal if, like, okay, so I'm here to say that you have to check your friends as well. And if they're saying sex is shit, telling them that's sexist, bro, is not a problem. You should be able to hear that you are making a mistake and be okay with that. I shouldn't have to be a fucking soft little guy with you. You're a big man and you want to be a man that wants fucking real adult relationships, then you have to be an adult, not a boy. So if you want to be an adult, not a fucking boy, I'm not going to talk to you like a boy. Talk to you like a fucking adult. You're being sexist. You're being misogynistic. This is bullshit. Stop acting this way. Hey, buddy, that's fucking rapey. You're a sexual assaulter. Hey, man, that's not how you should fucking talk to people. Hey, man, women are people that have interests. Hey, man, like... This is what I'm talking about. We don't need to pussyfoot around. This is the problem. They're men. I respect incels enough to tell them their fucking problem. Okay? Here's the other thing. If you, like, you can express yourself however you want. That's 100% fine. But sometimes the way men are taught to express themselves are toxic. Like punching the fucking wall, screaming, getting really mad or physical with people. That's not fucking okay. Yes, we are taught that that's okay. It's fucking not. We're taught that we can maybe hit some people sometimes. We're taught that maybe we can fucking, impose ourselves and intimidate people from time to time. Or offer violence on the table if we're really fucking mad and don't like what someone's saying. But that's not good. And we do all these things. And, like, that's toxic masculinity, dude. And then, on top of that, not telling men that, like, hey, you can be vulnerable with one another. You don't have to hold it in. You don't have to be you don't have to be the guy I pretend to be. Like, and that's what I'm talking about when it's like you got to be cool with yourself, because until you are the guy that can be genuinely whoever you are, like you're really into to history and fucking, you know, claymores and plate mail, and you brought it up a million times. But I kind of like it because it's like, okay, you have a special interest. You're a guy that knows stuff. That's what part of the reason that you have had success dating in the past is not just, you know, whatever you know, physical or social attributes, but because you're a guy that's interested in stuff. That's another great thing.
Yeah, I'd love to pin it on my good looks. But
sure, but like, you're a normal looking guy. We're all, you know,
let's not make it. Let's not make it
about our beauty.
Okay, but I think the problem is this: like, my experience with male friends and one of the other guys is, guys don't always want to express themselves in those ways.
Right, because we're socialized to repress it, man. But I agree.
But this is like the jump thing that I was talking about earlier. We're currently still in.
You don't have
system.
to immediately jump that, yeah. But you have to be aware of it to even understand that. Oh, well, I'm just coping about like. Oh, I don't want to. I get weird when we talk about sex. I get weird when we talk about like girls I like. I get weird when we talk about dad or mommy issues. Like. Let's talk. I was abused when I was a kid. Let's talk about that, huh? Let's talk.
Let's. Do you know what? Fuck it. Like,
they're taught that it's not a good thing to do. This is toxic masculinity.
But part of the problem is, like, that toxic masculinity is really hard to fucking address when the experience of the vast majority of men, when they have brought this up, I've experienced this. I've spoken about, like, I used to be a feminist, and the thing that stopped me being a feminist was when I, like, finally got to the point where I was dealing with quite a lot of shit and trying to get my fucking head straight. Yeah. Everyone fucking turned on me as, like, very, very feminist community, and it was like, you can't fucking talk about these things. Your problems aren't serious enough that you're able to talk about them.
I mean, maybe they were just shitty friends, man. I agree. Like, maybe you didn't have paragons of the society in the group. But like
absolutely,
that's what I'm saying.
But what I see mirrored there is the comments of, oh, men are crying.
So this is
feelings. Oh, that's so sad. And it didn't make me go, oh my god, I need to think about like what I'm thinking.
When was this?
Fuck, this was like 2009.
Yeah, man. Were we talking about this kind of shit in 2009?
Yeah, but,
we all could have served. This is what I'm saying. We could have served better from having the systems that we have now. Not true. Not true. My friend group now.
I have seen people on Twitter.
It's so much better
in those threads talking about saying, "Oh, men's feelings don't really matter. That sounds like a man problem."
Okay, but do you know why they say that?
It's not for me to
do you know why women say that men's feelings don't matter when it comes up like that? Because you're centering yourself in a conversation about women's fucking victimhood. That's when men's feelings don't fucking matter. It is when it's about incels. It really fucking is, actually.
Yeah, but if we're talking about how to.
I'm dropping bars right now. You're welcome.
But if we're trying to get incels out of it, like, you can listen.
Right, but they victimize women, and then they expect women to feel bad for them, and it's like, sorry, buddy.
Your wife came in and asked, "Do I expect women to do this work?" And I immediately said no. And like, as I have done through this entire fucking conversation.
Right.
But I'm not asking women to do that thing.
Why are you blaming women for being anti-feminist? You are blaming women, telling you they don't have sympathy for you because we are tired and we cannot hold sympathy for your problems when we go through worse than you. Yes, it is very hard to have sympathy for someone oppressing you.
That's a perspective I couldn't give you.
Why are you a fucking anti-feminist? You should be a feminist. Oh, someone was mean to you, so now you don't believe in gender equality? That's like
what the fuck? I never said I don't believe in gender equality.
I guess I'm fucking racist now.
I've never said that I don't believe in gender equality. I just don't use the label. I think, like, the vast majority of stuff I'd agree with. I just don't happen to use the label, and I got away from the fucking movement. In the same way that, like, I think an awful lot of feminists should be reassessing the fact that TERFs, like, and radical feminists are pushing incredibly trans-exclusionary language. Fuck it. Well, they use the fucking label.
I know.
And people, like, actually, and plenty of people like TERFs
they're aligned with
feminists.
Nazi ideology, though. There's a reason.
Wingers, they are not feminists, and they push the same regressive gender, like, policy that conservatives
She wants
do.
him.
I'm sorry, but this is
it's
degrading. It's been 3 hours listening to a man deny the existence of the fucking patriarchy, and it's driving me insane.
No, I like her. Let her in. Let her in. She can come scream at me. I'm not going to get offended. It's fine. If she's got strong feelings, let her. Yeah, she's really fucking welcome.
Okay,
it's fine.
All right. Well, all she has to do is join live stream voice, and I can just drag her in. But I mean, yeah. I mean, I really do think at this point it would, because I can only explain my. Like, I can only tell you what this is so much before it's like.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, you guys can talk.
People are allowed to shout at me. I'm not going to get mad at you.
Yeah. Are you turned down for me or something? I don't think your mic's working right now. But when you figure that out, she has strong feelings. Yeah, I guess I just
look. I know that this conversation is going to piss a lot of people off. That's fine. I'm not worried about people being pissed at me over it. Like, again, I think I've been pretty reasonable with the fact that, like, I wanted to hear you out and things. I've not sat here and just been like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. Anywhere in this conversation.
I mean, multiple times you've literally denied the existence of patriarchy, but then you go back and you agree with Jake every time he brings up an instance of it.
Well, I think fuck. I don't want to retread huge amounts because I feel like we're not going to get anywhere with it. When we're talking about this stuff, I think okay, let me do it this way. One of the reasons I get really pissed off is because I think that women's impact in history has been massively erased. And I think that the way people talk about women...
Okay. Yeah, that's patriarchy. Like, women's impact in history, like the fact that men wouldn't be able to build the generational wealth that they have unless women were there to marry them, have their children, raise their children, stay at home, not build their own wealth or their own careers. Yes, men benefited from women's labor, which we were unpaid for generations.
This is what I disagree with. Historically speaking, women worked, women owned businesses, women tilled the fields.
The minority of women.
The majority of women. The majority of women worked. Like, what working class families couldn't afford for women not to work. Their children worked. Women did work on the side. In feudal societies, if you were a serf, your wife worked. Your children were out in the fields by 5.
That's laboring.
Talking about fucking feudal labor, like subsistence farming. We're not talking about that. We're talking about under a system. Like, under a broader system than your fucking subsistence farming.
In a broader system, when industrialization started, when people started moving to cities...
Men were primarily in the workforce, yes.
But women
it took men going off to war for women to be included in the workforce.
This was true in the 1800s. And women still worked before they were married.
Women couldn't even hold bank accounts for the longest time. They couldn't own their own wealth.
By the family, that's true. Actually, I mean, again, this is something that changed during the 1800s. But, like, beforehand, like, when we're looking, like, previous, there's, like, some really good
1800s. So I only have I only have a 3,000-year head start on generational wealth, and you're saying that's not patriarchy.
Men literally have, like, the majority of history in power.
10,000 years since the agricultural revolution.
If I agree that America was just fucking worse than everywhere else, like, and the rest of Europe, because again, I come at this from a European perspective.
Look, you have like mildly better gender equality. It doesn't make it not patriarchal just because you have a few caveats carved out for women.
But historically speaking, in Europe, women worked. Women did things. And then when we're talking in the upper classes, women weren't at home
not to be laborers.
Okay, earlier you were mentioning that, like, women had systemic power because they were married into rich families. Even rich women still face sexism and sexist expectations because they're still expected to have children, raise those children, especially men. Like, you had literally have a king go to war so he can file for divorce because his fucking wives were not creating sons for him because he needs a son to pass his title down to. Like, literally one of the biggest events in history for the church and fucking England. And you're gonna say that, like, the value of men wasn't higher than women? Why was he upset if he had all these daughters? Wouldn't that be enough to pass his lineage down to?
It wouldn't be enough to control the family line, and that was really important, particularly to the Tudors.
Because it's passed down through men. Because we take men's last names and get rid of our own because it's patriarchal.
disagree with you that there are elements that like favor men and have favored like men within the system.
That's patriarchy.
My point is that
That's
like
patriarchy.
okay.
That's all that is. You agree that they exist, and then when I call it patriarchy, you're like, no, but that's what it is. Yes, you agree that it exists. I'm telling you, you are already there, and then you are denying its existence, and there's no reason to do so.
I think I deny its existence as a pure thing. I think there are matriarchal and like gynocentric things within those systems that benefit.
Benevolent sexism is not beneficial to women. Treating women as if we are weaker and we're like, oh, you're just naturally better at doing the child care, so you do the child care. That's weaponized incompetence, and it's fucking benevolent sexism. It's acting like women cannot do the same things as men. It relegates us to specific social roles and economic roles based on what men think we are capable of biologically.
It's an essentialist argument.
Okay. But again,
are you getting
the
pilled?
point is that women just didn't just do the child rearing within the upper echelons, and the upper echelons is what I'm talking about. Even
they also relied on the labor of women of color mostly, especially in fucking America.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, like, look, you're not going to get any pushback from me
so then
within
agree.
the like race stuff. But like, yeah, again, like,
and yes, rich women can uphold patriarchy because they get to a point where they benefit enough from it that they can fucking literally cast the ladder down behind them. That doesn't mean patriarchy doesn't exist. They are just perpetuating it.
When we're in the system we're in and talking about trying to get people out of this mindset, I don't know how helpful it is, or it doesn't appear to be helpful. And like earlier on, you said women are tired of listening to their oppressors. We don't have energy for like you to talk about your own shit. Like, I get that, but that wasn't what was sold to me. And then, like, and now you'll hear me again. I know you don't watch me, but you'll hear me defend people like Mary Daly and like a couple of feminist theologians who I really fucking like, because like when you've got feminism as this pure female empowerment, or even like the more extreme ends of female supremacy, I have a lot more time for the ethos and theory of it. But feminism as kind of like pop feminism and where we are now is something I push against because I think it's a
What do you mean by pop feminism?
I mean pop feminism where it's like everyone's under the umbrella term, everyone's a feminist regardless of like what feminism even means, and it dilutes it to the point where nobody's got like anything other than a clear view of a random fucking label, and it means that things like TERFs include the word feminism, and
no,
also you get like, well, this is how it's viewed. Listen, you've got a more nuanced view of this than the vast amount of people who are interacting with it. Day to day, I meet people who call themselves feminists who are not feminists. They're just using it as basically a corporate tag. In the same way, I know plenty of people
in what way are they not feminists,
but
they describe themselves as feminists?
Well, because day to day they've still got exactly the same fucking like views that you describe as patriarchal, and I'd say is culturally misogynistic or even systemically misogynistic about the way women need to be protected, and that's why men need to protect them. That's why men need to be feminists, because it's men's job to protect women. Women need feminism, so men should be feminists.
I think you're misinterpreting like what a lot of women are saying. I think this is the core issue of it. Like you're not listening to the real argument. It's not that we want. I literally have seen multiple women say this. We don't want men to protect us. We wish we didn't need protection in the first place from men. That's the issue. Like, there shouldn't be an issue in the first place where we feel unsafe.
I just agreed with you, though. That's exactly what I just said. And that's why I'm saying that the vast... Yeah, but my argument is the vast amount of people I encounter are not feminists that still use the label, and then, like, are the people who will be upheld in corporate structures as what feminism is. And that's my issue with
they're liberal feminists,
and
they're usually their failures are in the sections of capitalism where they think if we just get enough girl bosses into power, then everything will be fine. But that's just not how it works.
Everett, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I agree with you.
So you agree that patriarchy exists?
I agree that the oppression of women is a thing. I don't agree that
Why can't we call it patriarchy?
Because I think it is misleading to the general thing that's actually oppressing people, which I think is class structures. Class
structures and sexism intersect. Have you ever heard of intersectionality?
Yes, I've heard about intersectionality.
Do you think racism is oppressive?
Yes.
Do you think homophobia and transphobia are oppressive?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you understand that those things still oppress people and capitalism oppresses people.
Yes, but I also think like the mechanisms behind those things are slightly different. Like, I think like the oppression of like LGBT people is outside of the oppression of pure capitalism. Capitalism is dispassionate to us. Capitalism doesn't fucking care as long as it can sell you something. Like when you're LGBT. Like the like major like thing that seems to be like pushing back particularly against
Capitalism
trans people right now is like
Capitalism also doesn't care about feminism. Like, you literally just admitted that corporate feminism is a thing. That they'll cash in, they'll try to sell it. That's for every social movement and every oppressed group.
That's part of it.
Sure, but the fundamental thing that seems to be like causing oppression and causing suffering to everyone seems to be like massive power structures at the top. Fucking people over from things
and
like house
everyday
prices.
sexism. Dude, you don't have to be a rich guy to be sexist to me. I've had so many working class men be sexist to me. Their lack of money is not getting rid of their sexism.
It's exacerbating in many cases.
Do you think that so if we've got a prescription here, what would your prescription for incels be? Like, how would you solve, like, or even begin to tackle the incel problem? What do you want to say?
I would say that we generationally need to raise our men better. I think that we need to... It starts with education. It starts with parenting. It starts with our outlook on society. All of these things. It's going to take a while to deprogram people. And it also starts with seeing women as people.
Do you think that majority of incels are just coming from right-wing families? Because that doesn't seem to be my experience.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Usually what it is they blame their lack of success, quote unquote, which is usually having a sexual relationship with a woman, which they think they are owed, because even in like a left-wing, quote unquote, family, you can still be taught by your father that you are owed a relationship with a woman. Like, people are raised with that expectation that you just grow up and you get married. That's what you do.
Heteronormatively, too. So it's worse for queer people in those times.
What do you pin on the growth of the incel movement? Because I'd argue these things have got a lot fucking better.
I would say that it's a pushback against us demanding better of men, and also having higher standards and a little bit more social power and institutional power. Because now, whenever we were able to do no fault divorce, women initiate the majority of divorces, because women realize now that you don't have to rely on a man to live. Like, now you can get a job, now you can get a bank account, now you can live on your own, and you don't have to rely on a man financially to exist. So women decided, I'm not putting up with that shit anymore, because a lot of men are too much fucking work to deprogram. So now a bunch of men are left behind. They think they're owed a wife and they're not getting one. And now they're like, well, either it's my fucking canthal tilt is too whatever, my jawline's not right. You know, they'll blame it on anything other than realizing that they've been brought up with the expectation that a woman will just come along and they'll live happily ever after.
See, I think that's, and again, this is where like I've been debating back and forth, because I think plenty of guys who have that opinion, or like a very low opinion of women, are not struggling with getting partners. I don't think they're having that same issue.
They do. Because here's the thing. I've been on incel forums, like, fuck. Whenever the red pill was on...
But I don't think assholes do.
Okay. This is a little bit... You're treading a little bit into victim-blaming territory, because oftentimes men who are abusive assholes and shit that do have relationships with women either hide it from the get-go, and then they slowly let it out, and the woman will put up with, you know, like, the red flags over time.
Sunk cost fallacy as well.
Yeah, sunk cost. Like, you're already emotionally invested in this person who is an asshole. Or you're somebody like Andrew Tate who has a bunch of fucking, like, shallow, emotionless relationships that are just fucking, like, you're probably paying sex workers because it's the only time you can get a woman to touch you. That is not a deep, valuable relationship.
I mean, is that like... I feel like if you've got incels looking for these deep, valuable relationships, I don't think the fact that they are just crappy men is the thing that's stopping them from, or the fact that they are creepy incels is the thing stopping them from like getting into relationships. I think it's the fact like there are wider things there that are stopping them having like normal social interactions as well, with like friendship groups and everything else.
So you don't
why
think
they're
that
like terminally online. I think the people who are, and this is why I keep going back to assholes, because like the prescription was if you're a good, safe person to be around, then you'll be able to find those like fulfilling relationships.
Yeah.
But plenty of people who are not good, safe people to be around. I'm not trying to.
They manipulate people. They manipulate people into relationships with them. Yes. And those people are often victims because of it.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that they're not fucking victims. I'm agreeing with you that those men are terrible men, and the prescription of...
So why would you want to aspire to be a manipulative asshole who can only get people to be around you if you lie and, like, fucking, you know...
Well, I said to Jake earlier, one of the, like, umbrages I take is my personal experience from an awful lot of male feminists is not good. It is people who spout quite misogynistic stuff, who are quite manipulative and basically push this nice guy narrative. I consider it at this point a red flag to meet a male feminist, because I'm like, fuck, I've met so many, like, and so
Sounds
few
like
of
you've
them
adopted
are, like,
this into your personality a little bit.
This is like 2012 anti-SJW YouTube talking point shit. Like, it's knee-jerk anti-feminism because might be cringe, you know? Like, it's not. Actually, you literally will address the systemic issues, but you don't even want to. You just don't want to use the same language. It's like CRT, like how they're banning fucking CRT all over America because God forbid we talk about like the reality of racism and slavery.
I think it's, but again, it's like the approach. Like so, like let's say Britain, for example. You can't discuss race in Britain. It's like it's basically like we've seen studies on this. It's one of the countries. It's really fucking difficult to address any sort of systemic racism.
Sounds like you should teach people racism. Like you should teach teach people about it systemically, generationally.
We've tried. It doesn't fucking work.
Yeah.
But what does work is talking about it as creed. What works is if you talk about it as creed. It's like generally accepted, like quite easily. You can have exactly the same fucking conversation.
So you're making a case for brainwashing people with their religious beliefs, which I think is true, and which is why we shouldn't have religion.
Wait, what? No, I'm not.
Part of their creed?
Creed isn't just like religion. Creed is like culture and
delivering it through their culture. Creed is how would you deliver it through the creed then?
Okay, so the creed issue within Britain is basically you can be basically any color you want to be in Britain, but you have to be British.
You want to be?
But that's
fucking paraphrasing.
But you have to be British, which is assimilating with whiteness, which is white supremacy.
British, the colonizer state that colonized all these
peoples. That's white supremacy.
Okay, like
people, they have a thing like that in America.
Yeah.
There's a thing like that in America where they say, well, you could be, why are you calling yourself African American? You should be an American first. And it's like, that's just putting a blind eye to the race issue. Mm-hmm. It does nothing.
Yeah, it's cope. Like you keep pussyfooting around, like I said.
Okay,
like,
but but I'm trying to explain things and give really good faith points. And it feels like whenever I give a point, you find like a thing to hit on it.
It's not a thing to hit on it. It's the main problem with it.
I'm just countering the things.
It's the main problem with it. I understand. Okay. You're like, man, I thought I had a really good point. They keep saying it's not a good point. That's just because it's not a good point. I'm sorry.
Get the fucking point out, or the point gets lost in whatever the fuck other like direction we go in, and it's frustrating from my perspective because
because you're wrong a lot. I get it. That makes sense. You've been wrong a lot.
Okay. Well, look, this is
just the truth. I don't know what to tell you. That's what you get mad about is when you're wrong about this thing.
I'm not mad. I'm just kind of. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not mad. I'm just kind of done.
That's fine.
I don't dislike either of you. I'm quite happy to like be insulted, but like I just feel like at this point it's been a few hours, and we've reached kind of a point where whatever I say is gonna get taken like for like the very donkey point.
What?
It's not donkey point, dude. I'm just
no. It's fine. Like because
that's cope.
No. I can't even.
That's not what's happening. I have talked to you for 3 hours in good faith the whole time, and it's cope to say I'm just trying to dunk on you. I can't even get out something.
No. I can't even get out something about how creed is talked about in Britain. Something the European Union itself writes about. and like recognizes as an issue
assimilating
without it being
into
like, well,
what is
that's white
British.
supremacy. And I'm agreeing with your points and trying to explain around why I'm giving my perspective. And you're like, oh, well, it sounds like white supremacy. Sounds like SJW stuff from the 2010s. Sounds like, and I'm like,
well, the way you talk about feminism.
If we're three,
when it's patriarchy, you do that. When it's patriarchy, you go, well, that's not real.
Well, like again,
interesting.
I'll push back on those points and like, and try and find like.
So it is white supremacy to demand of people coming into Britain or whatever to be British, to do something, to perform for you, some kind of social custom. I understand.
That wasn't my point. But this is the problem. That wasn't my point.
White supremacy.
My point was that how you get people to address that issue.
Yeah.
Because if you just turn around and say, "Oh, it's white supremacy and racism," people don't fucking respond to it. But if you turn around and go, "It's a creed issue," think about your friend who runs the corner shop, who you go to the pub with every night.
You can do
both. You can accept that. Like they're British, right? And that's like an integration conversation that we're trying to have.
I understand that.
Get rid of those
you use the language of white supremacy to validate it, though, and then you're like, but by the way, the thing you believe is actually valid.
But if the outcome is because when we're not doing that, we hand people over to fucking extremists like the EDL and like the fucking dissident right.
You're causing them to be extreme because you continue to validate their extreme positions. You're
using nationalism to you're appealing to nationalism.
That's why liberals are a
instead of appealing to saying it's not he's British, it's he's a human being. The guy who runs the corner shop doesn't have to be a citizen for you to respect him.
Yeah, but that's how we get to the human being stuff.
Oh my god!
Like
you shouldn't have to.
Thing.
Are you telling me we genuinely have to argue with people?
Fuck. We shouldn't have to have like the sexism conversation at this point. We shouldn't have to have the racism conversation at this point. We should all be educated enough. Yeah, so now you see why people are
so frustrated when, for instance, men start talking about how lonely they are in fucking response to generations of them being in power. Like, don't you understand why oppressed minorities are so fed up and take the whole "we don't want to educate you" stance? Because we literally have to argue for being human beings.
For 4 hours.
That is so fucking insane.
Straight.
When have I ever said anything that a woman isn't human here?
Not
when have I ever said
but...
anything against... No, but whenever I said everything... Because again, you came to me really fucking angry, and I don't think I've said anything here about women not being...
You've said a lot of...
No, I don't think I've said...
You've said patriarchy doesn't exist. Yeah, you are whitewashing the oppression of women. Like, you're
very imperial.
Okay, so
diminishing it.
If I accept that, like, even if I'm accepting the current capitalist system we're under is like fucking oppressing for everyone, if I deny patriarchy, then okay.
Because you don't understand the intersection of these things.
Because both are systems of oppression.
Problem. There are two systems of oppression. You need to attack both of them because they're both the problem, and they harm men. It's true, and
because even if you solve classism, you don't solve sexism.
Right.
Okay. I think we're at the point where if we can't get past this, then we're going to keep going in circles. And I've enjoyed parts of this conversation. And, like, again, I know that there are going to be responses to this of, like, oh, fuck the liberal cut. And that's okay. Because I do you know what? I will say this. I think the language used, and let me finish, is unhelpful. But I think, like, at least... Jake, you clearly want to have a fucking conversation about this stuff. I don't think you're an idiot or anything. I disagree with you on some of this shit, but like, do you know what? Like, more power to you. If you can work towards like getting people out of the incel movement, getting them away from fucking people like Andrew Tate. Honestly, fucking hats off to you, because that's like I just want to see the good outcome.
So. Yeah, I mean, I think incels want to feel like men, and if you want to feel like a man, here's the fucking blunt truth. You're doing it to yourself, and you don't have to, and in the process of it, you're victimizing women, and that's your fault, and you are complicit in that. And owning that is the first step on no longer having to live that lifestyle, and I can help. And people will be able to bring you into their communities, and you've been fed a lie. You've been fed the lie that, patriarchy feeds to a lot of men. And that's that you have to play their fucking game to succeed at it, but you don't have to. I don't think I come across as an alpha Chad mega fucking guy. I mean, I've never had a problem having relationships ever. I'm a happy guy, always have been. And so it's just like, if you want to stake your masculinity on shit and you talk about the alphas a bit, be a fucking man and just address your problems. And the problem is that we, men, we don't treat each other right, and because we don't treat each other right, we certainly don't treat women right. And then we have to, I mean, you just really have to address this system of patriarchy. I mean, it fucking exists. And, I mean, I don't know how to... You agree with all the things that describe it, but not that it's called patriarchy, and people are frustrated at you.
I think making men scared of the language, like going to
have a fantastic day.
what it should be.
Yeah, you're scared of the. Yeah, it is.
You can talk about these and not use the language, and then after that, explain to them that what you just described as patriarchy. Like, that's how you lead someone to, that's how you lead the horse to water. Like, you have to explain the concept and then give them the definition. Like, yes, I agree that not all people have been great at education, but if you want to do that, you need to understand that it's not to reject the terms outright, it's that you need to work people up to it.
Because the terms are real. They describe the system. That's what the words are. Like, you agree that there's wheels and a chassis and a frame and windows and stuff, but not that it's like an automobile.
I think I mean, I still fundamentally disagree with you with how much power you think women haven't had, and I don't think we're going to get past that. It's fine.
Okay, but even if I concede to you that they've had like the minority position of power, which obviously women have had the minority position of power, that's not the majority position of power, and it's never been an equitable position of power. And you agreed with that.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
And that's patriarchy.
I will concede. I will concede. Okay, let me put it this way. Would you agree then that even if you want to call it patriarchy, that system has still been a system reinforced and built by women in the upper classes?
Sometimes.
Yes,
often,
women partake
yes,
in
they
patriarchy.
can contribute to it. But here's the thing. Even women who contribute to it are still victims of it. Like, even rich women were still in arranged marriages and expected to produce offspring.
Yeah, but do you think
no, because men inherently weren't the ones whose bodies were put up for that shit.
No, they were put up for things like going to war, like expecting.
They chose to go to war with other men.
Well, I mean, like, there's like other sociological impacts that like push them in that direction, right?
I mean,
like, it's not just as simple as like, I'll go to war. It's like, you
we
don't
had
have much
tales
choice,
of men fighting over women, like starting wars over women.
Yeah.
To be betrothed to them, to win them as prizes.
And they're false.
They kill men underneath
No.
them.
They. Okay, like, quickly. I mean, outside of things like Helen of Troy, most of those situations are not. Oh, I want to have the woman.
I'm not saying
I want
all
to
of
have
it's
the
about
woman.
fighting
What
over
the woman's attached to, because it's like, you know,
right. But
vast quantities of fucking land.
So yeah, we're talking about just
which she has because she was born to a rich family.
Yeah. So the patriarchy interacting with itself causes
like, rich
wars.
women didn't have a choice of who they could marry because they were auctioned off. And they were not first in line to inherit their titles. Yes, but rich men were always first in line to inherit titles from their fathers.
Sure.
An elder-born woman is less in priority to her younger brother.
Sure, yeah, and like, I agree with you there. Like, the line of succession is male, but it's okay. But
how is that not patriarchal? Systems... Just by definitionally, like, how is that not patriarchal?
Sure, that's it. But that, like, yeah, those pieces are. I don't think I've denied that patriarchy exists at all.
And then those pieces, those pieces are the pieces that built the whole fucking world, and the whole fucking world is built on those pieces. It's a puzzle, and you went. Are all the puzzle pieces in a puzzle still puzzle pieces, or is it a puzzle now? We call it patriarchy. And then within that, it's patriarchal puzzle pieces. And then occasionally you'll find the corner pieces. You know, one of them will look a little different. That's where you have like, oh, there's a woman in charge. Boop.
It's like you're saying that
you keep
because
saying things like women in charge and stuff.
Look,
and it's like,
you're saying that because of the existence of people like, say, like Candace Owen or Blair White or whatever, that those marginalized groups aren't marginalized because you have someone that holds the opposing position. Like, yeah, there have been pick-me's from every fucking group.
That's not what I'm saying though. And I feel like this is where it keeps getting lost, and this is why I'm frustrated, because it's not a case of women were just property. Women did a lot of the political maneuvering. Women did a lot of the back of house stuff to increase their husband's power, admittedly, because it increased their own. And like
they increased their husband's power. Yes, thank you. You got there.
Yeah, but the husband's just the face of that. Like behind
their husband's not the face of it.
Well, the husband has actual material power relative to the woman in that scenario. Literally.
Also, what were women doing that they're controlling the back end? What are they doing? Raising children, usually.
No, they weren't. They were doing all the, like, a lot of the, like, for instance, like, let's take Versailles. A lot of the stuff that happened at Versailles, like, behind, like, why the power structures ended up the way they were people's sisters and mothers basically manipulating and negotiating things and plotting and scheming to try and get their families into positions of power. And often
they were doing it for the men in the family.
Without any fucking knowledge from the men in the family.
What's that test where if the plot is about a man, it doesn't pass it? What is that called?
Bechdel.
The Bechdel test? Yeah. It doesn't pass the Bechdel test. I'm the dude.
It doesn't. It doesn't pass the Bechdel test.
It is like it's all in service of men. This whole thing.
Like, it's like Game of Thrones shit.
It's in servants of the family, but the family is not just
patriarch.
The family unit is a patriarchal thing.
Right. And you agree because that's how traditional family gender roles went, was patriarchal. The patriarch of the family is the top of it, and the succession and everything is male oriented.
Like
that's
women went around. Women had to go around behind the scenes to manipulate because they didn't have institutional power in the first place to just address the problem head on.
Yeah, I have no idea why this
head on was usually like, and then this is like earlier on, like when we were talking about women being aggressive. Women are just as capable.
It just sounds like you just like girl bosses.
Aggressive.
This is girl boss shit, man. Like,
you
a big Cersei fan?
Yeah, look, a lot of this is a defense to the fact that I think that when you talk about women from history as, oh, well, actually, women had all their agency removed. They were
no one's saying all their agency was removed. That is a straw man of the position. That's a straw man.
You also have to discuss class and race when you talk about these things, too, because the agency of women of color has always been lesser than the agency of white women. Like, that's just facts.
Yeah, I don't think I've disputed any of the fucking historical race stuff in this entire conversation.
Right, and so it's so weird that you can see that, but you can't see how being a white man would intersect with that. Like, what do you mean? Racism comes from where? Yes, I can see racism exists. In response to what are we discussing? And it's white fucking patriarchy. It's always been that.
Even poor people still have patriarchal home structures often. Mm-hmm. Women still take their husband's last names. Women are still expected to do a majority of the child rearing and house cleaning without being paid for it. Women are not expected to pursue careers. We're only just getting through this gender gap, and we're not even, we still haven't reached equality in pay.
Fuck me. I just feel like we're going to go around in circles. Listen, I feel like we're not going to get anywhere, and you both put a lot on the way men and women functioned in history being driven by men, and I disagree with you. I think women's impact has largely been eroded through historical revisionism.
Women's impact. You're saying the word impact, which implies that they are secondary, and it's true, because women make up part of the population. So yes, of course, they played a role. And all of it has been in service of the power structure that is consolidated within men. And do you agree with that?
But my core position is that it's not men, it is largely family structures. Yes, and you can argue they're led by men, so they're patriarchal. But the point is, I feel like you're missing the wood for the trees.
I think
from my
that's
perspective.
What you're doing, because you're like,
if you've I think it would have been fucking irrelevant whether men or women were in charge. I think the primary driver has always been men. Yes, but the issue isn't that men are bastards. The issue is that people in serious places of power want to maintain that power and will find any method of which to do that, including oppressing everyone.
Okay, so how does taking away my reproductive rights help men stay in power, or help current people in power stay in power?
I mean, it depends, whether you, who you're talking about trying to do that. From, the political side, it's just an easy political win for Republicans.
It's usually rich white Republicans.
Sure, it is, but there's also a lot of women involved in that fucking discussion, isn't there?
Yeah, a couple of them. This is a fucking... Okay, the minority of women would side with that, and it's usually because they've been brainwashed into a patriarchal system, something like Catholicism or just Christianity, and they're like, I stand by my husband and vote the way he does because I was told that men are the head of the household and they make the decisions.
And also that women's priority in life is to be mothers.
I literally saw a thread the other day of women saying that they don't think women should have the right to vote, so they only listen.
Fucking insane.
Yeah, and they only listen to what their husbands tell them to do.
But this isn't a fair. Again, I come from the upper middle class. It's not really representative of how the fucking upper middle class acts. Women have historically done huge amounts in my family.
Upper middle class isn't the controlling class.
No, it isn't, but it's also true in exactly the same in the aristocracy. Women make a lot of decisions and tend to drive the direction of the ethos and ideology of the household far more than the men do, because the men aren't fucking there.
You're telling me that women are at fault for losing their own rights because they argue that they don't want their rights?
I'm not saying women. I'm not saying women as a general thing. I have not said women as a general thing.
Okay, rich women. Why would they intentionally oppress all women, or use their power
because
to oppress
none of
other
these
women?
things, because the exact same reasons that in the UK the Conservatives are trying to erode the NHS, because the erosion of those power structures that they think that they can make more money from, or just simply don't think they should have to spend tax money on, doesn't hurt them, and they don't fucking care. It is to do with negligence or gross, or it's either to do with gross negligence or lack of empathy, or just thinking the poor shouldn't fucking have anything. And with an awful lot of people in power structures who are women, they also think that their position of privilege means that they should be able to decide what happens to everyone else. Because it's not women or men bad, it is people with massive amounts of power go fucking insane.
No one says women or men bad. What it is what do you think is the motivation behind
men bad?
No.
You said men are bastards, and I said lots of them are.
There we go. Anyway, please,
what do you think? What is the motivation behind taking away women's reproductive rights, specifically?
Primarily religious.
Okay, why?
Because they view birth, conception, to be the point where a child gets its soul.
And there's another reason as well. It's not just life begins at conception. It's also partly that women are. The role of women is to be mothers, socially.
Sure, I think there's a strong Christian traditional right view there. I think it's misguided to how women have been seen historically, because I think there's a huge amount of revisionism of how women were in the 1900s and all through history. But sure, yeah, in the same way that the dissident right wants to return to a fucking 1950s view of suburbia that never fucking existed.
Do you think it wasn't as bad back in the day as people report, or?
Oh no, it was it was fucking awful. But it's not okay. It depends where we're talking about.
You seem to be diminishing the struggle of women's liberation. You know.
No, but it's not that it wasn't bad. It's this view of the fact that women didn't do anything else as a monolith. It's just not fucking true.
No one said that. Anything. You're making that up.
Women,
my dick
women
is
who are capable of achieving the same things as men were outliers.
Yeah,
because society held them back.
Okay, but this is also the case when we're talking about historic stuff of most men were unable to change their social class situation or progress in any way.
And most women, why do we have so many things where we have famous people in history? It's first woman to do this. Because it was always a man that fucking did it first. Because they had the access to, like, education, materials, all of that shit that women didn't have because we were socially held back. Even in the same class, you are held back. Women are often more likely to be prevented from getting education because of patriarchal structures. Because they want us to be held back and subservient.
Yeah, but there's also, like, there's a general thing of people fitting into their systems. Like, again, lots of men were held back within social classes. Like, lots of men, even
but they
in the
weren't
upper
held
classes,
back for their gender. You were not told you cannot do this because you are a man.
Well, actually, they were. Like, when you've got people who were like for instance, so we've got a few cases of aristocracy who really wanted to, like, go into either scholarship
a few
or
cases
even
of aristocracy.
Yeah, like, because we're talking about the upper echelons here, right?
Three
we're talking,
people
like,
in the aristocracy.
So, they were like, "Oh, you can't do that. That's
is it counter
woman's
to the
work."
systemic
Really?
issue of sexism?
No.
Okay,
so
that doesn't seem
actually,
that's not compelling.
Second and third son particularly, and this was a majority factor, were not given education. They were sent to, like, military education. Second sons prevailingly were sent to the church. They had no option in that. That is where you went. They did not get the full educational experience.
Yeah, why was it the second
of, like,
son?
ruling.
Because the son was seen
because
as a
the
threat
first son
because
was
men were the ones who held the power.
Did the second daughter get to go to any of these educational facilities?
Depends on, like, the period, but, like, sometimes, but not as much, obviously.
See?
Yeah, sure.
So more access.
Like,
if you were a man, gendered, if you were a man, you had more access to resources inherently based upon your gender, just flat out, nothing else you had to do. And so you agree that there's systemic sexism, patriarchy built into the system.
Do you agree that, generally speaking, most of the systems that have governed us have been oppressive for everyone in one way or another?
Yes.
Do you think there's... Yeah, okay. And I think this is where I take umbrage with you calling it patriarchy. Because it seems to me like what we're talking about...
But it benefits men the most. Because it's run by men more often. So, yeah,
okay, but,
it's patriarchy.
Okay, how does a system where men are trained solely to go to war and be expected to die in a war directly benefit?
Because you aren't expected to put up with marital rape and abuse. You're not told that that's okay. You go to war and people understand that war is brutal, but honestly, nowadays, war is something you sign up for. And I don't believe in the draft either. I don't think that war is a good thing, but that's men fighting men. Women's issues are things like, oh, you just have to put up with the fact that men are going to be violent towards you, they're going to rape you, they're going to sexually harass you. Like, every day. And I didn't sign up for that. I didn't put my name down on a ledger and say, I want to go fight the fucking gender war. I was just born this way, and I've been sexualized since I was a fucking child because of it.
I don't want to step on any of the stuff you're saying because it's, like, really important. Like, genuinely, I'm not trying to meme or anything, and it makes, like, this clearly matters to you, and I understand why. And I know that it's difficult for me to be in, like, the position I'm in, because I don't disagree with any of the stuff you're saying or the issues that you've gone through. In the same way that when you asked earlier, do I think that this is women's responsibility to fix? I said no. And when I talk about, like, women in previous positions of authority and power, I'm not disagreeing that those were shit times. Listen, I come from a privileged position.
You understand that mostly men went to war because women were seen as too weak to do it, right? Like, we're excluded from military service for the majority of the existence of militaries.
Well, again, I'm going to historically disagree with you a little bit. It's because women were seen as more valuable for being at home. Women have
because we have wombs to produce children.
Yeah, like, but it's not women are weaker.
Which is
women
sexism.
Women were still taught sword fighting. Women were still taught to fight.
Not majority. The majority of women were not taught sword fighting.
No, but, like, within the upper echelons of society, yeah, like things like sword fighting. It wasn't just all flower arranging. Women were still taught to duel. We've got, like, lots of examples of women duelists. But it's
oh my god, a bunch of rich aristocracy people had fencing classes. Yes, they were so trained in warfare.
Yeah, but this is my point with where, like, I'm coming from with, like, the issues we're facing. And again, like, part of the reason I don't want to push back too far is, like, look, I get it. I come from a really privileged position, but the first, like, significant part of my life was a living hell. And I know people don't want to fucking hear that, because they're like,
no,
you came
no
from
one's saying you don't want to hear that.
It's actually
no one's saying that you don't have problems because you're a cis white man. You can still have problems as a cis white man. No one says that. The issue is whenever you are ignoring other people's problems because I guess it makes you feel bad or something. Like, I don't know.
I don't feel like I'm ignoring problems. Like,
Then why not address patriarchy?
Because I don't think it's the core problem that fixes things. Like, again,
it doesn't have to be a core problem. Homophobia isn't the core problem. Transphobia isn't the core problem, but we still have to address it.
I think that when you are using language like that like pushes like groups directly against each other, which hasn't always been the case, it is serving the interests of the people who are actually doing the oppression. I think they're
doing the oppression.
You're saying that. Okay, here's the problem. If you just like were like, yeah, patriarchy exists, we could go, okay, we agree, and then we could all go fight the class war together. But you won't even get over the first hump for us to unite to do the class thing.
Libs.
I can't have fucking equal social rights to even unite with you on class issues.
True.
I have to go fight for my right to be able to get an abortion and do whatever the fuck I want with my body. I have to fight for women who are killed and raped and expected to put up with this. I have to fight for women who are forced to cover up because our bodies are seen as inherently sexual. Like, how are we supposed to even start addressing class issues when you have to talk about femicide?
And so it would behoove us as men to work in conjunction with our female sisters, our comrades, so that we can move toward a class war that we can actually fight together. In my opinion. It starts here.
100%.
I think part of the problem though is like if broadly speaking, do you think we agree on most of the points? Like, even if I'm not using language, do you think we agree on most of the points? Has anything I've said indicated that I don't?
The one thing you constantly push back on is the fact that like women have had equal power in society.
I think women have had a lot of power in society. I think like
relative to men.
I don't think it's an equity thing. I think when we're talking about like how women have wielded power.
But there's so half the population is women, roughly, right? But they don't have half the power. It's not even close, and they never have. And like you're making a caveat for, well, there were some powerful women in Versailles, and that's cool. It's a cool factoid. Interesting. We had like a little point where
we live in a
some women had a
country
little
where
power.
we've had 46 presidents now, and not a single one has been a woman. You're in a country where you have over 60 monarchs and only 6 were women.
Like, how is it hard to how are you denying that reality? It's so easy.
Because every time I get close to it, you bring up this whole thing of, oh well, that's the figurehead, so women were the oppressed class, or it's internalized.
It's not just they're not just figureheads. That you dismiss their real power as figureheadism is crazy to me. It's crazy. That's not the truth. That's not how men have ever wielded their power.
It's like saying the American president is not one of the most powerful people in the fucking on this planet.
Or the structures that surround that, all of which are men mostly, especially in the past.
And the system around them, that upholds them.
It's consolidated in men. So if you're not having women in the conversations, in the actual conversation, you're having the men go to work and do the thing, and then at home they have women not part of those as third parties to that society. Like, that's not actual participation in society building, my dude.
Here is not the same thing as having a seat at the table.
That's like saying your eldest child, when you come home from work, participated in your work day because you talk about them about what you did at work or something. Like, that's not how that works. And then they give you feedback.
From my side, it sounds like you just
my dick is actually.
Hold on, you get interrupted.
They were just doing stuff.
1 second, you get interrupted. I don't know. That was stupid. Thank you, Meek. That was dumb. Okay, go ahead.
From my side, it sounds like you're like going, oh well, it's just whispering in the air. And if you listen, I think it's like that meeting the middle point, because it feels like you want me to go like, yeah, patriarchy's real, and I just want you to be like, listen, women in the aristocracy were fucking assholes, and
When we're telling you that patriarchy allows for asshole ladies.
No one is denying that some women in history have used the little bit of privilege that they have to oppress other.
It's not a little bit of privilege, and it's not just
white women oppressed women of color for
saying,
generations. That doesn't mean that sexism doesn't exist.
So a little bit of women had a lot of privilege, is what was being said. Okay, do you agree with that?
Yes, a little bit of women have privilege.
Fine. And those women are directly the people who have influenced large amounts of how society has formatted itself.
Yes, 6 times in your history and none in ours.
Society.
Like, we don't have that much example of it, and when we do, it's in service of patriarchy a few times. Like
some of our places where we elect representatives haven't had a woman in office ever. Like, women just haven't had an equal seat at the table.
We keep coming back to America, and I'm agreeing with you. America's a trash country. That's fine.
It's not just America. It's most fucking countries. It is literally most countries are patriarchal, and the majority of power is concentrated with men.
The Middle East, India, fucking China, Russia. Yep. You could say it's about all those places that aren't Japan. The places that either of us are from. It's not just American or British-centric. It's all of them.
It all takes different forms and has different, like, societal symptoms.
Right, because masculinity is a fucking facade and it doesn't actually mean anything, and each society has made up their own idea of what these patriarchal structures should look like, and they're all wrong. That's the real pill. Take that.
Okay.
They're all wrong. I mean, that is it's just true.
Like,
power is consolidated in men historically, most of all, at the primary source of power. Secondarily, some women have had access to power, and it's obviously true, and that's what patriarchy is, and that's the concept. And you agree with all the pieces that make it up, but not the title because it makes you feel uncomfy, and that is
it's not about
bullshit.
Feeling uncomfy. Oh my god, like, fuck. Like, you keep saying this and bringing it back to, like, how I might feel about something, or, like, I'm
because you're like, it doesn't sound like it's useful because it feels it'll make something else feel better. Some shit.
You're like, you keep pushing back on, like, fucking, you keep pushing back on the, like, minor things you say. You'll say, like, oh, you agree with this, so you must agree with this as a follow-on. But I clearly disagree with some of your points, both historically speaking about the place of women. I clearly disagree with your points of, like, the effects that's had on, like, marginalized and, like, lower class groups. I clearly disagree with those.
You acknowledge that the sources of power that those women have were in a percentage that is not even close to equitable to men as a whole.
The difference is the majority of people throughout history haven't had any fucking power. That's my point. You keep saying, oh, well, that's a minority of people and men had power. The truth is,
so why don't you make the same argument for racism?
Oppressed.
Are you saying that...
Because racism is a fundamentally different system to the way women were oppressed.
How?
Because racism wasn't just, like, something that we built over time. Racism was something that, like, came very purely from our tribal constructs of going, well, it's okay when we do it to other people.
It's woman have baby. It's bioessentialism.
When we're looking at something like race, it completely broke all the previous, like, class and feudal systems that we'd ever fucking dealt with. And it broke it. And when we're talking specifically about racism, by the way, like, I mean, like, the stuff that happened during the cattle slave period, because, like, we've got elements of, like, trade between African nations and European nations and the royal families. And it seems to be, like, from the records, we've got a fair amount of mutual fucking respect.
Are you conflating slavery with racism?
The minority of people in the American South were slave owners. Like, the people who actually owned slave owners were not the majority of white people. Yet, racism and white racism was still a thing, and people still went to war to keep the
absolutely, and this is why it's so important to, like, and this is why it's so important to get rid of the lost cause narrative.
But racism was exacerbated by its interaction with capitalism. And this is the same thing that happens to misogyny and patriarchy. As it intersects with capitalism, it exacerbates it. And this is what we're talking about. It's like you can start to agree with it, and then when we start to say, and this is where it intersects, your brain breaks. And I don't know why, because it's simply an intersection. It's super basic. It doesn't even have to be argued about. These things interact with each other. They're not isolated. These are complex systems. It's why it's harder than just...
I don't understand being a class reductionist, because if you handle all of the social issues and we can unite on those things and say, yes, these are systemically oppressive systems, or whatever, you know, like, We can acknowledge it, we can move on, we can work better. Once we do that, then we can work together on the class thing. I just don't understand why perpetuate the divide. If you're saying it's dividing us, then let's work on it.
So you accept then that like white women, like let's say particularly in the South, have like perpetuated and propagated like racist the racist systemic issues that have like massively impacted.
Oh yeah.
When you want to win people over, and this seems to be happening with the turf stuff, there needs to be like a better throughway to the conversation of just going, you need to look at your own fucking self.
Do you know what I do as a white woman?
Please. Yeah, sure.
I talk to other white women and teach them, like, take them through the steps of, here's why you're being a fucking racist, or, like, this isn't okay. You have to, especially with TERFs, being a cis woman and having to explain to cis TERFs why trans people are not a fucking threat. I do that constantly, all the time. But there's only so much you can do with a bigot. Yeah, especially if they've been brainwashed for a long period of time.
Right, so they have to do it themselves.
And this is why
they have to do the labor themselves.
Yeah,
but the point is they're not going to do the fucking labor.
They actually do. A lot of them do.
No, you have to. You can't force
an awful lot of them don't. Like, but it seems like the minority of the people are the ones who seem to get out. And ultimately, actually, like from one thing I have heard, is it doesn't seem to be people like on the further left that are pulling people away from this stuff in the majority. It seems to be the fact that like the figures that they hold up, like Andrew Tate, Jack Murphy, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro,
are exposed to be hypocrites.
Assholes.
Right.
Yeah.
And who's talking about them being hypocrites, baby?
Us, boy! It doesn't seem to be... Yeah, but it doesn't.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Oh shit, you were right." I get this all the time. People are like, "Oh shit, man, you were talking about this. I'm so glad I talked to you and I didn't go down the Chud rabbit hole." Oh my god, literally every day, this is my conversations with people. Every fucking day,
I get comments on the YouTube channel all the time.
You're part of the skeptic community, and you're the reason I didn't go down.
People who pulled me out of the anti-SJW.
Every day, and this is because we just talk about the issues plainly. And when you get to this point with you, where you agree with every facet of my premise, except for what I call the premise, that's just baby bullshit.
Well, why you call the premise? It's like why you're calling it.
You're mad because it like points at men. It's called patriarchy, and you're like, I'm a man. That's men.
But the thing is, you even agree that it's on men.
I haven't done it with any of the other stuff. It's such a weird prescription to give to me.
Because
if I was doing that, I do that with class. I do it with my race. I do it with my like.
Yes, your class, your race, and your gender intersect. That's correct. All of these things intersect. We have staples of power, and they intersect around these matrices of who represent the people in those positions of power. Because of the way that fucking humans are. We have decided that it means a lot to us that you are a man back in the day, and that is pervaded throughout. If you were a man, you got to be king maybe, or a prince or something. And you got more access to stuff. Like, this is just how it works. And so, yeah, that's patriarchy. It's not a big deal that that's patriarchy. We can address it, and then we can fucking move forward, because only through unifying will we ever be able to fight the class system the class issue you have. But you denying this particular axis of the problem is like so ignorant.
Because when we're talking about this issue, I think that no one gets beyond the fucking gender issue. That's been my experience. No one gets beyond it.
We talk about class almost primarily.
I've seen plenty of people get beyond the gender issue and learn to be better.
All of these people do it all the time.
Fine. Okay, fine. I disagree with you. Fuck it. Like, I don't know what else to do in this conversation. Like, I disagree with you. It's fine. It's fine. I don't really know if I've got anything else. We've looped on so many fucking points. You know what? Fine. Maybe it's my bias. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just terrified of accepting my manhood. Who fucking knows?
I don't think it's terrified of accepting your manhood. That's not what I said.
I think you have trauma with specifically the conversations around feminism and your part as a man in that, and that you feel personally rejected because some people said that they don't have sympathy for your problems. I don't
think it's just some people. I think it is the vast majority of people seem to try and bring men into these spaces with no other will than to politicize them and turn them into a force. And then the minute that becomes unhelpful or is too much, men get fucking dumped. That's my
talking about.
It is like men's voices seem real fucking welcome until men have an issue. And then no one's talking about it. And this is what's feeding the MRA stuff. This is what's feeding MGTOW.
Here's the problem. Have you not considered your voice is welcome if you're talking correctly about other marginalized groups, but then you fuck up on one marginalized group and you get checked for it? That doesn't mean your voice isn't welcome. You're being checked.
That's not what I see happening at all.
So people are asking for reciprocity. People are asking for reciprocity in seeing your issues.
I think it's just like basic humanity. If you bring people in and say this is an umbrella term, feminism's for everyone, toxic masculinity hurts men, and men come to you with issues of, wow, this fucking toxic masculinity sucks, and the response seems very, very fucking vitriolic. And it doesn't
it's
seem
not,
just
it's not vitriolic. Any man who comes to me and says toxic masculinity sucks, I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. I'm so glad that you're at this point.
Yeah,
like,
this isn't the conversations we have in these spaces.
There is incredible. I love whenever men admit to those things, and I signal boost men who talk about that.
What you're describing are liberals, not leftists. The bad decisions,
or radical feminists, or whatever. Like people in fringes.
Rad femmes are still fucking libs. Like they don't have understand intersectionality. So like, it's like you're not describing leftist spaces when you talk about this. Like lefties don't have problems with men that are aware of toxic masculinity and want to talk about it. Like what?
It's like
if they don't understand it, it seems to me, and maybe that's my impression, but it doesn't just. This isn't just my experience.
What part of toxic masculinity don't you understand?
What you mean don't understand? I mean, like,
or
from
do you
like
understand?
The perspective of like, oh well, I mean, like, I understand the basis of toxic masculinity. Like it depends. Like again, I can hear so many different prescriptions of this, but just very basic things.
It always feels like you're
how men
hedging
deal
on
with their rage.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Like, just as this is what I'm talking about. I feel like you exhibit aspects of like reservedness, and I feel like that's in response to toxic masculinity. And you start to predict what I might say to you in response. So you start to go like, well, and then but. Yeah, and I see it as a reflex. But whatever, yeah.
Well,
I would say. I'm just saying.
Again, like I don't claim to be an expert on like all the like up to date stuff, and also
you don't
I'm
have
really
to be an expert. Yeah.
I feel on edge. Go on, I'll use it. I feel sorry. I feel on edge because I feel like when I say things, you'll take them in like. I don't know.
It's weird that you think I'm
twisting them,
statement. But I think it's just because you're not familiar with talking about this in leftist spaces. Like, it's not an indictment on anyone if we say look, if this action is sexist, that's cool. What gets people pissed off is when you start just like denying reality, like.
Or, okay, like the root of this that morphed into the Twitter discourse which then morphed into this, was a tweet where a guy said that, like, women could never understand the deep and vast loneliness that men have. And women were like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're human beings. We understand what it means to be lonely. We have emotions. We are just as emotionally developed as men. And men were like, how dare you come in here and start talking about women when we were talking about men's issues? Whenever they brought it up in the first place and compared us, like, basically saying we can't be empathetic to men's feelings as if we're some other fucking species. It wasn't men talking about men's issues. It was men saying our issues are so deep and profound that a woman could never possibly understand it. And women going, that's just not correct.
Yeah.
When we've got situations like that, when a man is clearly saying something, that, like, I mean, whether you think it's important or not, it seems like the response that guy got is exactly the response he fucking expected, and everyone else.
Because he already started it with the bias against women.
Yeah, sure, but it feeds into it. And, like, my point is, I don't think it converts or like again, all Shoe on Head did was made exactly the fucking video Shoe on Head was gonna make out of it, right? Like it's just then becomes like another reinforcing argument for everyone to be like, look how the feminists react to men when they want to talk about issues.
Regularly anti-SJW, anti-feminist content is taking women out of context and not actually explaining the points that they're saying, or like talking about the entire conversation. It's, look, we poked the beehive a bunch of fucking times by being sexist, and then when they strike back, now we have to mock them. Like, how many fucking times do you see those same like anti-SJW, the women that are used to represent what an anti-SJW is? And usually, like the one that looks like she's screaming, she was just having a nice conversation. She was taken out of context because she has like fucking face expressions that are too extreme, and then everyone painted her as a screeching feminist who hates men, when that wasn't the case. They were having a nice conversation. She just had to talk loudly. Like, yes, I agree with you. It's perpetuated by people who lie.
Do you think that the left like weaponize? Do you think that the left cares about men as a primary thing? Because you've said yourself, like,
yes, I think the left is primarily made of men still, and I think that the left has a sexism problem as well that it needs to address. Yeah, I've been arguing with leftists mostly about addressing male fucking privilege.
Yeah. Some people think they can't have male privilege because they're poor, and that's just fucking crazy.
Yeah. Like, not everyone's perfect. Yeah. And most of the time, when you belong to an oppressor group, you will have to be educated. Like, I, as a white person, have to be educated and listen to black voices and people of color and, like...
Because how could you know?
Be a better person. Like, you have to actively do the work. And I'm a leftist, and I know that I have had blind spots, and I've had to grow and learn and change.
Hannah isn't in this conversation, man.
Okay. Well,
you have denied that people tell men to just put up with it when they're raped and abused in a marriage. I've not.
Marital abuse is actually excused all the time.
Yeah. You don't seem to realize that the reason people listen to people like Tate and Sneeko is because people like yourselves just tell men they are bad and give them no hope. I'm saying that you don't have to be bad. You choose that. People like Tate and Sneeko give them hope. What you're saying doesn't.
Tate and Sneeko.
I mean, Tate and Sneeko. If you want to, so the only way to be good is to be a Muslim and a pedophile. Yeah, I'm good. The only way to do that is to be to traffic women and go to prison. I mean, if that gives you hope, then you're a sexist. I mean,
yeah.
I just don't know how to tell. That's what it is. Like, if you agree with those points, you are drawn in by sexism, and you are not a good person, probably. And that's a choice you make. Like, those ideologies are things that you choose to adopt in yourself and that you've bought because men that you think you want to be told you that they're correct. But that's like, I'm not telling you that you have no hope if you're an incel. I'm saying that you don't have to be an incel. I've talked for hours about this, and you think that I've told you not to have any hope? I can help an incel, because a lot of incels' problems is they push inward. Like you are too self-critical about yourself. You guys think you're fucking way uglier than anyone has ever been. Like, you take stock.
Lot of body dysmorphia.
You have a lot of body dysmorphia. I bet a lot of you are eggs. I bet a lot of you are internally homophobic. I bet a lot of you don't address properly your actual sexuality. I bet a lot of you don't actually properly address your gender. I bet a lot of you don't actually have comfortable conversations about either of those topics with other people that do express differently than you. Like, I don't think you're comfortable with any of these aspects of yourself, and so a lot of it's pushed inward. Go ahead.
Do you think that a lot of the anti-SJW community, like, just to pivot a bit, because you saw the skeptic community and everything else, what do you attribute to the way that turned? Because even like people like Sargon moved much further right over.
Sargon was already right wing.
It's really easy to dunk on a woman that looks hysterical, clip her out of context, and make a cringe compilation.
Yeah, there was money.
And because I used to, as a woman who used to consume this content, what drew me in is that I was being sold really, really out of context, clipped scenarios of a couple of fucking women used to paint an entire feminist narrative when that's not the case. What pulled me out of that was listening to more people, to more perspectives, and listening to feminists.
Okay. Sure. Have we reached a natural end? Are we good? Is it like?
I'm good.
I feel like we're not going to reach any further conclusions. I have enjoyed this. It's like interesting to talk about. Yeah, I'm really glad Sarah jumped in as well. I enjoyed that. Thank you for the contribution, because I don't want to leave you screaming by the door. And we're gonna
because across the house.
Across the house. I know we're gonna disagree, and that's fine. But yeah, sure. This has been fun. It's been a while since I've had at least a spirited debate. But sure, cool.
Yeah, I think you need to be able to, if you can break down capitalism as a system and racism as a system, then you should be able to get to gender as a system, and how it intersects with all this stuff. So it's not hard. I mean, you're right there. You already have all the correct answers.
I think.
Yeah, and I think that.
Okay, so
you're so close.
Just to put it in a nutshell of why I have an issue, particularly with the word patriarchy, where I don't seem to have an issue with misogyny, right? If you accuse me of have I ever been sexist? Of course I have. Obviously. Yeah. I'm human and a man, and I grew up in from the 90s. Of course, I've been sexist. I think my issue with it is, I think there are things women do which also enforce those oppressive systems.
But
it's internalized misogyny.
But I don't think it's just internalized misogyny. I think this is when women display things like toxic femininity.
It's cultural because we're raised in a patriarchal system that tells us what our roles are and how we should treat other women and what our role is as women. That comes from patriarchal expectations.
Right, women have agency within patriarchy. And they
women often are toxic to each other about appearances because we have been told by men that our value is in our appearance.
Yeah. If you want to call that toxic, if you want to call that toxic femininity to cope, that's fine. But it's in service of patriarchy.
I feel like it's just being women are doing it because men tell them to. When it just feels like it removes agency from women.
Women are doing it because men told them to.
Agency.
It's because they were socialized in a
cultural. It's socialized.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, women can advocate against their own self-interest because they've been socialized to do so.
Okay.
You believe that it's possible for a man to go against his own self-interest, right? Yes, obviously,
sure.
Right. And so women do it as well, and that's not a surprising phenomenon. I don't know why you're weird about it.
It happens to all marginalized classes.
Because I don't think it goes against women's self-interest. That's the point. I think that's where we're different. I don't think this thing of women are toxic to each other is necessarily against women's self-interest. I think women are just as competitive and as aggressive as men, and when we get into the corporate world,
but it harms
there are lots of women who want to push down on other women.
So they don't because they don't want to they don't think they don't think it harms them when they're doing this to women. So I understand why you say that. Their motivation isn't that, but that's what it actually does.
Sure, but then when you phrase it like that,
what do you mean?
But then when you phrase it like
no, but when you phrase it like reality of what it is.
But isn't that true of patriarchy? The thing you're calling patriarchy when men are oppressing other men? That doesn't help men. It would be better if we all worked together. They may think that's in their fucking interest.
It's called patriarchy, but it doesn't always have to help every man under it.
It doesn't even just help. It doesn't even help them. Purely help the men at the top.
I wouldn't say it helps them either, but it does absolutely provide them.
So why do men get to do things that can damage them?
Right.
That are against their self-interest.
So your issue is with classism, and
what women do things that
because
hurt
we
them
live under a patriarchy. If we lived in a matriarchy, then it would be the other way around. No, if we lived in a history where the majority of the power is concentrated in women and women were shaping the majority of society and had all of this fucking power, and men were in the role. Like, if you literally flip the roles, I would still say the same thing. I would still say that men behave that way because of matriarchy. Like, but the reality is that we live in a system generationally that has been patriarchal.
Okay.
And it's not removing agency to say that a woman.
I don't know. It just
can do
seems.
that.
It just seems so fucking sexy. Fine. Fuck it. Fuck it.
It's because you then go. You say, okay. If we say it's patriarchal, then you say for some reason, therefore women they don't have any power, and I have no idea why you just delete it. Like,
I think when
because we're not saying that you're doing that, we're saying that it
I
diminishes women's role in society to the point where men have the control and consolidation of the most resources and power, and that's not good because it's not equitable. We're not saying that women have nothing at all, ever at all, at any time. We're just saying that they have to struggle to gain their rights, and that's not good. And we all live under a patriarchy. It's not. I have no idea why that's even contested. Like, we should just agree on that because you agree on every tenet of it. You agree on all the building blocks, but what we call the building is like fucking incomprehensible to you.
I don't think we agree on all the building blocks,
We
but
pretty
like,
much agree on all the building blocks.
I think we should just call it.
Largely, yeah, like I think we'll go around in circles. Listen, this has been fun. I'm gonna dash off.
Okay.
Have a good rest of the stream. I hope you're enjoying Baldur's Gate 3, because I am. It's really good.
I'm playing the fuck out of it.
And yeah, no, it's fucking excellent. So yeah, and look, maybe we'll talk again in the future. Maybe not, but have a lovely rest of the stream. Good evening, and thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, later.
Later.